I'm gonna rejoin.
Okay. Yeah. So everyone, we're just waiting for people to gather. What is that shirt you're wearing? What's that symbol there, Lactoid?
Just some golf thing.
Oh,
Yeah, not too
kind of
exciting.
looks like
Yeah,
one
I'm
of
still
those.
lagging weirdly, but whatever. It is what it is. Nothing I can do about it. I'm just gonna have to constantly watch myself on screen with like a half-second delay from what I'm doing, which is really awkward.
So,
Like when you go to certain places and like they're like put the headphones on, and then you can hear yourself with the delay,
Yeah.
and then you're like, and they're like, dude, you'll get used to it. It's fine. And it's like,
yeah.
I won't. This sucks. Like, stop this. I don't want this.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, I'm muted. Testing. I don't look muted.
Yeah. Lactoid, like that shirt kind of reminds me of like one of those fraternal order of the police symbols, you know? Maybe you weren't telling me something.
I thought about that. I thought about becoming a cop. Sometimes I still think about it.
And then you remember the money.
They pay people with law degrees pretty well in some areas.
Really?
Yeah, and officer discretion, right? So I'm just like not going to arrest people for like a bunch of shit.
Okay.
And legally, I can do that. You know, look, I'm diverting my resources to more important things, right? Which is not going to include anything that I don't believe should be a crime, unless of course I'm mandated to. Which, by the way, the things that you're mandated to arrest for are things that I do think should be crimes. So we're good. We're good on that front. Right? That makes it easy.
Okay. I wonder what happens when some punk, right? Some like Antifa, blue-haired, nose-ring punk, like gives a Lactoid a little bit of lip. I wonder what happens then.
I might arrest them for the weed that they have on them. Just them, though. Right?
Yeah, we're still waiting on people. That's why Corey said he was going to be late too, actually.
Oh wow! He makes fun of me all the time for being late. What?
Why will it not?
Yeah.
I'm figuring out what's going on. It
it's fine.
won't let me use my stream deck or my capture card. Sorry, it will only take my virtual camera, so I then have to run it through OBS. And I was wondering what was happening, but it just keeps saying, "Oh, it doesn't have permission," but it has permission on every other time I'm here, and it has permission to use cameras. So what the fuck is happening? There we go. What the fuck? Okay. Fucking StreamYards. All right.
Gibbs, can you turn the noise gate up a little bit in your end?
Yeah, we can hear you breathing.
Just a little bit.
Your labored breathing. He was jogging.
I do have a question for Gibbs though. When he's ready, I know he's setting up. I don't want to stress him out.
Be like 2 minutes. I'm trying to.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay.
I fixed the brakes on my motorcycle, by the way. Oh, so much better. I was riding around them. They were dragging quite a bit for like a month.
Just tell Corey when he comes back. It's like, yeah, for a month I've been riding my motorcycle with broken brakes.
I feel like
been bobbing and weaving in traffic.
They weren't broken in the sense they didn't work. They were broken in the sense that they were dragging on the rotors. So as I was going down the road, you could hear
you could just like lose control because they're dragging a little bit. And I'm teasing.
Yeah, well, but you can hit, like regardless, it was made a very obnoxious noise, right? And it wears down your rotors, and it causes your engine to have to run harder. It's it makes turning a little bit harder. It sucks, right? And I tried a bunch of different things.
Why is this banner taking like 40% of the screen?
It's also I don't think the right banner, is it?
I'm sorry, what are you talking about?
I don't.
No, I wanted to talk.
Did I guess at the wrong prompt?
No. The banner and the bottom of it is like
it's
a good
40%.
It's a good 30% of the screen.
Yeah. Like
it's not 30% of the screen. You guys can't tell.
No, that's a-
Bracket.
that's-
It's
at
the
least
banner
30%.
itself is only like maybe like 15% of the screen, but then there's this huge
Oh, you mean
gap
the empty
between
space?
like
Well, no, the empty space
the
is for
empty
if there's other people who come in, right? Like it's like it like it's leaving space for like another row.
Prime likes
Then
his banners. Okay,
That's not what's happening.
Prime likes his
100%
banners.
in it. It's like when someone else comes in, the banner won't move, right? But like if we have, oh my god, someone's typing very loud.
Oh, that's totally
It's
me.
not good.
Sorry.
Yeah. So
I gotta get used to it still.
when there's a third row of individuals, right? It'll move us up a bit.
we'll get
and-
even smaller, and then there'll be a
No,
new
we won't,
gap
we
between
won't
the
get smaller. We won't get smaller. This is this thing, right? But the banner won't move. The banner will be there, and yeah, it's just leaving space for that for that accommodation.
I don't know what's happening to my surely not racist chat, but
Oh,
for
boy.
some reason, everyone keeps demanding that you explain black fatigue.
Me?
I don't
can
understand where this.
Prime.
No, Prime. They just keep going top left. Explain black
excited to
fatigue,
explain it.
and I'm just like,
I got a book. No.
But what is happening? Did like the Groypers all come in at the same? Like, I mean, I'm pretty racist, but like I'm not that racist that I'm like that I'm socially awkward in my racism. You know what I mean? Like I'm the nice kind of racism. I'm the subtle kind of racism.
You're the facts and statistics.
The
you
kind
know?
of
You're
racist
the
that-
Right, you get it.
racist.
You're the kind of racist
I'm
that
a
hangs
good
out
kind
with
of racist,
minorities,
like-
right?
right. Like I'm like a Charlie Kirk racist, not like a KKK racist. You know what I mean? Like you've cut the banner off your end, yeah, so that there's fucking something on the screen.
oh my god.
Oh
All
my
right.
bad, I didn't mean.
It's fine. I don't even know. Like, I'm not even sure what black fatigue is. Like, I think I've heard people like
Really?
throw that term around, but I'm not exactly sure what it is. If I would just be guessing. I tried.
People are
There's
sick of
a-
black people and their problems and their whining.
So,
that's the
yeah,
black.
I mean,
fatigue.
it's
white people.
mostly
See, I
just-
wouldn't have guessed that.
It's
Yeah.
mostly just racism, but a good example, if you want to have like if you want to be charitable with the concept, right,
Okay.
would be the creator of Boondock Saints. Like when he gave a speech years ago, and he was talking about how white people are tired and how the moral currency of blacks as victims is like kind of gone today. Right? They're like white people, like in the 1960s and even in the 70s, there was a lot of like white guilt around our past, our history, our actions, and those of our ancestors and our family. But like now, in the here and now, this like, you owe me, your people did this, you're bad, you have to, and the creator Boondock Saints, right, then gets into the black community and the problems of violence and things like that, and like the tiredness of it. That would be like, if you watch that speech, I would think like what he is saying is probably the most charitable interpretation you could get of black fatigue. But mostly it's just an internet meme to be like, we're tired about black people.
Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't have. I was completely wrong. I would.
Prime is
but-
actively not online, and so any meme or any social discourse,
Yeah,
it's just
sorry.
off his head. He's here for the fucking panel, and that's it.
I'm here for the politics. I don't give a
Dude,
fuck about what's happening.
I'm kind of with you.
Yeah.
Like I'm following shit online so that I can do streams and reactions and whatnot. So I'm not like obviously that checked out. But like people will be like, did you hear what happened with this guy on Not So Erudite stream? And I'm like, fucking no.
Well, you
Like,
have
what
a
do you
drama
mean?
slap guy.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm not following these people. Fuck Not So Erudite. She's a piece of shit. Fuck Destiny. He's a piece of shit.
Although I
Fuck
did see
Connor.
what happened on
He's a
her
piece of
stream, and
shit.
it was pretty-
Right?
it
Like
was
these are
pretty funny.
horrible, disgusting human beings.
Oh, you're the
It's so
Indian
cool,
guy?
You can show me a clip.
That
Yeah,
was
I saw the Indian
hilarious.
guy thing. And then I'm like,
that
but I don't
killed me.
understand the context. And I'm like, who muted who? What happened? And people are like, you're
I'll
not
give you some
following
Oh,
the
Scott.
17 bullet points.
It's pretty.
Scott,
Oh, it's
like,
pretty
I
easy to
don't
like.
know.
It's
You
pretty
know,
easy to intuit what's going on, right?
Well, you know what?
Well,
You know what's funny?
I
I
don't
just
know.
had this thought while Fabian was going on that epic rant right there. I had this thought. I was like, it's amazing how lately I've seen people do these AI like conversations, where they just add a couple words, and everything he was saying there could have been changed very contextually if he just said "I would" instead of "fuck this person" and just put "I would" and then put that in front of all it. We would all got canceled tonight. to watch out for these
Dude,
AIs. But
have you seen what Sora 2 is capable of? Dude, you
Yeah.
can just I can put your Twitch channel in Sora 2, right? And say this person's likeness and image, have them stealing something at a Target. And it'll
Oh,
just
yeah.
give me a CCTV footage of you
Mhm.
stealing stuff at Target. And like it will sometimes you can see artifacts if you give it like a very simple sentence. Sometimes you'll see like the random like Cyrillic letter somewhere or something, like something fucks up. But like if you're specific enough with it, you will not be able to distinguish between actual CCTV
Well-
footage of like you
well, where I was going with
that is real and the fake one I made with AI
Well,
that is like
well, where I was going
you
with
stealing shit.
that is that like so you just said fuck.
You know,
this
I'm saying
person.
you don't even need that. You
Right,
can just
yeah.
put in whatever
Well-
words and it'll use your
well,
voice.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Well, I guess where I was going with this is like, because I think that we're starting to like, I mean, yes, AI is getting better, like kind of this thing, but it's also we're like, getting the chance to like, we've seen it real time. People are like learning to what to pick out, like, hey, maybe this is AI. And I think part of like what's scary is if people do just like small things, it's much harder to like pick out like what's the fake. And so whenever you're like, oh, fuck this person, fuck this person, fuck this person, and like someone goes in there and just adds the words, I would. And then like just clips that like in there. It's kind of scary because you can use such a small little AI adjustment.
hear
that, like,
you.
Really,
I
like,
think you're wrong.
well,
I
sure.
hate to say it, but I think like we're 6 months away from like unless you use a tool like, you know, investigating officers or PIs or like certain people have, that you're not going to be able to distinguish between the real person's voice and the AI modulated voice. And it really doesn't matter. And like I think that might actually be worse what you described, because there'll be like it'll be juxtaposed with your real voice and might actually key you in that it's AI.
Maybe
So I'm not sure.
Usually, I feel like just like if you could make little changes to like an existing video, like maybe you're right. I don't know that I'm not a computer scientist, right? But like I think a lot of times if you just the less you do, as opposed to like make a video from scratch, I like completely where it's like, oh, we know that they were on this panel or whatever, and like I don't know.
Yeah,
I guess
editing an already out there video is probably more convincing than making a video
Right.
from scratch. For
Yeah,
sure.
it's kind of
Yeah,
what I'm
I agree,
thinking,
yeah.
but like I don't know. It's I just added a random thought. while
I
you
do
were
see a
doing that,
lot
so I
of
didn't mean
fear
to
mongering.
derail.
I see a lot of fear mongering with the AI stuff. Like I saw, oh God, what is that biologist that's like a hardcore turf? I can't remember his name, Christopher or something. And like he was talking about like the fear of not being able to distinguish between real AI videos on social media platforms and whatnot. And it's just like the way I feel about it is like the bulletproof vest is necessitated by the invention of the bullet. I don't have this deep sense of dread that like AI videos are going to be out there and indistinguishable from reality, because if X isn't retarded or if YouTube isn't retarded, 6 months after it becomes to the point where it's kind of is indistinguishable, they'll have an AI algorithm first that'll look at the behavior of people in chat and linking it with news stories and things like that. That'll just give you a rating that says this video is likely or not likely AI.
Yeah, but
And
Scott,
then a year or two later, you're gonna have AI programs that are really good at distinguishing better than the human eye what is or isn't AI generated content.
sure, but very similar to that. Like the bulletproof vest didn't nullify the bullet. It provides some protection, and while for news stories, perhaps like that's going to be easier to fact check. What I think is going to be something interesting, and it's going to be a little bit of a lag time, I think, for this. But a lot of evidence, for example, in courts, relies on like if you have video evidence, it's kind of seen as like very powerful evidence, right? I captured
Golden
this guy
standard, yeah.
on
It's
CCTV.
better than witness testimony.
Sure,
Yeah.
I got him on CCTV, shooting somebody, right? Or recording, right? I've got an audio recording of like a lot of the mafia, like the laws that have the RICO laws that have been very effective at bringing down the mafia. A lot of that relies on like audio recording, wiring people, and getting that stuff. And once that becomes clear, that can all be faked. What this is going to generate, I think, is a very strong defense.
What is reasonable doubt? Yeah.
Right, because now look,
Because I can reasonably doubt it's AI.
Yeah,
Like, if it's not AI.
exactly, if you record, like if you've got something on recording of me like admitting to a crime, or even a video of me doing a crime, what's my defense? That's AI. It's not me. It's very well done AI.
You know
but
what it
it's not
reminds me of? You remember the Kyle Rittenhouse trial where the judge and the jury, no matter how much it was explained to them,
Yep.
could not fathom, because they were all retarded, because that judge had a room temperature IQ, and so did most of the people on the jury.
No, the
They
judge
could
was
not
actually
fathom
pretty
that the
decent.
prosecution. Well, he could. It took him like
He was a
20
boomer,
times
though.
explain because he's a
Yeah.
boomer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe not room temperature IQ. That's fair. Just like unaware of technology and how it works. That like, hey, this zoomed in video should not be admissible
Mhm.
because it shows fake AI generated images of the perpetrator attacking Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yep.
Showed Kyle Rittenhouse in a different direction than it is when it's zoomed out. And the prosecution was doing everything they could to push this cell phone AI generated, cleaning up or AI
AI
interpolation.
Generated? I'm sorry, I'm a little confused.
So
how back
during the
then it
Kyle
was.
Rittenhouse trial,
Sure.
they were trying to prove that he had a reasonable like means of escape,
Okay.
and that like he like turned and like raised his gun, and that he like and not that he didn't react to someone charging at him, but instead he was going to try and murder the person. And one of the pieces of evidence that they wanted to use was cell phone footage that was zoomed in that was using Apple's interpolation, where it's like trying to clean up the image. And that was the only piece of evidence that contradicted all of the real evidence that he was in a different position with the firearm. But he was like zoomed in and super grainy. He was like, see here, it actually shows that he was facing the other direction at this time. And like the defense had to try really hard to get the judge to understand that this isn't real footage. It's zoomed in, and Apple's technology is trying to clean up the image. And when it cleaned up the image, it like put his arms in the gun
It
in
adds
like
stuff.
a different direction and like added stuff.
Yeah.
And so it was adding things that weren't there that made it look
I
like
see.
his firearm was raised in a different direction than it actually was. And like it went through. And then it wasn't, or I don't remember exactly. I'd have to look into the case again. Maybe you remember better. Maybe you were following it better. 'Cause
I remember
I'm a
I remember what you're
lawyer.
talking about. I don't remember what. If I remember correctly, I think that was excluded. I don't think they were allowed to bring that in.
But it was like that's right. It was excluded, but for the longest time, it looked like it was gonna go through, and the judge was like really having to think about
I think it
whether or
finally
not he
clicked
was
for
gonna
him.
allow it. It finally clicked for him, like after the defense argued like the second or third time, and this was like during the process where they wanted to
Yeah.
bring in like a new TV that was bigger
Well-
so that it could show that brought in. And they were like, "What the fuck?
Well,
You're trying to bring in fake evidence?"
And this is sort of what happened. So, like in the OJ trial, right? They had like just rock solid DNA evidence against the guy, but a lot of people at the time didn't really understand DNA evidence, and so it didn't hit with the jury as much as it does today, right? And I do think you're going to see a potential lag time with especially older juries where they're going to see footage that could be AI generated, and they're just going to take it as real. All right?
Mhm.
That's going to be
I
kind of
mean,
scary.
like they do on Facebook right now.
Like they do on Facebook.
Well, and then
yeah.
and
And
then
that stuff's
also
not even good.
And then also there's probably going to be a gap when we do develop technology that can accurately prove whether or not something is AI or not AI generated, or at least with a reasonable
Then
degree
they're
of
going to doubt
certainty.
that.
They're going to be like, nah, I don't buy that.
Yep.
AI could do that. Like yeah, there is going to be video evidence is going to be difficult. That is going to be
Another thing I wanted
until we're
to
all transhumanists with fucking cyberpunk eyes.
to clarify something that was said before. There was like a clip on Twitter of a not so erudite stream, and so she stands up and leaves. Like she's like, "Oh, just get on cam, and then I'll run to the bathroom," just like you do, Prime, right? Oh, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. You guys behave.
Yeah.
And so she stands up and leaves, and then immediately this guy, like in the thickest Indian accent, just starts like ripping on Destiny and calling him a pedophile and like going into it. It's very funny. And then he gets banned like pretty quick shortly thereafter. I highly recommend watching the video. It made me laugh.
Ripping on. Oh my god. Yeah, that's.
So you said you wanted to ask me something, by the way.
Yeah,
What was
speaking, I saw your performance, Sir Gibbs, looking like a
I only
bad
saw
guy,
clips.
looking like a bad guy from John Wick, showing up and laying down the whoopings in real life.
that?
Can I tell you, as someone who hasn't seen the debate, let me tell you this. I saw 2 clips of it on Twitter because I didn't even know that you were debating Destiny in person. I refuse to debate Destiny.
In person.
Whatever. I'm not. Yeah, like some event. And
Nice.
yeah, nice. Hell yeah, Gibbs. And then both of the clips were showed by like one. I can't remember the account, but it was like a pro DGG like orbiter thing. And like both of them, you still looked good. And I was like, damn, this must have been a fucking beat down if they're like selectively grabbing clips, bragging about Destiny owning, and like it's cutting off right before you make another response to it, and you still look like you're crushing him. I was like, God damn, this must have been really bad for Destiny.
Yeah, I like when I was going through.
But I don't
was
know.
in a-
Maybe you got stomped. I don't know.
No,
Who knows?
I'm
haven't seen
pretty
it.
confident. I'm pretty confident I got the win. Actually, like I'll even break down kind of like a quick analysis. I thought before we went, okay, all right, like obviously he's at a disadvantage. He's just taking. He doesn't know what the debate topics are beforehand, right? Like, and I had two options in my head. I was either A, we're gonna go for some wild like topic that like we're just gonna get a bunch of clips on each other. I was like, that'd be good. Or I was like, B, I'm going to pick something that's super in my wheelhouse that I know I'm going to just keep hammering over and over and over and over and over again and like look decent. And I picked the second one. I went in there with like kind of the ranching topic, and I knew that it was not going well for him whenever he tried to explain to me how they were automating fence digging. And I was like, yeah, bro, I if I had to wager money, I don't know that you've dug any fences in your life, and you're talking to a rancher about how to dig fences and what a post hole digger looks like. I mean, I don't. It was. I knew that was probably not a good line of thought. He's pretty good at like a generalist. And then I also noticed whenever he asked, so I like we kind of did the main topic, and it was kind of slowing down, and then the Pengburn asked, "Oh, on the last 5 minutes," he goes, "Oh, well, do you have anything else?" So then I was like, "Okay, I think I've got my dub. Let's open this up a little bit so he can get his content or his arguments in." And then that one got pretty entertaining. There was some good laughs in the crowd. And I think we both had some good clips. But yeah, I think resounding success. In my opinion. I mean, I don't know about what y'all thought, but yeah.
Yeah,
I think
I haven't seen it. I didn't know that it was happening.
You
were
were
oh shit, Gibbs.
The way you were dressed, though, you genuinely look like a John Wick villain. Like you walked in the velvet, like it's all velvet, right? It's a velvet suit.
It's silk, but yeah,
silk suit, incredible,
legit. Silk suit is legit.
Yeah,
hell yeah, dude.
I was like, and the other thing is like the showmanship. Like, okay, it's prime time on a Thursday night, guys. Like, if you're gonna go somewhere on the weekend and you're doing an event, like, why aren't you like dressed up? Like, it's good for your branding. Even if I look like a jackass, you're gonna be like, look at this guy's fit. You're gonna remember that, and people are just gonna look you up. I don't know why people don't do that more often, especially in the debate space. I also think wearing a suit in general gives you an air of like legitimacy for like when you go to do speaking events. Like, I'm gonna trust the guy in the suit somewhat more than I see the guy in like a t-shirt, like in blue jeans, unless it's like, with a bunch of billionaires. I don't know why that is. No offense, but like, I think it genuinely gives you an air of respectability, kind of thing. And
I think a suit
tell that to Zelensky
ethos.
Yeah, well,
I think, yeah, right. Well, I was actually just about to bring up Zelensky, but yeah, it depends on what it is that you are trying to sell, right? So in Zelensky's example, he's trying to sell the concept that like, of war and the concept of like being a general and being a soldier and that this is a fight, right? Like he's not trying to like, it's like this now isn't the time for respectability in suits. Now it's the same thing with like, it's the same thing when you saw like, Democrat politicians and Republicans used to do this. The older people here will remember, right? The Gen Z won't remember. There used to be this like, you'd see Obama, for example, he would go give a speech somewhere in a suit. And then he'd go talk to like a factory somewhere, and the suit jacket would come off, and the sleeves would get rolled up to your elbows.
Yeah, it's
like the dude's fucking doing factory work at the hydraulics plant or some shit. Like he's just there to talk to people, right? But it all depends on what it is that you're selling. And like I do think like wearing a suit, wearing good clothes can sell that ethos of that. But sometimes you want the opposite effect, right? Sometimes you want people to undersell yourself, right? As like, oh, I'm just a normal streamer. I'm just like everybody else.
Yeah.
I'm just a dude in my basement, right? And then just utterly cook the other person. Against Destiny, maybe that's not a good idea, but against somebody that feels the need to dress up in a suit, that is like, I'm a professor of economics and I'm going to debate you. Like if I was going to go debate some communist professor of economics on econ, some economic issue, I might show up in sweatpants and a hoodie, and people are like, look at this joke of a guy. And then it really makes them look more pathetic, because I'm very confident that in an econ debate against a Marxist, I'm going to utterly fucking cook them the entire time. And then it makes them look even worse because I'm just a streamer guy from a room somewhere. I'm not like a business suit econ professor like you. So I mean, it just all depends on. I mean, like there's different ways to play it, right? And, or Hassan, right? Hassan is constantly, wearing goofy ass designer clothing that makes him
But
look like
It's
he
branding.
should
though.
be at
I
like a
think-
runway,
I think that's
with
like
a bunch of
branding
fucking
Hassan.
degenerates.
You know what I'm saying? Like
That
I
is
think
a little
that it's
odd.
intelligent.
Yeah, that's his
Like,
branding. Yeah,
yeah, and like I think that's the same.
but that
thing
is,
kinda I was,
it is better
going
than
for.
that is
So-
dressing up.
Like I think it's important. I don't
Yeah.
know, branding wise. Go ahead, Prime. Sorry.
No. Sorry, I didn't see this. I didn't know. But I'll take Lactoid's word for it.
I watched it. It was awesome.
Okay, yeah, I'll take
Gibbs
Lactoid's word
was
for you.
Gibbs was on it.
Okay, yeah,
was on.
I'll take all your words for it. That he cooked Destiny, Bat Faith.
I don't know if he cooked him,
opponent.
but Gibbs was on it, man. He actually had Destiny has a way of running away with things, and Gibbs handled him pretty well, I thought.
Yeah,
There was
I
no.
wouldn't say he manhandled him.
I think
it was
the biggest
fair.
thing that I think you did, the biggest thing that I think you did well, and this is hard to do in a public debate if you're actually there in front of a live audience, is you didn't get caught on anything where like you stammered or took like some time to think. Like you had a response ready to go for every question right away, which made you come across very confident.
Yeah, awesome.
Well, thank you.
Speaking of in person, Lactoid, I've got this event coming up next month.
I've heard.
Yeah,
You
are
should-
you going?
You should come out.
Probably not.
Oh, come on, man.
I'm going. I
No,
never
we'll-
go to
we'll
shit
be-
like
we'll-
this.
We'll
I'm
be
going.
there.
That's awesome,
Yeah.
dude.
Everybody's invited.
Yeah, I feel like
Nice
Lactoid isn't
deflection.
the
That's
go
awesome.
outside.
I like that for you. You know what I mean? Like,
That's good shit. Hey, I think Scott brings the heat. I think he would do well in an event like that.
Yeah, but he needs an opponent.
Nuke debate 2.
2.0, yeah.
We had a struggle to find something that we would like be able to substantively disagree with
Well-
over the course of several hours.
I'll tell you what, y'all are about to be having to do, probably going to be having to do the DCS here, Contender Series, eventually once, probably next month after. all
Yeah,
this
am I?
stuff
I think I'm
comes out.
against Average Debate Enjoyer for my first round.
Yeah, I think that's your first one, yeah.
Yeah.
And then Fabian's got Quintuple, so it'll be good. I'm excited.
So-
Maybe y'all can have round 2.
It was funny last night. I had
So-
this guy that I kind of bludgeon him about the head occasionally, and and I told him I don't like him. I actually don't like this guy at all. Like I've tried really hard. I just don't like him. But
Wait,
he's
who?
like,
That's
Grid
the worst
won't let
insult
me-
I've ever
Grid-
heard. I tried really hard to like you, but man, I just don't.
I just couldn't get there, man.
This
And,
is so much worse than like hating somebody for a reason. It's just
Yeah.
like, dude, I genuinely tried, but just
I
don't know
have.
if
I've
it's the way
genuinely
you look,
just
or
not
your
likable.
personality, or you as a human, or your soul, or whatever's behind your eyes. But it's just red
I
flags
just don't
everywhere,
like
man.
it.
I don't know.
I just don't like it. And I've given.
Killing
And
him with
so I
kindness.
told him. So he was like, "Well, I was gonna go, but Grid probably doesn't want me there." And I'm like, "No, you can come. I don't care. It's free for all. I still don't like you though, but you can still show up. I mean, it's not like I'm not a leftist. I don't ban people I don't like. So
So I'd
that
like
role.
to. Well, congratulations on everyone on anything. As well as
Hell
as
yeah.
usual. As usual, I'm
thanks.
no. As usual, I'm out of the loop, so I don't know what anyone's talking about on anything. But
I'm sorry.
No. I remember you mentioned that you were part of an in-person event and you were doing like a pre-show type thing.
yeah, for
previously,
DebateCon 6, yeah.
Yeah. So I remember that part.
We had a
but
good show
everything
too,
else,
Prime.
what'd you say?
I said you also got to tell them we had a pretty good show the other night too.
Oh yeah, we did. It was
Sarah.
enjoyable talk with my friend Gibbs. We were on different sides of should the Israel the U.S. drop a support for Israel. I thought Gibbs and I had a good conversation. Unfortunately, that bitch ass pussy Tyler was around. He's a bitch, and it. It is what it is.
Oh, man.
But still,
Tyler, here's how I feel about Tyler, right? Since you think he's a bitch. Here's what I've noticed about Tyler. There are not too many people that get into politics online just for the love of the game. That's how I feel about Tyler doesn't actually give a fuck. He doesn't
Right.
have any
Yeah.
strong political
True.
opinions. in any one
Yeah, he
place
does.
or
He's
another.
I think that's
strong
changed
Zi-
lately.
He's a Zionist. What are you talking about?
Maybe,
He's
maybe,
like,
but it seems like he's in it for the love of the game.
Initially-
like, it seems like
Yeah.
you're machining your voice. Is that me or is that it?
Me?
Might
Is
be
my
me.
voice machining?
you're saying me.
No, not yours. Yours is fine. Scott wasn't.
Oh, Scott,
Scott
sounds
sounds
good to
great.
me.
I'm hearing
Oh.
you in someone else's speakers somewhere.
I don't know. So maybe it's just on my end, but like,
It's
all
me.
right, it's fine. If everyone else can hear Scott perfectly well, then keep going.
Well, you were saying I'm wrong. That like I
Yeah,
don't
you were explaining that Tyler's
like I
a
haven't
bitch.
followed him.
Yeah,
I was just
Tyler's
saying.
a-
It seems like he doesn't. I don't know. When I notice that I would think maybe 90% of people that are large accounts with large followings, right, are already bought and paid for by some NGO, activist organization, money of some sort, right? Like when I see Bibi Netanyahu and he asks his table of influencers, what's the most important purchase right now? And they all collectively get the answer wrong because he was looking for TikTok, and they all say followers because the entire table admits that Israel bot follows all of their accounts and that everybody else is doing it too, and they know that. When I see somebody that's in it for the love of the game, it's almost like they're transparent in that they're just there to entertain and that they're just there to say whatever. And I almost have more respect for that than the overwhelming majority of pundits that pretend like these opinions are actually their deep, heartfelt, personal opinions of an ideology that they believe in and that they're attempting to promulgate, right? Because like you look at anybody with more than 100 or maybe even more than 50,000 subscribers on YouTube, or like, someone that gets over 150, 200 live viewers on Twitch, a good chunk of those live viewers are going to be bots. A bunch of them are going to be bot subscribed, and a bunch of them are going to get being paid by somebody, be it Progressive Victory or Chorus Media or BB or fucking whoever. And so it's like, I don't know. When I see somebody who's just like, yeah, I don't give a fuck. I just kind of go wherever the wind blows because I think this is fun. I'm like, all right, I can respect that more than I can respect somebody like, I don't know, not so erudite that like is, tied to her pedophile friend because she can't because like that's where the money flows.
Yeah. So
I
anyway,
disagree.
Tyler. Yeah, we got you first.
I think Tyler does have strong beliefs. I don't think he got on with strong beliefs, but I think he's latched on to some. And my issue is
I could be wrong on that, right? Like I don't
Yeah.
follow his content that deeply.
Yeah, my issue isn't that he like has wrong beliefs. It's that he is dishonest, right? Like just like we've had him so many like just straight up lies, right? Not just about like random like whatever topic we're discussing, but about like interpersonal things. Like he lied about Prime never inviting him on again, for example. Like stuff like this that I think is just like just makes you kind of a bitch.
I didn't know that.
I literally have a
I think
screenshot. Like it's just bullshit.
AI,
No.
AI screenshots.
AI screenshots. There we go, boys. Photoshop.
Photoshop's back, baby. Let's go.
Photoshop's the dark ages, baby.
But in any case, yeah. So I there's nothing to focus on, but we did have a good conversation. The reason I was trying to transition us to other topics while we're waiting here. Well, I mean, waiting, I guess, only for Corey. But I'm curious where you guys are at. I'm not sure if we should make this a full topic or not. Not until something really explodes. But I am hearing
Knowing
myself through
America
someone
these
else's-
days.
Yeah, your
It
echo is
will.
like crazy.
Yes, I'm hearing myself through. I don't know where.
It sounds like you
Um,
have like two mics open or something.
I definitely don't. I shouldn't.
Right. I'm just telling you what
Yeah,
it
yeah,
sounds
yeah.
like. It
Yeah, I
sounds
know,
like
yeah,
there's
I
like
know.
a laptop mic or something that's
Can we-
also on.
Let's
something.
Can we just test something? This is like a continuous thing.
Testing.
Everybody hears double. I'm gonna.
Do you
mute-
guys hear double now?
Yeah, it's
I
very
didn't hear
quiet.
double.
I
Yeah.
didn't hear
I
that.
heard it just like right at the start, then
because
stop.
I didn't.
Okay. Yeah. Everyone
I hear
mute.
it now.
I'm gonna mute Dan.
Everyone mute.
I heard it
Yeah.
on Admiral Gibbs' side too.
Everyone
So it might
mute.
be coming through somebody else's speaker.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
I think it's Grid's
Everyone-
mic. I think Grid
Grid
has his thing unmuted and the sound's coming through the mic.
Testing.
I did before.
Yeah. Okay. So Grid unmute.
Yeah, can you guys hear through my mic?
Testing.
Testing.
I don't hear it. Oh my god. Okay.
What the fuck?
We're
I
gonna.
think it was
It might-
either
it might
for
be mine.
Grid or Gibbs.
Yeah.
It's mine. Testing.
Yeah. Well, we'll slowly try to figure it out then. Test. Oh yeah, I think it might be lactoids. The moment you
Yep.
test,
It might be.
Yeah.
Fucking lactoid, you fucking piece of shit.
Oh my god.
I remember my
Won't come
first
to
time
fucking
streaming.
Tennessee with us. Won't
Yeah, he will.
fucking get his
Yeah,
microphone shit
He's
fixed.
gonna.
Won't join the police force as a lawyer. I mean, all of the horrible things.
All the things.
Okay. So while Lactoid, hopefully decides to stop sabotaging my stream. Well,
There's no push to talk
Man.
here. That's like how
Tough
I
room,
prevent
tough
all these
room.
issues before.
So what I was gonna say, ask you guys about is federal troops going to cities, right? We might make this a larger topic. I was saying, like, especially if something explodes, but I want to know where you guys are at. That's why I put that banner down there. The Trump administration has been stopped by a federal judge. There was some late breaking news that I didn't get a chance to look into that might have changed this, but Trump has tried to get the was it the California National Guard at first to go to Portland, and then the Texas National Guard, and then or was it Oklahoma? One of them. Anyway, he tried to get them to go, but then a judge stopped them twice, and then said, okay, now no national guards, no matter what state they're in, can go. And there might be late breaking news on that part as well. So again, if I'm giving you misinformation, I apologize. And Trump keeps saying that Portland, Oregon, is up in insurrection. Like there's an insurrection going there. That there's like such a violent crime that needs to be put down by federal troops. Does anyone support this here?
Well, I mean, in my state, my governor just agreed with our state's attorney that he can send the National Guard to Memphis. So I guess I do agree with it. I don't know about Portland because I don't.
Do you
really
agree
pay
with just because
attention to
you're governor? Your governor said, like,
Well,
because your state official said so. Like, why do you agree with it?
Well, because I don't know why anybody would disagree with backing up.
I think he means from the legal. I don't think he's being a legal positivist and saying that it is right because the law says it is right. I think he's making the claim. I listen to my legal representatives in my state, and from the explanation given, it appears that it is indeed legal.
At least
I'm supporting him.
So let me.
I think he's being descriptive here.
Yeah,
Not
let me
prescriptive.
be a little bit more clarifying.
Okay.
In Tennessee, we have a state. In our state constitution, there's a law that says that the governor cannot send the National Guard to reinforce cities or anything like that. They can't use the National Guard without except in a certain number of cases. There's a certain there's some descriptors there that have to be met. And originally, the state's attorney was kind of like, I don't know, maybe, kind of, sort of. As they dug into it, now they've said, yeah, you know what? You can 100% send the National Guard, Tennessee National Guard, to Memphis to reinforce the police there and perform support role in Tennessee. Now, whether or not that applies to Portland, I don't know, because I haven't been paying attention to Portland. I don't honestly give a shit about Portland. I hope honestly, if they burned it down and rebuilt it, I wouldn't be sad. But at the end of the day, as far as I'm concerned, I don't see any specific problem. And I actually wonder why people have a problem with backing up law enforcement as needed. That seems very odd to me. And I'd really love to hear the reasoning behind it.
Sure. Well, as needed, but they don't need it. Like the governor of
They literally have riots. Right?
No, they're not.
Am I wrong
they don't
about
have
that?
riots. No.
Am I
they
wrong
don't-
about that?
Yeah,
don't think it
yeah.
is.
But that's what Trump has been saying. Trump has been like,
Well,
It depends on what you define as a riot. Like Portland has had multiple days of protests with people
against ICE.
blocking
Yeah.
ICE facilities, but I wouldn't classify that as. I mean, it just depends on what your classification is for a riot. They have not had like BLM protests where they're like burning down and like destroying
No, but
businesses.
they are
with it.
doing. They are
They,
one
doing.
of
it's
their-
been
one
fairly
of their-
controlled.
One of their police chiefs, well, or the police departments, was saying that, yeah, we watched the protest, and we literally, and the particular one he was talking about, we made no arrests. We made no arrests because no one was doing anything.
So here's
but-
the.
Sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I didn't realize. I thought you paused.
No, it's fine. Whatever. Which are Gibbs or Grid? Whichever one.
Yeah, if you don't mind, good. I would like to jump in real quick, and then you
Could I just make the
Go
one
ahead.
point? Thank you. So interestingly enough, I kind of looked into this, not just mainly because of what's going on in my state, but if you're actually interfering with federal operations, and interfering can be anything from protesting outside to try and prevent them from doing their work or anything like that. I do believe that Trump would have the authority to send in the National Guard because to back up just the federal troops in and of itself. But the real interesting thing is that most of the you keep when people always, not you necessarily, Prime, but people, I hear this a lot, make the point that, well, the police chiefs aren't asking for it. Well, police chiefs are elected officials. They're not. They have a political. They're in the political game, and I don't know that they're the best indicator of what needs to be happening. I would be much more interested in what the watch commanders and the cops on the street have to say than what the chief of police has to say, since they're a political figurehead and not actually enforcing the law day to day. Now, that's just my opinion, but I'm interested to hear what everybody has to say. And I'm sorry, Gibbs, I interrupted you. I just want to throw that out there.
Yeah, I mean, so all right, I have some friends that live in Portland, and they're basically saying that it's not like a riot, but they're actually taking over the area, right? Business owners can't get there, people that live in the area can't get there, and it's several blocks wide. It's not just it's more like the Chaz than it is like the BLM like rotate kind of thing is what I've heard it described as. And I mean, I don't know that you could sit here and say that it's not needed. One, we've seen any of the places where we sent the troops, crime has gone dramatically down just because they're able to like guard federal buildings, they're able to help logistically, and that lets the police, have more.
Crime has been going, but you acknowledge that crime has been going down this entire
yeah,
time. We've been in a downward slope.
Well,
all
once again,
across
sure,
the board, right?
Sure. Well, no, I don't recognize that, and the reason I don't recognize that is because of the Dems' dishonest way they've reclassified crime, right? Obviously, if we don't enforce, if we don't arrest people like in California, for example, they don't arrest people for any crime that's under $1,000 in theft. Of course, you're gonna have less crime reported. Yeah, of course, all the thefts are
These
gonna
are
be way
federal
lower.
crime
But
statistics.
sure. Well, yeah, because they're reported to you by locals. Like if the local jurisdictions aren't enforcing the crimes, of course they're like enforcing laws. Of course, like for example, if we suddenly, let's just say we all were on board with the
But that
ICE,
would also
like,
mean that you don't
but
have
hold-
actual data that like.
well,
so
yeah,
if,
because
if,
because
hold on,
they're,
but
because
one
they're
second.
manipulating.
If you're saying that that they aren't making arrests, right? Well, then where's the data that like those crimes are
Okay,
actually happening?
I
Like where are
will
you getting the data?
that's my point right here. So,
Sure.
all right, do you agree if, like, say, let's just call year one, right? Year one, you have 100,000 crimes, right? And then of those, 50,000 of those crimes were under $1,000, enforcement things where they stole from a store, all right, just for the sake of the stars. And then the
Okay.
next year, the local cops is told by their city or state official, hey, we're not going to prosecute any of these crimes that are under $1,000. And so in year two, wow, crime is 50,000%, like it's 50% less than the year before. Well, it's not that crime's 50% less. It's that you have 50% less enforcements and 50% less all these reports.
Sure.
because
What
they can't even
changes
report.
in what jurisdictions,
Sure.
right?
And what I'm saying
Specifically,
is, so
have like
when
made this shift.
so when I see things like that, right, it's clear.
Well,
to
where
me
do you see
that
them? Where
crime-
do you see them?
We
That's what I'm
see them in
asking.
places like Washington D.C. where they openly
Okay,
lack
where can you
enforcing
show
laws.
me?
Yeah, you
Like-
can look this up in a second, but I really would like to finish
Okay.
this point real quick, and I'll
Sure,
find
fine.
the data if you want.
Sorry,
But like,
I'm sorry.
so yeah, I think that when we're reframing it, I do the crime data. Yeah, but back to what I was saying about I've been told by people that it's more like the Chaz, and I definitely don't have a problem with them coming in here and saying, hey, it's time to crack the whip. Y'all are not going to sit here and attack people like this girl that was the Fox News reporter. She's the independent reporter, I think, in Fox News had on. And she was literally attacked. She has a black eye giving the interview. And there was a cop that was watching and then walked this person into an Antifa safe house and didn't arrest him. And, like while he watched, yeah, this is literally what happened. It was live on television. Like you can look this up. They literally walk him in there, and it's like, okay, well, this guy is being tangibly supported. And I think what was his name, Annie Nagano, gets attacked by the people there, and they, instead of arresting the people that are assaulting him, they arrest him. And I think that, when things like that are happening, it's time to send in some federal people to go look at this stuff. And give me a moment, I'll look up to find the crime.
If I can talk a little bit about the crime situation. So first and foremost, I'll set aside some of my ANCAP beliefs, right? Because it'll just derail everything. Because
Thank you.
other than just to say these are two criminal organizations fighting each other, so I kind of
Sure.
don't give a fuck. Like Antifa are terrorists, and so are ICE. But setting that aside, when we talk about crime, one of the things that I have noticed is this, this increasing detachment from reality that the left has, where 10 years ago, there was this kind of demand that the left would like subvert truth, or they'd tell half truths, right? They would just be like, oh, well, they'd tell like half of the story, and then they wouldn't really explain the story. Or they'd give you a truth like, like for example, George Zimmerman shooting, right? Like they'd show you a picture of Trayvon Martin 4 years before the actual Trayvon Martin situation. And then they'd show a picture of George Zimmerman where he looked whiter and where he was fatter, and like try and make it look like, well, clearly it was just this poor little innocent boy with a pack of Skittles, and like George Zimmerman's this evil murderer, instead of showing like the updated 17-year-old or 16-year-old, I can't remember the exact age, but the updated older teenager that was like, that clearly did attack George Zimmerman, or the fact that George Zimmerman was Hispanic, right? That was the kind of lies that the media used to tell. It was like half truths or subversion of truth. And more, I think we just see just straight up lying. And so I think we're kind of in a war now where increasingly we're not going to be able to trust municipalities' crime data at all. Like the crime data is like over and over again, I'm seeing like large swaths of minorities just being categorized as white, so that the crime data shows that white people are actually committing more crime. And like, I think there was reports of like, was it like Baltimore, where there was more people in the morgue that died from murder than murders reported. And like, it's just like, okay, like clearly something like my ability to deal with this data is based upon my trust that municipalities are doing their best to report the most accurate data. And as we get more tribal, and I don't even think it's necessarily like this is what leftism does. I think it's more of just a tribalistic political thing, where I'm just less and less likely to trust that data as it is reported anyways. But the second thing I want to say about crime and like the enforcement is like, Gibbs is probably right. Like if you send in the fucking National Guard, you're going to get less crime. And to say otherwise would be kind of silly.
Then
But
when
it's
you take
kind
the
of this-
National Guard out, doesn't the crime just come back?
Well, so here's what I would say is that it's kind of the same logic that communists use, right? Like in Mexico or another place or in Cuba, right? Where what they'll do is they'll spend a whole bunch of government money building hospitals and building schools. And then for like 4 or 5 years, they'll be like, look, the literacy rates went up. Look, the deaths went down. Look, healthcare is better. It's like, yeah, if you steal a bunch of money from the economy and build schools, literacy rates go up, obviously. But you'll see that they always keep that like 4 or 5 year window when they're proving how communism or socialism works, and they don't zoom out. And it's like, but what other things happen when you start taxing people to an extreme degree or taking a bunch of money out of the economy? And what ends up happening is billionaires and millionaires flee your country, so you have less of a tax base, you have less productive money in the economy.
Sorry, I
you have
don't
less
want to.
things.
Please, I don't want to.
You don't want to listen to me be right.
Can I make one
Yeah,
more?
I'm just
no,
saying it's
understood,
a
no.
socialist
but, like,
argument.
hold on,
It's like
let's
obviously
I
this
wanna
reduces
stick on the-
crime, but what are the unintended consequences
Yeah,
of the
I-
cost
I-
of bringing in federal troops, both financially,
and that's the
morally, like
and that's the thing that I
psychologically,
wanted
etc.?
to talk about. One,
That's literally what I'm
like,
talking about. You're just mad that I'm proving socialism is bad?
I don't care. I already know your stance on socialism. I don't give a fuck, right? I just want to like focus on the thing before we spiral, right? So yes.
I'm not spiraling. I'm
socialism,
giving a
evil.
counter argument to
And
Gibbs.
millionaires and billionaires
assertions.
are fleeing, as we can all see. All right, great. Any which way. So
That's not the argument I made.
Focusing. I don't care. But
I know you don't
focusing on
care, you
the
don't
other-
listen, and you get
Please,
mad
come
when I
on,
start
please,
proving
please,
socialism
please.
is bad.
Oh my god, dude! Seriously, you know I don't care when you do that. I don't care. I don't care.
I don't
I'm
know
saying
that
if
I
you
do
wanna
know
focus-
that.
Please,
Socialism
Please.
bad.
Can I focus? Thank you. All right.
Correct.
So going back to the thing that you said, yes, indeed. Like, and that was going to be my response to Gibbs. Yes, when you bring in troops to any city, of course, crime is going to be. People are scared, right? The general populace is scared. You know what else also decreased, right? Just people going to restaurants, people going out, right? The populace is now being told, hey, there's a war happening, right? That there's some sort of insurrection going on in your city, right?
Yeah.
Whether you believe that or you don't believe that, one or the other, you have troops coming in, armed individuals in the streets patrolling around, right? Yeah, that scares people. So yeah,
That one of the
that-
unintended
Well,
consequences.
I
of
mean,
social
hold on. So I have a
decreases
friend of mine who was just in Washington D.C. and
Oh,
I'm
boy.
going to read you what he wrote about it.
Oh, no.
He says, "I am not a fan, and capitalize not, of having the military on our city streets, but I've been coming to D.C. several times a year for more than a decade, and for this trip, it is a completely different city. Union Station doesn't reek of piss, vomit, and weed smoke. Even the floors were clean.
What the
Police,
fuck?
not military, were patrolling both the metro stations as well as the trains. People walked freely without being harassed or looking harried or worried. Even single young women and families with kids. The National Guardsmen that I saw were restrained and professional, even though they like this duty slot even less than those who have to watch it happen. There are still homeless here and still plenty of protesters in tents. They didn't just wipe the streets clean, but there are no more blatant drug deals in the open, no more aggressive street people, and no more overdoses on the sidewalk in front of me, which all were regular occurrences on previous trips. And yes,
yes.
I know Mussolini also made the trains run on time. which is why
Yes, I was
very
waiting.
much-
I was waiting.
I
just
hear
a
that about
very
cities
good-
all the time.
Yeah, hold on. Before you even do that, like I've been a Union Station plenty of times. I've gone through
Yeah.
Union Station. I've never seen anything like that. Yeah, there occasionally you'll see homeless individuals like you do in any fucking train station, any
Yeah.
transportation system.
Not in
anywhere.
DC. The trains are
Not
running
in
on
DC
time.
for that
boys.
one.
Yeah. But like,
I was literally going to ask
like,
you. So is he saying the trains run on time? Like,
Yeah,
fucking,
yeah.
that's hilarious.
So, So this idea that DC was just some drug infested crime war zone here is nonsense. I've been going to DC for
The
few
president's
times. Now, everything was
neighborhood was
different.
just
No,
a
I've been
drug
going to
zone.
DC for I've been going through those same areas for years as well, right? Well, actually, I don't know where he's gone. To be fair, I don't know exactly what areas he's been. But specifically, he brought up Union Station, so that's what I'm referring to, right? Yeah, I've always been impressed by Union Station. I've gone to plenty of transportation hubs, right? And Union Station is one of the best ones. Like, what is he talking about?
I guess when I was there, they had an off day because when I was there,
How are you a
and this has been
leftist
like
and
4
you
or 5
forgot
years ago,
that you
but it
couldn't
did in
make
fact
the
smell like
fascist
piss and
joke?
vomit, so.
I don't care. But so yeah, like I mean, I don't know, man. Like
I hear this about cities all the time, but like I
All the
went to New
time.
York
And
like
people don't live in
a month
cities.
ago, and I went to Philadelphia before that while they were having the protest during the 4th of July and stuff like that, and it wasn't that bad. Obviously, there are going to be bad neighborhoods that are just in general bad, but like the downtown areas are never as fucking piss ridden and like homeless laden. There isn't shit all over the streets. Like I use the subway when I'm in New York, Chicago, when I've like been out. Like it's fine.
I think it's a
what
city-
to be
sometimes the
expected.
subways do smell like piss. Like that
Well,
happens.
but like that's honestly
Well,
I mean,
Depends
all,
on the
all
day
of
you
New
go.
Orleans smells like piss.
Right,
but that's
and I'm
neither
gonna be
here nor
honest,
there.
Sometimes
the
they
last time I
burn
was in
women
New
alive
York-
on them, and the cops just turn the other eye because it's not their problem. You know.
Yeah,
Well,
I
yeah,
was-
hey, and they're not gonna, if they don't prosecute that doesn't count as a crime.
I was in New York
True.
last year, and there was literally a guy pissing through a fence as I walked by. It was the
Yeah.
craziest thing. I thought it was hilarious.
I mean, if
No,
you're
hold
gonna
on,
piss
but-
somewhere, piss on the other side of the fence. You know what I mean? Don't piss on
Yeah.
where you're. You know what I mean?
So
Like,
yeah,
Prime,
it's
smart.
Prime, what is your? I guess what's your position? Like, do you think that this is not going to like have any kind of substantive effect on crime?
Well, no,
Not really.
that's not my argument in the first place, right? Of course,
Exactly.
it's going to have I've said sorry, no,
Temporary.
Lacto, I'm not attacking you, to be clear, right? But like I already said, I'm not sure if you might have missed it, right? I said specifically, yes, sending in armed men, right, gangs of armed men into an area is going to scare people, so that one, they don't go outside in the first place, and two, yeah, that's going to decrease crime. Like, but that's not the point. I'm saying, like, the thing that I'm trying to bring up, the thing I'm trying to examine, is if they should be in the first place. Not whether he legally has the ability to do so, right? In terms of DC, definitely has the ability to do so, right? And in terms of other cities, well, that's being highly contested.
He
And
still
so I'll let the
likely
courts figure that
does.
out.
He still likely
Um,
does. And so, I mean, I think there's a strong argument legally, and it has
But
had
hold on, sorry,
very
but
strong
the
effects in
thing
DC.
before I was going to say before you finish that, yeah, like I'm not contesting the legal ability for a president has such broad powers, right? That it's likely you can go more in detail on this when you go. Likely that he has the ability to do that. I'm saying, should he be doing this? Like, he's doing this off the idea that like Portland is almost an open insurrection. I've heard, and I didn't look into this, right? But like that was late breaking news, and I haven't looked into the article. That Trump is considering using like literally the Insurrection Act, right? He was blocked by the judge by bringing in the National
insurrection
Guard,
can
right?
be anything now, right?
Insurrection could be
Colorado
anything.
can
though.
give like
That's-
6 definitions.
Insurrection. If
So we
I'm
can
gonna-
find
I'm
a way
gonna go
for
into
January
that.
6th to be one. It's like, you
yeah,
know.
but hold on, but yeah, sorry. If you say that January 6th is, at the same time, though, if people attacking the Capitol is definitely not an insurrection, right? If we're going to say that, then what's happening in Portland certainly fucking isn't. And so,
it's
like,
almost
it
like
seems like
when you give
it
the
seems
government
like-
power, the other
yeah,
party
I
uses it
agreed.
against
So
you.
agreed. Dude, I understand. Yes, we understand. I got it right. But like when
Heaven forbid I make good arguments.
oh my God, Fred, I just like don't want to go down the route, please. We understand what your position on this is.
You want to make a moral
but-
argument, but you don't want me to argue for my moral philosophy. Got it.
Damn,
uh,
Prime.
The problem, I think, Scott, I think
Damn.
the problem is with your
Uh,
argument is that there's no resolve. Like we can agree, but then there's
Hold
no
on,
resolve.
let him finish
Yeah,
it, and then I'm going to respond.
Yeah, and I'd love to hear what you have to say. Fuck, where was I?
If January 6th wasn't an insurrection, then Portland surely isn't an insurrection.
If January 6th, I'm not exactly sure where I was going with this now. But if January 6th was an insurrection, so the it seems like, right? It seems like that Trump is trying to create the actual emergency, right? What happens when like the National Guard, right, goes to a city, stands around, doesn't do a fucking thing, maybe picks up trash, which nice to beautify cities. Okay, that's great, right? Spending millions of dollars to do that, sure, why not? We'll stand around picking trash like they did in DC, right? They're not doing anything. However,
Factory beautification.
and somehow, some way, right, an altercation happens, and one of them gets shot, right? What happens then, right? Like a National Guardsman, right, gets shot. Oh well, look at this look at the crime, right? Like they're fighting American troops, right?
That
Well, I
already
gotta
happened.
send in more. Maybe we need tanks. Who knows? Like
That
once
already
you-
happened.
Uh,
ICE
what-
agents were attacked. Chrissy Noam went to I think it was Fox News to talk about how ICE agents were attacked by like a group of 8 people that rolled up on their vehicles, and then in the altercation, ICE agents had to shoot one of them.
They
Yeah,
They
shot.
got
You're
reverse
right.
iced.
You're right.
Right?
They
So
shot.
So I mean,
a
their
woman, as far as I
presence,
understand.
their presence is there, and then the Antifa terrorists, right, attack the ICE terrorists, and then that. I'm with you. I think it
I
probably.
agree.
I think I almost feel like they're doing exactly like you're doing. They're baiting an ICE agent to get shot, right? Like, because you just pump the city full of, a city full of a bunch of Antifa terrorists, right? They're all pieces of shit. Those people on the streets, they're not like they want violence where they feel like they can get it, and so there's a lot more opportunities for it. I do feel like they're not going as hard as Trump said he would go, just waiting for an ICE agent to get shot, so then they can really go hard, because then they have the moral justification.
ICE and the other part I was going to bring in was the other federal troops as well.
The
But
Guard,
yeah, ICE
yeah.
specifically. I was trying to like divide the two, but I mean, in the end, it's the same, right? Like in terms
Federal
of
agents,
inciting,
yeah.
and then in terms of inciting, one, the populace, and then being an excuse for the government to ratchet up violence, right? They work the same. So I guess there's no point making that divide. I'm sorry, Lactoid. You want to say something?
Okay, so a couple points here. Whether somebody, when you say could, I think ultimately this still is related to should, right? Obviously, I think we all agree he should not do things that are illegal. That'd be not a good thing to do. I think the law probably on, like as you said, definitely in DC. It seems like the authorization for the National Guard in Chicago and Portland and there's a couple other cities is on the basis of defending the federal facilities, the ICE facilities, which you get to do. And I'm torn on this, right? Because there's part of me is like, you see a crime decrease in Washington, D.C. Like crime is down by half as compared to last year, because argue what extent this had to do with that, we don't fully know. And then we also have the Democrats, when they were going after Trump, defined January 6th as an insurrection. And a lot of the definitions that we got was a very broad definition of insurrection that would fit this. Okay. But I rejected insurrection then. And I would agree, it would seem, I think this is the logical entailment of why you point out stupidity when you see it, because this is not an insurrection. I'm sorry. It's not. And I don't think that it's like, I don't, even though legally he probably is the basis, I don't like the way that insurrection has been twisted legally over time. And I don't think it's actually in, as the law is or was intended to be. So, I mean, yeah, kind of shitty. The idea of like more feds in the states, not a good thing. But if the end result of
sedition,
what's up?
Legally, would you say it's closer to sedition?
I wouldn't even say it. To me, it's closer to a riot than it is insurrection.
No, but I mean the forces behind it, right? The rhetoric, the reasoning, what's going on, what's driving the riots. Would you legally, would it be closer to sedition?
I don't.
I have a question.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
I'm genuinely curious.
Okay, I'm just
no.
curious.
I hear you. I don't think so. I think this is what happens when you adopt such a broad definition of the word insurrection when you're trying to go after the guy you want to go after. And now this, I think, inadvertently gives Trump a very powerful argument, which is, I have a court ruling, and you guys said insurrection means this, and they are doing insurrection under this definition, inarguably. And the Insurrection Act allows me to send in National Guard when there's an insurrection, doesn't it? Well, yes. Okay, so now I get to do it. Yes. Now he gets to do it.
I'm curious though, right? Like, what is the culpability? I guess morally in one sense, but more so legally, for like you see these protests, and it's kind of pathetic of the Trump administration and their inability to govern, because they're just so bad at it. That they haven't been able to figure out in any way, shape, or form where all this money is coming from. Because it's very obvious that there's a lot of professional protesters.
Yep.
It's very obvious that they have the similar signs that are all laminated in the same places. So, like, what is the culpability of NGOs, especially ones that may be getting funneled government money? Because we know most NGOs are getting funneled government money at some point.
Oh, if it's going to a now designated terrorist organization?
Right, if it's going to, and if it's specifically funding and supporting riots or blocking of federal forces that has been designated a terrorist organization.
Yeah.
Like if they can find which NGOs and individuals, because I'm sure there's Democrat donors that have donated to them, but who's running them are usually like, no-name people with like 20,000 followers on Twitter, et cetera. But like, how's that work when you're directly funding or knowingly funding these organizations by laminating their signs, paying them to be there, etc.?
Well, I mean, it was very recently Antifa was designated a terrorist organization, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know exactly how that's going to play
previous
out.
funding, yeah.
Which you disagree with?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, they definitely seem to operate like a terrorist organization.
Okay, so you're for branding domestic terrorism, like groups as domestic terrorists?
That's a good question. Because then the logical follow up is going to be, well, then obviously the Klan is terrorist too, and we have a Supreme Court case in Skokie that defended their
Me.
right to march.
The Biden administration in 2021 put out a memo saying that anarcho-capitalists were a threat to democracy.
That is
and
very
potential-
different
like,
than designating you
didn't
as a terrorist. Yeah.
Right, but I'm saying
But that's like the
if we
step
had this,
before
if we
it.
had this habit of presidents, because every power that one president uses, the other president's going to use. The
That's
next
always
incoming
true.
president uses against you, right? Like I think the Biden administration knew that they couldn't go quite that far, but there was definitely like these are people you need to be on a watch out, and we were paired up with Bugalo Boys and all these other groups, and it's like, how the fuck are ANCAPs like this threat? It's like, oh no, we want to seize government power to get rid of power being abused against people. It's like, oh, we're so violent. Is that because we're anti-violence, right? So I mean, like, yeah, what what is should there ought there be a strict rationale as to what gets designated a
So
terrorist
yeah,
organization?
to
And how
answer
do we go through that?
to answer the original question, now that they are, I don't know what steps the administration is going to take when it comes to people who fund them, because there are a lot of restrictions on funding terrorist organizations. I was okay with designating the cartels a terrorist organization, but and initially the knee-jerk reaction is like fuck Antifa, right? Because they are violent, thugs that attack people in the streets and like are entirely aimed, in my opinion, on shutting down expression using violence, which is like the classical definition of terrorism. But there's a big but there. Designating domestic organizations as a terrorist organization, to me, could be and might be simply being used or could be used as a circumvention of the First Amendment protections of those organizations, right? So like Scott, let's say, Trump designated Antifa a terrorist. Let's say President Gavin Newsom comes in next time, God forbid.
Oh yeah, no,
and
I agree. That's
and the Libertarian Party is now a terrorist organization. Let's just say that would be like pretty terrifying.
Yeah, it would probably be something closer to like Oath Keepers. You know what I mean? They're a terrorist organization, despite the fact that the Second Amendment gives us a right to a well-regulated militia, right? Like the Second Amendment specifically says we're supposed to have militia organizations that are just as armed as the United States government military, right? Like there's no rationale that you can't have any of the weapons that the army has in a militia organization. But if having political idea, and especially when you have something like Antifa, I think the real crux here is that they're decentralized, right? So because they're decentralized, well, they're sort of decentralized. They get funding from NGOs, they get funding from leftist organizations and political organizations, but there's no leader of Antifa, right? There's chapters that get banned on social media and then they pop right back up, or people that are in an abandoned building somewhere. And so it becomes a moniker and an ideology. And then it's like, well, how do you designate an ideology or a moniker? Antifa.
So Scott, that's exactly where I want to go. And I haven't forgot what you get. So I'm going to shoot to you, friend. My response was, well, like if you're talking about, saying the Oath Keepers or the Klan or what have you, right? Or the Libertarian Party, right? Like if you're saying that those along the domestic terrorists, well, then that's at least an organization with membership, right? That you can go after. Or what was that other one that got banned in Canada by Enrique Tarrio, the something boys?
Proud Boys.
The Proud Boys.
Thank you. Proud Boys. Yeah, but yeah, they were.
And in America when we jailed them.
But I don't think they didn't get the designation. So I'm
yeah.
So like they had they had members, right? It was a clearly defined group, like you said, Scott, right? Like Antifa is literally, it's just an ideology, right? Like,
I mean, like Ghost of Tsushima just came out. The voice actress has a post being like, "I'm Antifa and so is my wife," right? It's part of the big controversy with people with not wanting to support or vice versa.
Fair
Ghost
enough.
of Tsushima, right?
I haven't heard of that, but okay. But I mean, I believe you. I'm not saying you're lying. So I hear you, right? This is a diffuse organization. So then, like, because there is no membership, because there is no Antifa Central or anything like that and
Mhm.
nonsense, right? Well, then who is like according to the government, who is Antifa, right? Like that could be anyone, right? So like I'm
Yeah.
anti-Zionist, right? Like, and I'm very proudly so, right? Won't stop saying it. But like, is that anti-fascist? I mean, I one thing I specifically said, and you guys, I know you guys disagree with me, of course, that Zionism is fascism, and so that means I'm anti-Zionism. I mean, I'm anti-fascist, right? That's Antifa. There we go, right? We have an Antifa member.
Well,
Let's take
yeah,
action
yeah.
against
So
them.
I mean, like you see this meme often with Antifa, right? Like, which is like I recently saw some streamer and they were like doing the meme, right, where they were like, "I'm Antifa," right? And it's like, "Oh, so you're saying you're pro-fascist?" Like, of course I'm anti-fascist, right? And it's like, okay, tell the dude to say "White Lives Matter" and watch him fucking crumble, right? Like he understands that the term Antifa is referring to something other than the moniker just being anti-fascist.
Yeah,
The same way that people understand BLM or Black Lives Matter is not necessarily just saying that the lives of black people matter, but that it's support for a neo-Marxist organization and critical race theory and things like that that are antithetical to like conservative or libertarian thought. What I would say is, and I know you don't want me to get too ANCAP with it, but I do have to answer the question, is that when you have like what matters is two things, right? When it comes to crime and how you can be punished for crime. And the first thing is actions, and the other thing is what it is that you communicate. And so the first thing, actions, should be we should prosecute people that actively engage in terrorist activities. Obviously, I think most people would agree with that. And then we should prosecute people that
depends what you call terrorist activities.
knowingly materially support those activities, right? So printing placards, maybe not so much, right? But if you drop a pallet of bricks off the night before a protest, well, it's kind of fucking obvious when you're buying that you're trying to support terrorist activity and violence by dropping off weapons in the location that the protest is supposed to occur
Yeah,
in
fair,
another
fair.
time, right? So that's one thing. That's actions. The other thing is words. And what I would say is if you say I am Antifa or you say I am a communist, what you have communicated is that you believe might makes right. You believe that anyone that has the power can use that power against you. And therefore, we can do whatever the fuck we want to you until you recant that position. You don't get to simultaneously say, I believe in human rights, but also I believe in supporting terrorist organizations.
Okay, so I'm going to disagree with you there, but I didn't want to make a whole thing on this. But my problem is then I'm going to let my friend Gibbs go. Is that I think specifically like I have a problem with the whole narco terrorism thing, right? I think what's the conversation about Trinidad Aragua and then other like South American gangs is like crazy, right? I have my own problems with that, but specifically with Antifa because it's just a diffuse ideology, right?
Can I
That
meet
if
you
we
halfway?
one
Maybe.
second, let me only make the point.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like because it's just a diffuse ideology, we're giving the government, specifically Trump, a blank check to use violence against anyone he designates an enemy. That's
Yeah.
my
Here's my olive branch to you, right? I think Tren de Agua is obviously a terrorist organization. I think Antifa is obviously a decentralized terrorist organization. I also believe that especially after 9/11, that the concept of designating an organization terrorist organization gives the state an expansionary power that was certainly not something that the founding fathers intended, and also not something that is really meant to be used in that way and is utilizing a loophole to potentially use resources or take actions that otherwise wouldn't be allowed against American citizens. And so like I do take issue with the designation of these groups as terrorist organizations to some extent because of the expansionary power that Congress over time has given blank checks to the executive once it becomes a terrorist organization.
Mhm.
But it's like, I feel like almost like we're trying to say organizations that are clearly terrorist aren't terrorist because once we say that, that's an admission of a certain power of the executive to use that the executive maybe shouldn't have that power to begin with.
And like I would, and then last thing again, because I keep saying it, I'm going to go to my friend Gibbs. Like I agree with pretty much most of what you just said. But what I'm also not saying is that we shouldn't be using police power against individuals who've done actual crimes, right? So if you do an actual crime, so even if we don't, designate them as terrorists, right? Whichever one of these groups you prefer, that doesn't mean that the police power, the federal power, whatever law enforcement agency you want to throw at them, right, can't actually do their jobs, right? It's a fallacy to think that they haven't been doing it any which way, right?
That's
So
not true, though. There is another problem here. Like on the flip side, to give the devil his due, which is designating them a terrorist organization allows the federal government to be able to take care of this in jurisdictions where they're not fucking taking care of it, where local prosecutors and things can take vandalism or like without federal
vandalism
troops
is
there
it
assaulting
terrorism?
local cops or right, but there's all of these actions that Antifa does where they get a slap on the wrist and then they get let out because
You
Portland
get
is soft on fucking Antifa.
for
But the moment it's a
assaulting
terrorist
cops, I guess
organization,
I,
then all of a
I,
sudden
I've
federal
never heard
government,
anyone getting
federal
off
judges,
for assaulting
federal
cops.
crimes can
But
it happens
I'll,
all the time in Portland, specifically
I,
Portland. I'm not saying
I
about
will.
America. I'm saying Portland, where Antifa is a serious problem, and soft on crime DAs that are soft on Antifa is a problem, and
Do
has
you,
been for years.
could you give me a source on the assaulting cops in Portland? I would love to see it. But go ahead, Gibbs. I'm sorry, I've been stepping on you, friend.
Yeah, it's fine. This is going to go back a little bit in the combo, right? And I think that I've just dropped all my notes that I had up. Okay, yeah. So this is going to go back a little bit in the combo, right? I'm sitting here and I'm going to give you an example of what we were talking about, how like non-enforcement can hold on a second.
Something's happening with your
Bye,
mic connection.
Yeah, I
Ali.
got it. Yeah, I got it.
Oh,
That's sorry.
okay.
It was the cord.
So 1 second. Ali says he's got to go.
Yeah, I'm
Sorry,
a tap.
man.
I feel like shit, guys. Sorry, I think I'm coming.
Oh
down.
man, I'm sorry to hear that.
No,
happens,
thank you, thank
brother.
you. Have a wonderful night, guys. Look forward to seeing you guys again. Be well.
See you, buddy.
Yeah, so sorry about that. Okay, so so I'm going to give you an example here in Texas. I think it's a good example of what I'm talking about with some of these other states using the laws to not enforcing things to kind of change data in their favor, right? So in Texas, two things have happened, right? Two big things, one in 2019 and one in 2021, right? In 2019, we had the Texas legalized hemp production, right, in Texas. And when they did that, it allowed for, we've seen a dramatic increase in THC, A, B, C, all these other ones go up, right? Now we've seen a massive increase in sales of those products all over the state. I think it's a several billion-dollar industry. They actually were able to lobby against alcohol, tobacco when they tried to lobby back against them recently for some stuff. And so what I'm seeing here, right, is after the 2019 thing, and then there's another thing that happened in 2021 that I'll get to in a second. But after 2019, we see a mass reduction. We see a drop in drug-related prosecutions by half. And the reason for this is twofold. One is the availability of it and the softening of in a lot of the cities. They had a lot of cities here in Texas started doing it at the local level, not punishing for have up to like 2 ounces. Some have more, some have less for possession of marijuana or in their possession, because it was hard to trace at the time. They can't tell indistinguishable from normal marijuana and THCA or THCC, right? They're indistinguishable unless you send it to a lab. And so they decided it was not worth it financially to keep prosecuting with these two things. So in 2021, they had a failed attempt at more full legalization, which failed at the state level. However, backed by the groundswell of support overall, many of the major cities have implemented basically furthermore, like implemented, they're not prosecuting for now like 2 ounces or less overall. And so we're about to see a change in 5 days. A new law goes into effect, basically, where they're saying, oh, well, we could prosecute people under 21 for having this. So you have to provide an ID now. So we'll see if the numbers go up. But after this, they did this thing in 2019, we see a dramatic drop, drug possession drop of every city in Texas except for San Antonio. And I'll give to why that's an exception in a second. But the arrest rate by drug possession fell by 31.7%. Sales of manufacturing arrests went down by 31.2%. And so it's like by not prosecuting these crimes, even though they are technically still illegal, you're having a drop of 32% 2% in 2 different categories in all these areas, right? So you're seeing across the board, crime is way down. And it's because of reclassification at a local level where they're not going to be prosecuting these crimes and they're no longer reporting them to the federal level. The reason why San Antonio is an exception is because San Antonio is the cocaine hub in Texas after Corpus Christi. And so like it's the cocaine hub, and there are a lot of distribution things. They're having major issues with cocaine here, and where they're arresting people left and right, which seems to have taken up for a lot of the weed market, since we're now at record high cocaine production and what's it called, importation in the United States since the 80s. And so like I said, there's the one exception statewide with that, and it seems to reflect a trend that's at the national level where federal drug possession charges are not being prosecuted. If you're now reclassifying things that are technically crimes and saying, okay, we're just not going to punish them, or we're going to say they're a misdemeanor and you just pay a fine, obviously that's going to skew statistics. Now, in this case, I am in favor of drug legalization, right? However, you can apply this logic to almost any of the things that are done locally, right? So if I pass a law saying we're not going to prosecute for property crime under $1,000, and it's just a fine, no longer a federal thing, then obviously incarceration rates, which we can look and see, like California, for example, their incarcerations have gone down, prostitution's gone down, and that means that crime is not really actually down.
Well, sure. Hold on. Okay, so if you're talking about in that sense for those types of crimes, well, then I can agree with you, right? I think we've seen a movement across many states, right? And in this case, I'll agree with you, blue states, right, where they've been like pulling back on like drug enforcement laws, right? Like there's a movement. Like,
property crime is the one I want to talk about right there, real quick though, before you go on. Is just if I like it also incentivizes people not to report the crime, right? So if I get robbed and they steal $500 worth of stuff from my store, why am I even going to call the cops? Because it's going to waste my money. It's going to waste time for me to do it. I'm going to have time out of my day. It's going to cause an investigation to slow my business down. And you're just not going to call and report the crime because the cops aren't going to prosecute it anyway because it's less than $1,000. That's going to lower reporting.
Mhm.
You're also going to have no crime because even if they do report it, they're going to go in here and say, "Oh, we're not prosecuting," so then it's not going to get reported. No one's going to get incarcerated over it. Then it's not going to be reported. So when you have this game where like, yeah, crime is down. Well, is it really down? Or is it we're just not enforcing these laws anymore and people are getting away with more? And my argument is that it seems like they're not enforcing it. So the crime's actually still up. It's just the people are suffering in regards to property crime and just not being able to do anything.
So my response to you is, well, one, again, when we're talking about like, I don't know how the best way to classify the crime. The other crimes you were discussing, not the property crimes, but like,
sure.
I'm sure there's
I'll just use that as an example.
Yeah. No, I understand, right? I would agree that there has been some reclassification there, right? So then that's the point that you were trying to prove, and so I'm going to give you that because, like, if you're saying there's reclassification, you just give an example of that. Well, then there you go, right? However, specifically what I was talking about was violent crime. Violent crime has been decreasing, right? There hasn't, as far as I know, right, been some sort of mass change in how we handle violent crime. I mean, now there is, like, especially not since like the Trump administration has started. As far as I know, there hasn't been any specific change. Like we were seeing a decrease, right? Or at least, sorry, not. I'll even go a little bit farther. Like since 2024, right? That there's some sort of large shift, right, to make the crimes any better. So like for violent crime specifically, we've seen year-over-year decreases. In fact, we've seen multiple years. There's been a downward trend in violent crimes, period. So
since COVID,
like,
yeah. It was
yeah,
there was a spike in COVID.
there was a spike in
There
COVID.
was.
Then, of course,
agreed.
but
Well,
that
it was also
coincided
BLM,
with
the riots.
right,
And
but that
also
also coincided
sure.
with defunding the police, which of course reduces the number of reports. And that was the other thing that I was trying to
And
explain, that
increases
it's so much
crime.
more complicated, right?
But
I
there's
put
more
in the group chat, right? Just one example, just kind of like a thought experiment, right? Which is this video that Reason TV did on this property owner in Seattle, right? Where he was had to shut down his store, wasn't profitable or whatever, right? And then he built a fence to keep the homeless out. And then
Mhm.
Seattle fined him because homeless were there, hundreds of dollars a day, even as they investigated it. And so, and because he tried to get rid of the homeless, there's nothing he can do about it. And then so it's like, if you report problems and homelessness and things like that, obviously this isn't a violent crime, but just reporting squatters can mean that the city of Seattle can charge you hundreds of dollars a day for the crime of you not taking care of the homeless, even though you're not allowed to physically remove the homeless. And then they can do an investigation on whether or not you've achieved fixing. And it's like, well, like when the more tyrannical, or I guess anarcho-tyrannical, right, where the state is not dealing with crime, the more anarcho-tyrannical a state or a city or a municipality becomes, the less reporting of crime you're going to get, because property owners themselves can actually be the ones that get in trouble for alerting the state of property crimes. And so it almost becomes better for the property owner to not tell them that they have a bunch of squatters or vandalism, because telling the state that they have squatters and vandalism could cost them tens of thousands of dollars in fees and problems.
I hear you, friend, and I also critical of squatters' rights. I've heard the stories, I've heard the horror stories about that, right? Like, I understand this. There's
It's not a squatters' rights issue. This is an issue. This is an issue of, and you see it in a couple of places. You see it in California. You see it in like super, I guess probably liberal, not leftist, because there's no real leftist cities, but super liberal cities, like places where you have a lot of NIMBY and stuff.
One day.
Yeah, maybe. Well, New York might be that, and then it will no longer be the financial capital of the world. Yay.
Right.
But anyways, you see this consistently where property owners are punished for crimes because the state is like, we're going to crack down on vandalism. And the way that they'll crack down on vandalism is by punishing property owners for their property being vandalized. This is common in California. It's common in Seattle. It's common in places like that. And so I just wonder, like, well, what does that do for the general? I understand you were making a distinction about violent crime, but if the culture, kind of broken windows theory, right? Like Robert Merton, Robert Fuller. Anyways, right? Like what does it do for the state when you have a growing increase of permissible shoplifting and a growing increase of permissible vandalism and things of that nature, and you have people that are growingly knowing that reporting this can become abusive to them? You not only create a culture of crime, but you also create a culture of non-reporting of crime.
So I hear you. I hear that. One, I think that the way some jurisdictions have been handling crimes, and where some people have been like let out who shouldn't have been let out.
Like that guy in North Carolina
like
that was talking about his daughter, where that guy had 23 felonies and 39 arrests in 10 years, and then he brutally murdered his daughter.
I'm unaware of that one. I
spent less than 2 years in jail for 23 felonies.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds pretty bad, right? And that might be
probably an outlier, but
you don't believe in second chances, Scott?
I don't believe in 39 chances.
Oh, what's one more? What's one more?
You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
No. I know. I mean, I agree. Like, and trust me, I wish I knew exactly the answer to handle all this, but I don't. But yeah, so anyway, the point
libertarianism, it's always the answer.
Okay. But, well, actually, no. I'll say, like, I've been convinced in various ways. Like, I've taken on some libertarian ideas, right? I think you've seen that. Like, if someone presents me with a good idea, I hope at least you can understand that. Like, I take it, I am taking, and it can become my own, right? So I don't have. I'm not completely ideologically like aligned or against or something. Anyway, Trey, I'm sorry. So I have disagreements about how all that is happening, right? I think there's plenty of points where we can come together, where we can find points of agreement between you and I. However, specifically, right, the point of this conversation, where it started, right, was talking about Donald Trump and him sending troops into American cities. And as far as I know, and maybe I missed it, and I do apologize if I did, right?
I'm
He
just
wasn't-
riffing off of the topics as they come up because I don't want to go full ANCAP. That's
I know.
literally all I'm doing.
I,
Right
I
now.
know, I know. But like, but this is not just to you. This is not just to you. This is also to Gibbs, right? The point that I've been trying to get out is that I might have missed it, but it seems like the point that he was pushing forward was that there are violent crimes in this city, right? They are war zones. He specifically has called Portland war ravaged. War ravaged Portland. Like, what the fuck, right? Like he's been
Blacks
been
were
saying-
calling Chicago Chirac for years, and nobody had a problem with it. But now that a conservative says it, it's an
There
issue.
you go. Yeah, there you go. Right, yeah. So he's specifically saying it's
Yeah?
war ravaged.
Okay,
it's
so you agree.
violent crime. So so that was a serious point about the Chirac. thing? Like,
It's a serious point about the hypocrisy of being like, how can you say it's war ravaged, but like nobody had any issue when people
Sorry,
were
hold on.
calling Chicago Chirac.
okay, hold on. Let's put Chicago aside. We can tackle Chicago in a second, right? Had they were they calling Portland Port North Korea? Port DPRK.
I don't
I'm
know.
sorry.
I don't
I
know.
don't, I'm sorry. But yeah, but we're specifically talking about Portland. He's talking about Portland being war ravaged, right? Or Seattle as well. It's war ravaged. This is not the case. This is a fantasy, right? He was talking about violent crime. He wasn't talking about all the things that.
So when people called Chirac, that was a fantasy that you were against.
Second, friend. Please. It's just I had to take this one at a time, right? I'm happy to talk about Chicago, but 1 second, please.
You mean Chirac?
So specifically,
I'm not distracting by saying Chicago. I'm pointing out hypocrisy in your current argument.
I'm not trying. I was like, okay, guy. I don't know how that is hypocrisy here, right? I don't know how that works, right? When we're talking about people with state power, it'd be one thing, right? Yes, if the Democrats had been saying, well, Houston or not Houston, Dallas is conservative city. I forget which one. Yeah,
Dallas is.
right?
Austin is the liberal one in Texas.
Austin's
Dallas
the
is the one. Dallas is basically the only conservative city in America, really, and it's pretty dope.
we'll go to my friend.
There's not too many cities like metropolitan.
We'll go to my
cities
friend
that
Doobie
are conservative.
afterwards. Austin, okay, only sane spot in Texas. Great, right? But if Dallas was like we're saying that Dallas is a war zone, right? Obama saying it's a war zone. Something's got to be done, right? And he's starting to use state power against it. Yeah, then I'd have a problem with that, right? If there was some sort of meme within, liberal or culturally woke circles, or whatever the fuck, right? And then they use that as a justification for state power against a Dallas that's perfectly fine, right? For as far as Dallas is concerned, right? Then yes, I'd have a problem with that. You're saying rappers were calling it Chirac and other people, I'm sure as well. Maybe you were being reductionist. But people calling it Chirac, they weren't calling in federal troops. They weren't calling in federal troops.
That's a perfectly fine distinction, right? But to say that someone you weren't attacking Donald Trump using that as rhetoric to be able to deploy the troops. You were critiquing Admiral Gibbs in saying that it was war ravaged as if this was a ridiculous thing. And I was simply pointing out that the culture was perfectly fine with calling Chicago Chirac, that's not actually the issue here. I totally agree with you that rhetoric supporting a decree that you find to be either unconstitutional or at the very least morally unconscionable to deploy troops in cities for law enforcement mechanisms is, a bridge too far. I as a libertarian, of course I can agree with that interpretation. I would say though that people certainly use that rhetoric to support socialism and the welfare state and policies in Chicago, which are equally, if not more violent than Donald Trump deploying the National Guard to stop crime.
Okay, so before I'm going to go to my friend Doobie. I got a $5 super chat from Fairy Queen. Thank you, Fairy Queen, for actually sending that super chat. It's actually much appreciated. I'm testing a new software where I can see all of my chats at the same time, because before it was like a mess, right? So
someone did a $2 super chat to tell you the People's Republic of Portland might be what you were looking for.
Portland. Okay, shout out to that person. Yes, thank you, and thank you for pointing that out.
To be fair to that, just for fun, you all get a chaos. I mean, in Texas, we've called Austin the People's Republic of Austin for like 40 years, I think, before even I know that. Yeah, so I mean, I don't know.
Very quick. So let me just read Fairy Queen's super chat. We'll react to that, and then we'll go to our friend Doobie. $5 from Fairy Queen. Oh, I can also put it up on screen. That's right. I can do that here. Let me do that for everyone. We, the people of the United States, deserve welfare and a sexy California president. No, I would be a terrorist for Newsom. Would you? Fuck no. Fuck Gavin
You must be talking
Newsom.
about someone else because I think that name is spelt wrong. So some
It-
random.
it is, but like I
All you
wasn't
need to
gonna
know
say
about-
that.
All you need to know about why Gavin Newsom was probably going to be a bad president is that he's like this close to getting endorsed by Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes loves Gavin Newsom.
Oh my
Which
God,
is
yeah.
bizarre, by the way.
No, it's not. They're both
Yeah,
not,
it
they're
is.
not-
Fairy
No, it's
Queen
not. They're
should have
both
my
national
take back.
Because
socialists.
he's a
I don't know why
white
you're
man
surprised.
with a fucking white family. They're both socialists.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly. I don't know why you're surprised.
Fuentes
by
would be a
that.
terrorist for Newsom.
Okay. I think a really big difference is their stance on immigration. I think that's like probably a very right. I don't
Yeah,
think.
I mean, listen. I'm sure.
Yeah,
that
but aura farming
Fuentes-
and having a white family beats out, immigration policy for a lot
and
of
this is
people.
all because JD Vance's wife is Indian. Yeah, I don't see why the Indians get so much hate. I'm fine with the Indians. They make good food.
They're
And
good
your only
people. They're just
criteria?
rude to customer service,
I-
and sometimes they smell. That's it.
Oh my
That's
God.
why they get so much
Oh,
hate.
damn.
Bro, not endorsed by the Prime Kind channel. All right.
Twitch,
That's,
not me.
that's where the hate comes from.
Not me. Twitch.
It's not. It's genuinely where it
Not
comes
me.
from. It's
Not me.
normies. Normies
Not me.
have that opinion. That's the
Okay.
problem.
So I appreciate the horny energy from you, FQ. Right. If there was a hottie representative. Oh, what's her face from Texas? Who I like, the representative. A friend. Scott likes her too because she's
Jasmine
black.
Crockett.
Jasmine Crockett. Oh.
Physically speaking, like not morally,
No,
but
I
yes.
guess I know ideologically against.
Jasmine
What
Crockett
about
is a hottie. She's fucking
know.
retarded, but
Paulina Luna, Scott, would you?
bro, I
she's
cannot
Republican.
stand that bitch.
Really? But she's like right leaning, but she's not like.
Paulina
I just,
Luna.
dude, she's just annoying.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be
okay.
honest with you. I don't like fucking e-girls in most places, much less in fucking political
I'm gonna
power.
look her up.
She operates like an e-girl.
Okay, hold on. We gotta.
I think she's
constantly
probably
be
the most
based.
attractive. I think she's the most attractive woman politician that I've ever seen.
Probably,
Hold on.
but she doesn't do it for me personally.
We're gonna Google it. Paulina Luna.
I think it's
Paulina.
Paulina,
Like
or like Luna
unhinged?
Paulina or
I could
something.
be thinking of the wrong person.
Luna. I don't see
She's like
Luna.
super hot.
Luna. Paulina.
It's definitely.
Oh, Anna Paulina Luna. Okay.
yeah.
That's it, yeah.
I mean,
Look at the MAGA swimsuit that she wore.
That's what I'm
you're gonna have to
saying.
send me the
Fucking
thirst
e-girl
trap.
bullshit.
Swimsuit.
Post the
there. I
back
have it-
Yeah, you
I
can
have
just
it
literally look
online.
up like MAGA suit, and she did like a whole thing where she was in a "Make America Great
He already
Again."
has the. You already got it memorized, do you?
I know it's just
Uh,
intuitive googling.
I appreciate your horny energy, Lack. I love to see it from you specifically.
This is why, if you
well,
want
I'm-
Republicans to win,
I'd
the
vote
number
for her.
one thing you can do right now is you need to get RFK to slap the shit out of JD Vance every time he puts something in his mouth that is going to make him gain weight or is unhealthy. Because if JD Vance can fucking get a hardcore jawline, like Democrats are
Yeah,
fucked.
he doesn't have one.
Like,
I'm
I'm just saying.
Yeah. Anyway, she's not as high as Jasmine Crockett, but
Oh, she's more
I'm
attractive
sure
than
she does.
Jasmine Crockett.
I would
Okay.
do some unspeakable things
Alright.
to that woman.
Sorry,
She's
we
hot.
got a lot of horny energy, and we're gonna blame FQ. We're gonna blame a woman for that, right? We were on topic previously. FQ sent us down this rabbit hole. Thank you, FQ, for the $5. Now, my friend Doobie has been waiting quite patiently. I would love to hear what he has to say.
So the Portland dismissing crimes thing, like riot-related crimes, like isn't that more like a Portland issue? Like, so if they're voting in a DA who is doing this, right? Couldn't they just vote him out? And in fact, I think they did vote that DA out, and they replaced him with a guy who's promised to go after these kind of criminals. Right? So like that seems like something that could be handled at the state level. Seems like Portland's already doing that. So I don't really understand why we need, the federal government to come in and put their hand in that. Now, what I'm curious about is, so I am like sympathetic to the idea that having the National Guard or somebody come in force to clean up the streets might be a good thing in some cases, right? And I'm thinking of like Skid Row here in California. The issue is that like it's like the streets are dirty for a reason. These homeless people are there for a reason. So like, what do you do with them? If you have thousands of people, tens of thousands of homeless people on the streets, where if you're going to clean up the streets, where do they go? Did they just walk off to another area? Then you have another area that's fucked up. Like, you need to have a solution for that. If you're suggesting that they come in and push these people out, so Latwin, what's
100%.
your plan?
I mean, I'm not proposing like these sweeps of people. I'm talking about like in DC, for example, right? Like I think that if they see like crime happening, like that, this is the benefit of having police officers, right? They see a crime and then they come all over and they're like, no, you can't do that. And then they'll
Yeah,
stop
but these guys
it.
probably aren't like trained to do that kind of like enforcement, are they? Or like policing.
But here's the thing: the other benefit of cops is that them simply being there is a deterrent, right? Because the calculation the criminals make, criminals tend to be almost by nature, very short-term planners, right? And so
Yeah, it's all about whether or not they think they're going to get caught.
Getting caught is a much greater deterrent. And by the way, sentence length is a deterrent, right? But the fear of getting caught is tremendously greater. And so if you just simply have like a bunch of armed troops walking around,
why wouldn't we advocate for this to be like a common thing, like federal soldiers all over the country, like patrolling through cities? Like, why wouldn't we advocate for something like that if we think that their presence is going to bring down the crime rate? And it might bring. I'd agree. It will bring down
did
the
in
crime
DC.
rate. Yeah, so I agree. This is like going to be a natural consequence, right?
Yeah.
Like if that's the benefit, and we are seeing the benefit, like why not advocate for that?
Well, I think in some ways a lot of Trump supporters and Trump himself is sort of advocating for that, right? He's saying, look, there's all this crime. We have ICE there that's trying to do shit and they're getting stopped. We gotta send in the dudes. They're gonna go in and they're gonna kick ass, right? Now, my contention with this is not that it doesn't work for like reducing crime or like protecting ICE agents, and I think there can be like situations in which that's reasonable. But that with
high time preference,
with criminal enforcement or with any kind of government service, I'm looking for risk, not like basically cost versus benefit analysis. If we're paying to have federal troops occupy every square foot of land in the United States, this would not be a good use of money. If we have a city that like it explodes into crime, maybe that specific city might make sense to send more law enforcement.
So then shouldn't it just be advocating of I don't know what the actual statistics are, but like just by whatever top 10 or top 20 most violent crime cities and then just target there? And is that can you demonstrate that's what Trump is doing?
Well, the issue is
maybe he is. I don't know.
Trump can't do that. Trump can't do that, right? Legally. There's like,
well, that doesn't seem to stop him, or that doesn't even stop.
Well, but it is
from attempting.
So there's one place that he can do that, and that's in DC. That's a federal city. He's got a lot of power in DC. But when we're talking about Chicago, when we're talking about Portland, the federal enforcement efforts need to be tied to some kind of federal purpose, and it's currently tied to ICE, right? So ICE is setting up in these areas, doing these raids, and they're getting protests, they're getting riots, they're getting attacked by people. This is happening, and then the response is, okay, well, we're going to defend these ICE agents by sending in the National Guard to defend them and to patrol the area and defend those people from the attacks. But without that federal purpose, generally speaking, you just can't order the feds to go do like general policing. And so like the top 10 cities, like if we could just order the feds to go in and do policing, doing top 10 would make the most sense, just flat out, right? You take the top 10 and just like every year, whichever city has like the top 10 cities have the most crime, they get federal troops. It's a sweepstakes, right? But Trump can't quite do that, right? He can do DC, which also happens to have one of the most crimes in the United States.
He can do it if like the governor invites him, like in Memphis.
If the governor does, why?
I think
Chicago, Portland,
isn't
LA.
Memphis yeah, sure, but isn't Memphis like, for example, I think this will be a good test of this, right? Memphis is allowing them in.
Yeah,
I think they're the highest murder
Tennessee
rate
would.
in the United States, right? And so they're sitting
it's up there.
I think Alabama's pretty high.
Yeah, Alabama's
Memphis is bad.
Grid mentioned
Memphis
this
is
earlier.
bad,
If we
brother.
actually see a tangible, they like they'll come in and flood them with the surge, and that allows police to get them. It's kind of like, all right, this is gonna be kind of a funny example, but y'all in the
Uh-oh.
Dark Knight, yeah, we're back. My headset's on its last legs, I think. But I all remember the Dark
All
Knight.
that money, bad
Right?
headset.
Yeah, right. Well, yeah, I mean, it just started happening like today. So
Just get a
we'll
real mic.
We'll just order one tomorrow. Anyway, listen. So we go in here and we got like Memphis, right? He goes in there and they clean it up and they do kind of like the Dark Knight, where it's like, okay, we might
They
not
blow
get
up
the
the
top
bridges.
guys. Well, yeah, maybe the bridges, but they go in there and they get the like. It's kind of like what Harvey
It's the
did. says. It's
FBI
like,
that likes to blow up
it's like,
bridges,
hey,
not
we go in there
not
and we arrest all these
president
people.
specifically.
It's not necessarily that you're gonna get all the shot callers and shit, but if you get to like, I don't know, a year of clean streets or 8 months or whatever, and you get these people off or however long, then it's like, okay, we can focus on like getting, other things. We can clean up the city. You can put like security and then withdraw, and you have long-term effects based off that initial surge kind of thing. And I think
Yeah, I mean, I think what
the
sorry, I thought he was done.
oh yeah, I'm done. Yeah, I'm done. My headset's fucking good.
Your mic is done, I'm sure.
Yeah, his mic is done.
I'm
for sure.
ordering a new one right now. Yeah,
He's literally on Amazon right now, hitting add to
yeah, I'm
cart.
literally
So I think that the thing about Memphis is that the actual trouble area, like in a lot of cities, is actually really small. I want to say it's like 8 or 10
it's always
blocks.
like that.
And so they're just basically going to contain that area. They're going to try and work with the people who don't commit crimes in that area to find the people that do commit crimes and take care of that. And I don't understand. I mean, I really still nobody has yet to really explain why you want less resources for your local police if you're having a crime problem, which it seems like most of these bigger cities have. I
But
still
they're
don't
not
get
having
it.
a crime problem. That's the thing. One, they're not having a crime problem. Crime is
I can,
decreasing.
but it'll derail.
Crime is
I know that you can, Scott.
crime is lower according to one study. Crime has been dropping to below pre-pandemic levels. Yeah, like this thing they're talking about is
Well, isn't that just because they
homicide
changed
and
the way
other
they're
violent crimes
tabulating
continue to fall below
National
levels
victimization survey
for
isn't,
42
though.
U.S. cities.
Yeah.
So
Scott's
like
right.
But can you
right,
send me
so
that, Scott?
reported
That come in
crime-
handle. That come in handy pretty soon.
Yeah, so I'll send you national victimization survey, right? So
Yeah.
there's two ways that people that like are serious about like criminologists and people that study crime, right? Or like structural functionalist sociologists that deal with crime, right? Is they deal with reported crime statistics from like, police bureaus, FBI, Bureau of Justice, Bureau of Justice and Statistics, et cetera. And then the other thing they look at is national victimization surveys, right? Because that is dealing with like if a crime occurs, especially violent crime, then there is a victim, right? And so a lot of times you might have underreported crime, or you might have like police don't catch every crime, for example, right?
Right. Yeah.
Or
I mean,
not
the
every
only
crime
reason
gets
that-
reported. And so
Right.
National Victimization Survey looks at victims, and then you can extrapolate obviously crime based upon looking at victimization. And according to National Victimization Surveys, crime has not gone down to pre-COVID levels yet. It's still showing a drop in crime since like the BLM, George Floyd, COVID lockdown era,
The Summer of
whichever
Love.
thing you want to think is Summer of Love, all that stuff. It's still going down since then, but it's
Sure.
not still at those pandemic
okay,
levels.
so we're having
I'll
But
grab-
hold
I'll
on,
grab
let me-
National
let me-
Victimization
So
Survey.
so one second, we're having
Kinda
a
table
downward
off.
trend in crime. So that's happening. And I'm not
But we had a
trying to say,
spike
right?
in crime.
We had
and
a,
then
we had a
obviously
spike
we're
in
having-
crime, and now we're having a downward trend in crime. No, I hear
But we
you.
also have to
And
understand.
I'm not trying
Right.
to like minimize what you're saying, right? But like
Yeah,
but
we're
in the
having like a
end-
2 steps
Well, I
forward,
mean,
one
I-
step back situation. I don't
But
know
I
that
think
we've
that
gone
you have to understand
2
how the
steps
crime
back.
is tabulated. I mean, the problem is that if you redefine something as not a crime, then it's no longer a crime, and by just the statistics.
we're
are
talking
gonna
about
go down.
violent crime, though. We're
He's-
talking about
he's
violent.
looking at
That's
violent
why
crime.
I brought that up.
But
Trump
again,
is looking at
hold on.
violent crime. Yeah.
I understood that part. So
Sorry.
the problem is that if you change a category from an assault to just a mere battery, which it doesn't make the line, then it doesn't get counted. Or if it's not even if people just don't even bother to report it, all crime statistics are literally just a measure of what is reported or directly observed by law enforcement. We actually have no idea how much actual crime takes place in this country, because for a crime to make it into any of these statistics, it has to be reported to the police.
Right, but again, isn't this a local issue though? So if we send the National Guard into an area that has crime issues, and they bring down the crime rate, isn't this in some way shielding the local police force, local DA who's actually behind the surge in crime in the first place? Because now you're gonna have an artificially reduced crime rate. So
we
it
can
seems
look
like,
at
it
it
seems like
that
if
way,
there are
but
crime
I-
issues, like that should just be left. How they deal with this should be left
Right,
to the
so-
local community.
So I think that a lot of departments are currently feeling overrun, that or they just don't care and they need that backup. Now, whether or not that's true, I don't know because I'm not in those departments. I can just simply say that it seems to have worked in Washington. It seems to be working other places. It looks like it'll work in Memphis. And again, nothing you guys have said have given me, except for Scott, have given me a reason to say why you don't want extra help for cops trying to control crime. It's literally like you're just saying, well, crime's okay, but it's really not okay. People are really fed up with the amount of crime. People are
Why-
fed
why
up with
wouldn't
the
you
amount
have-
of all
okay.
of it, right?
Why wouldn't you have troops in all cities, in all of them? Right?
I
There's
don't have a
crime-
problem with that.
Yeah,
Do
why
you have a
shouldn't
problem with that?
the
Okay.
military
I mean,
just act
it
as
is
an
an
occupying
allocation of
force within the United
resources
States?
issue, but I mean, I don't have a problem with
Could
it.
I give I
Okay.
get Grid? Let me give an answer. So the first potential reason people could be against it is the politics. Republican president.
Sure.
These are Democrat areas. They don't like the idea of
Right.
this president doing something to them, right? Just on partisan
And I
grounds.
can understand that.
The
That would be a
other thing
fair
here.
thing.
The other thing here is I think there is like a rational basis here, and I think Doobie's actually got a pretty convincing point. There's a rational basis to say, look, yeah, maybe crime is going down, but like I would trade a higher crime rate for not feeling like an occupied citizen in my own city, for not having to like look out and see these soldiers walk around everywhere. Like I don't like that, and I don't want that there. Now you and I might feel differently about that, but I think that's because we're valuing crime as like really, really bad. And if you don't value crime so bad, if you're somebody I think everybody generally values crime as pretty bad. But if you're somebody who's like more concerned about federal troops in your city as opposed to crime, then maybe you can come around with like a different conclusion. And what Doobie's saying is, well, what about the people, like the local people who just like they want the progressive DAs who let them get away with shit, and that's just like how they want to live life. And if you don't like it, you can move. I mean, that argument would appeal to Gibbs.
It's just the beauty
Yeah,
of
what
democracy.
you essentially have is like people from
Punish
outside of
the
these
minority.
communities saying, "Hey, I don't like the way you're enforcing law within your community, so fuck you, I'm going to send the National Guard in there." Like that doesn't really make sense in our, I think
Well, criminals don't have rights, right? So, like, if
we're talking about the right of the community to elect people that are going to enforce the laws in the way that they want them enforced. Right? So if
Right, but
they
if
vote for this
criminals
DA
exist-
who's going to dismiss a bunch of right-related cases, that's on them. They voted for the guy. That's what they wanted.
Right, but I mean, but that's the same thing as like saying 9 out of 10 people vote for gang rape. You know what I mean? Like, just because the 10th person, you know what I mean? Like when we're talking about crime, we're talking about rights. Criminals don't have rights. You cannot argue that the criminal has any right whatsoever. You can say they have a right to
The
life
criminals
if
do have
let's say they
rights,
only
like-
stole,
What do you mean?
right? But well, alleged criminals in our current, from a legal positivist position of like our current framework have, right to a fair trial, et cetera, right? But if we're objectively speaking that someone is, let's say, a murderer, right? Objectively speaking, they have no right to life. Okay, you can do whatever the fuck you want. to
Okay,
a
but if
human
you're
being.
but if
I
you're a
wouldn't
cat
go like
burglar,
that
you do
too,
have a right
yeah.
to life, right?
right, if you're a cat burglar, you have a right to life.
Unless you're an
right?
actual
But you
cat.
cannot-
Yeah, if
So-
you throw-
so
if you throw a rock
most
at a cop,
criminals
you
have
can't
rights.
argue, you have a
You
right.
cannot argue, right? You can't argue that you not be kidnapped or that you not be held and forced to pay restitution and retribution for the crimes that you've committed, right? A murderer has no right. You can do whatever the fuck you want to a murderer.
Right. So only a
cat
very
burglar,
specific. I mean, I disagree, but a
rapist,
very
a thief,
specific
right,
subset
like-
of criminals you're referring
right.
to.
Can the cat
What do you
burglar
think?
be tortured
Regardless,
indefinitely?
but no criminal has a right to avoid being taken into custody and forced to pay for their crimes, regardless of the crime that they committed.
Oh,
No, I
that's fine.
understand
But
the
we're
argument.
not talking
I
about the right
understand
of the criminal,
hold on.
though.
I understand the
We're talking
argument.
about the right of the
of
DA
the
and right of the community
right.
to
Right.
not
I do
enforce law in that
understand.
way.
Right. I do understand the concept of the right of the community to not have things that they don't want in their community that they didn't vote for. But the problem is that the community's rights to house anarcho tyranny in their community and punish those people that do want federal police or do want some type of law and order doesn't cannot outweigh it's the contradiction of democracy. You were saying
How?
that because even if the community 55%, right, want a bunch of soft on crime DAs and want people to shoplift and loot and do whatever without facing any real repercussions until they actually kill somebody, there's still that 45% of the community that is being terrorized by violent and property crime, and they have a right to have their communities protected by their own self-defense.
but, like, why
one
wouldn't
that
this-
the state has stolen from them, that then becomes incumbent upon both the local representatives as well as the federal government to enforce the
Okay, I understand, but
law and
why
order
wouldn't this apply
against
to
those
every other
criminals.
law, right? So let's say a law passes
Mhm.
with 45 to 55. Like if
Mhm.
the federal government says, "Hey, that law is bad, and we disagree with this law that you guys have voted to put into place," why couldn't they just come in here and say, "Hey, you don't get to enforce this law because 45% of people here don't want this"? Like
Well, I mean, we
it
see
just
this-
seems
we
like
see
you were
this-
you're
well,
stepping
first
over
of
a
all,
line there.
Well, first of all, in reality, that does happen, right? We've seen that with weed legalization over and over and over again, where states have voted for legalization of weed, and then they've used interstate commerce and drug scheduling and all those laws to enforce, if an area,
Do you think that's a good thing?
especially in the beginning, right? No, I don't think that's a good thing, because it's a nonviolent crime, because it's not an actual crime, right? The problem, I do agree that there is a problem where crime becomes a voted democratic thing that the state or the executive decides arbitrarily and then labels something a crime that isn't a crime and then uses that as justification to enter a city. But when we are talking about things that are objectively a crime, right, which is violation of people's right to their body or their property, right, those people have no right to not be kidnapped and forced to pay restitution and retribution for those crimes. And insofar as the state makes it illegal for me to go and take care of myself, or for companies to take care of it, or for private security to go take care of it, so long as they say you don't have the right to vigilante justice, then it becomes their duty to ensure that those criminals face punishment. And that is true of the
Wait,
local
so-
community. And if
so
the local
Scott-
community is failing, that's true of Donald Trump to send in somebody to take care of those criminals.
Yeah. So Scott, like here in California, right, with this
Mhm.
massive issue when the Democrats pushed through this law or this. Well, no, I think we voted on this actually. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we voted on this as a state. The change of the law that made theft a misdemeanor, right? So you up to like $1,000, if I remember correctly, or $500. One of those, I can't remember. So you had a ton of like shoplifting happening, like overnight. Just the rates of like reported shoplifting, I think actually dropped because people just weren't reporting it to the police. They weren't even bothering to call the police.
Well, what's the point? Yeah.
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 So,
I
but
mean, Walmart
in
moved
reality, you had a ton of
But
people.
I think felony,
stealing shit all the time.
to be fair, felony did go up because companies very quickly figured out that if they use CCTV
they can keep
footage
track of people.
and,
Yeah.
and identify
And
a
then add it up.
person, and then they'd go above 1,000. And so because of that, grand larceny claims did go up slightly.
Yes.
But you're correct. Petty theft went way down because it was basically unreported.
Yeah, so and we saw like the consequences of that here in California, where like suddenly everything's locked behind some plastic thing. that you
Everything
needed-
but suntan lotion.
yeah, it's really fucking annoying, right? Really annoying. But like so in this case, this is a terrible law, right? Terrible change to the law that we voted into
Mhm.
place for some fucking reason. Like why are you saying that you would be for the federal government coming in with the National Guard to just reject that law, to impose the prior law, or to say, hey, you guys don't get to these people that you guys are not going to arrest or not going to report
Mhm.
for theft or whatever, we're going to arrest them anyway based on federal law? Like, is that
So I would say that the initial law is anarcho tyranny, right? It is by the very nature of making it illegal for private security to, forcibly kidnap people that are shoplifting and then force them to pay back the funds or return the things that they stole. That is the government instituting forced lawlessness on its own people. I would be perfectly fine, with the FBI setting up, some type of organization or sting to, find, repeat offenders or people that are, because, like specifically I wouldn't want the moment the FBI or like the National Guard steps into the city en masse, right? That becomes an entirely new problem, right? It's not following what I would consider a gentleness principle, but it becomes an entirely new problem where private property owners now have these forced, militarization of their streets. Their businesses are fucked in some ways. There's like all these trespassers. This is not the appropriate way for the government to do it. That is the least invasive way. But if, for example, the FBI was tracking Discord groups, right? Where people like come to, or Telegram or Facebook chat groups, like where sometimes they show up and there's like 50 people coming in and stealing clothes and then they throw them in trucks, right?
Yeah.
If the federal law enforcement were tracking that, knew when that was going to happen, and then boom, they were just there when it happened and the roads were closed and they arrested every one of those fuckers, regardless of what your state laws are, I would say
Yeah,
that
but
that
I don't
is a
think I
reasonable
think most people
usage
wouldn't
of
have an issue
force.
with that, right? But but the reality is like that's not
that's my
what's
answer to
happening,
the
right?
question. You know what I mean?
So what
I'm not saying I
the-
support the National Guard in these cities, right? I'm
Okay.
giving context on what it is that I believe and what the problems are, what the contradictions of the state are, and promulgating my
Okay, then let me
philosophy and
ask
my
you.
ideas.
Great, because I
I'm
think
not pro Trump sending in the National Guard into
Okay.
into Portland. I think it's a stupid waste of taxpayer money. I think it causes more problems than it solves, and I think it's mostly a magic trick show to either get someone hurt so that they can have justification for extreme law and order crackdowns that would be very bad, or to just create controversy that distracts from whatever the fuck is going on with Israel, whatever the fuck is going on with TikTok, whatever the fuck is going on with the Epstein files and things like that, and to drum up support from his base where they're like, holy paste, he sent in the National Guard into Portland because he's badass, when he's not delivering on the promises of his deportation or
Yeah.
basically anything that he said that he would do.
Agreed.
So Grid, I mean, it sounded like
Yeah.
you were more in favor of this than Scott was. Like, would you be opposed to that? So California, that unpopular, well, it was popular at the time we voted for it, apparently.
Mhm.
So this terrible law, when it passed,
Yeah.
would you
Yeah,
be in
familiar
favor of
with
the
it, yeah.
National Guard coming in to patrol the streets to make sure that we didn't enforce that law in the way that we wanted to?
I mean, you're talking about a misdemeanor, so no, I wouldn't be, unless of course it started turning into people getting hurt and nobody doing anything about it. I know that during that period of time, people were not allowed to stop the people from shoplifting. They were basically store security was just told to let them walk out with it. It got so bad that Walmart left the area, so. No, I wouldn't be in favor of
Yeah, it
that.
was
But now, if we're
Target
talking felonies, like
that
people
left
are
the area.
assaulting people are throwing bricks through windows, people are damaging, vehicles, setting them on fire, that sort of thing. I think that what you're trying to do is say, well, it's this tiny little misdemeanor law that happened, and would I support? But it became a big thing. I understand, and I agree. It did actually become a very big thing. I'm glad I wasn't there when that was going on. But I think you're drawing a
Right.
now
So
if you told me
if you're
if you
saying that the
told me
line is
that
violence,
well,
right,
let
I
me
think-
hold on,
Go ahead.
let me give you a what it I'm going to do a what about. I rarely do what about isms, but what about this? Let's say instead of California passing a stupid ass law about shoplifting, they passed it about assault. Like you could beat your wife once a week. That was okay, but if you did it more than that, then it became a felony. It was a problem. Would you be? I mean, would that be equivalent?
We sort of have this in California too.
Holy shit! No kidding.
It's not about like beating people, right? It's the what is it? It's like a misdemeanor to intentionally or knowingly give somebody an STD.
Yeah,
that's
that's
right. You're
HIV.
right about
Yeah, that's
that.
fucking crazy.
Like Wiener pushed that through, believe it or not.
I forgot. You're absolutely right about that. I totally forgot.
How did Anthony Weiner do that? He's from New York.
Yeah, he did it in California. It was absolutely what Anthony. No, I wouldn't be surprised if this exists in New York too, but this absolutely exists in California. I don't think it was Weiner though.
Yeah.
Well, no, wasn't he funding like the DA? I might just be wrong. I'm okay with being wrong. on that one.
Okay.
I thought it was.
I
him.
don't
I
know.
wouldn't, I wouldn't be
I'm-
I
surprised.
do
if
have
you
to
were
interrupt for a
holding someone.
second,
I agree
only
with it.
because someone actually paid me $50 to ask this question. So someone just wanted to ask the panel, why is offloading millions of dollars of crime onto working class people better than allowing private enforcement of law onto companies who would be put out of business through boycotts given poor or neglectful enforcement?
10 words or
The
less.
ANCAPs came in, right?
Well, I think this is so during this shoplifting spree in California, if I remember correctly, it wasn't that the security guards could not legally stop people. It was
Right.
that the stores told them not to because it wasn't
the
worth
store-
reporting
well,
them.
no, because
And then of course they don't want to risk lawsuits if the security guard beat somebody up or whatever the fuck.
right. So I think that, and I don't know which city it was in. I want to say LA, but it could have been somewhere else. They actually said that private security guards could not stop people from, physically can't stop people from doing anything. That became part of the that became codified, I believe. So they can't touch people.
not aware of
Now,
that in
if they're
California.
armed, I think I think there's a crossover between like your regular, store security guy and like armed guards, but I'm not really sure because I don't live in California anymore, and
I don't know if they codified that. I mean, I think like when I used to work for a bank, right? And they were like, "Hey, like if someone comes in and robs you, like don't go chasing them down the street,
Yeah.
right? Like that's not your job." I think I would imagine in this case, and maybe I'm wrong, right? It's possible that I'm wrong, but I imagine it's like,
Yeah, I
it's
don't-
not worth it because and I saw like footage, of like
It's a
people,
legal
like,
thing.
walking out with stuff, but like they don't. Yeah, one, it's illegal, but it might be illegal, but they don't want the liability, right?
That's what I'm saying. The
Um,
liability.
Yeah,
There's
the
a solution to
liability.
this, though. The solution
Yeah.
is you have a law indemnifying, or not really indemnifying, but immunizing stores from liability if you can prove that the person's committing a crime.
Is that qualified immunity?
Qualified immunity for retail
Similar to
stores. Boom.
Yeah.
No problem
sounds-
there.
that
In the
sounds
UK,
great.
That's the world we live
That
in.
will
So-
solve
in
the
the
problem.
UK, in the
And
UK,
create
there's this
no
company,
new problems
No.
at all.
No,
Yeah.
it won't. Just
In
don't
the UK,
steal.
there's this-
Easy.
No, you can totally trust the.
in the
security
UK, there's
guard.
this company called TMI, TM and then EYE, right?
I
It's
hate
a
it
private
already.
security firm. It's a private security firm that has, I think, very close. It's like a 99 point something % success rate in prosecutions. And they, what they do is they use facial recognition as well as plainclothes people in stores and wait until shoplifters have reached the level of grand larceny, then do citizens arrests, and then use a team of lawyers to ensure that these people are prosecuted. And they work pretty well. They're only in neighborhoods where places have enough money to be able to do that currently, and they're heavily restricted. But yeah, I mean, I think that was kind of what the panel, the person was asking is, you know what I mean? Like why do we need the fucking the federales in the goddamn
I
streets
can answer.
when we could just unshackle the goddamn market to solve this problem?
So I'll answer the question as the non-ANCAP. The concern would be that the private security forces could be enforcing the law in a mismatched way to where they aren't getting boycotted by the people who pay them, and if they get boycotted by the people who don't pay them or can't afford to pay them, they don't have to care, right? If I'm a private organization and my customer base is going to pay
They don't
me,
have qualified immunity. Sue them. They would actually, you would literally have far better success than you would
okay,
ever sue.
you're
the
going to
police
sue
department.
them in the private court, right?
Yeah.
Okay, what if they have a deal with the private court?
What do you? Oh no, you
Or-
mean
or-
like
or
we're
what do they
going full-blown
refuse?
Ancapistan?
Yeah, yeah.
That's an entirely different scenario than unleashing the market and maintaining everything else
Okay.
being equal.
Yeah, if you maintain some kind of like level, you can sue them. I mean, we currently have this in a lot of states, like bail enforcement agents, otherwise known as like
Yeah.
basically bail agents, mercenaries by another name. Like they will, yeah. Like I don't know. I get it. On the other hand, like somebody not from the government coming into my house, like I don't
I'm
like
not
anybody in my
I'm not even
house.
arguing we go that far.
But
We're
like
not-
some
I'm not
fucking
arguing that we go
Joker
that
in like
far
a
right
Mickey
now.
Mouse like outfit,
No,
like
we're not
coming
even
in.
that. We're not even that far. I'm saying deregulate security enough to allow security to do citizens arrests and build cases against people the moment that they are caught shoplifting.
I still like my
Like they're
idea of
like in these places.
I still like my idea of qualified immunity for retail stores. I think that will just solve the problem. Because the problem right now is like, okay, somebody steals some shit, right? And then you tackle them. Oh, my back! You hurt my back. I'm gonna sue you. You can't tackle me. Oh no! All the company should have to do is prove you were trying to steal shit. I took reasonable action to stop you, tackle you,
I don't disagree with
tase
you.
you, something like that.
I was only dealing
and then
with
you
the
should
super
just be
chat.
immune.
I agree with your position.
Yeah.
Right, like there's you should not be prosecutable in any way, shape, or form, both civilly or criminally, for injuries that a person sustains in the act or commission of a crime. Right, like if they're stealing, I should be able to tackle you. Now, granted, maybe we can have some common law for now, so long as we still have this current justice system that like proper escalation, that you can't like pull out a gun and shoot somebody, but like. You know what I mean? Because they're stealing some Twizzlers.
Can you
And
tackle
you're
them
like,
into a bullet?
psh."
So I thought about
tackle them
this.
into a bullet.
I thought about this, and
Yes,
I
a still bullet.
I agree with you that, like, politically speaking, like this would be a complete non-starter. So sure, I guess we can't have the executions for the Twizzlers. But on the other hand,
I guess
if you had that
not.
rule in place and then somebody stole Twizzlers, knowing full well that this is the potential penalty,
No, I said you'd have to have
do we really
proper
want that?
escalation of force.
No, I
So
understand.
you could tackle somebody.
No, I
you
hear you,
could
Scott.
shoot them
Sure, but
until
Scott,
there was like reasonable.
But
setup.
Scott, but think about this for a second. I understand what you're saying,
Mhm.
but if somebody knows that, like, okay, so let's say this retail store has like a camera mounted, like a ceiling mounted camera gun, and it's like got a laser on the guy's head as he's stealing the Twizzlers, and he continues to steal the Twizzlers. Okay,
Mhm.
like, I don't want to say he's asking for it, but
Are you trying to say no means
You are
no?
saying that.
like.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I would
Why
say
steal the
read-
Twizzlers
It sounds
if you
like you're saying
know
no
the
to
result
no.
is going to be death? Put the
I would
Twizzlers
say-
back.
I would say that just outside of this panel, maybe we can have a conversation, or you could just read up on the gentleness principle, right? Like there's a certain level of objectively correct means of rational force, right? And so like you couldn't nuke a target, for example, because someone was
Because
stealing
collateral
Twizzlers.
damage.
Right, but even still,
Well-
like you couldn't like fire off a machine gun into the store, in the hopes that it definitely
Well-
killed this person, right?
Well,
So
why-
the
why-
thing-
Like, there's a
that-
reasonable level.
I understand the general.
I don't want to get too into the principle.
I
but, like,
get it. I get
yeah.
it. So what I'm saying though is like, and when it comes to like the main reason why I think like I'm really opposed to this is because like, what if a child who doesn't understand the potential consequences steals a Twizzler? Like they got to be exempt somehow.
Laser pointer on the
but-
head.
Yeah.
That's where the
You
tackling
should
comes into
know.
play.
Yeah,
Huge
that's
tackling.
that's where the tackling.
They
comes
never
into
played
play.
Fortnite. Sucks
But
to
like,
be them.
but like, here's the thing. Like what kind of person? Like, what kind of like truly? What kind of like upstanding contributory citizen is this person?
You might be
Where they're
crazy.
going to-
You might be having a mental illness, and you're saying like, and what happened? Because I literally,
Wow.
sorry, Gibbs, I see your hand.
It's not an excuse for crime.
But no, hold on. I saw
I mean, sort of is.
I saw
shouldn't
this
be.
individual, right, who was like she was homeless, and I'm sure she has some sort of tragic backstory. I'm positive of that. But she was in the same.
He's getting
encampment.
more libertarian every day. I'm sure she has some tragic backstory. Whatever. Anyways.
Oh God! I'm
more and
sorry.
more
Yeah.
libertarian every day,
No,
Prime.
no.
I'm
Yeah,
sure.
so-
I'm sure. Whatever. Fucking empathy. Anyways, next.
it was some encampment type thing, right? And I saw this woman, like things were starting to disappear from the encampment. Like what the fuck? Like I know this thing was right here. They were just disappear, right?
Wait, what, disappearing from
We
what?
go into this. Sorry.
Where was it disappearing from?
Like it's like an encampment. Like basically there are a bunch of different tents and stuff, right? Like a protest type thing.
Okay.
Yeah, just like imagine a bunch of like tents and shit, right? And anyway, this individual would like go ahead, right? Like and just like start taking things. I remember she like walked right in front of me, right? Like I know this lady, and she just started taking stuff. I'm like, hey lady, what are you doing, right? And she just started taking my stuff, right? And then she just like went into this into this little tent thing that she had, right? And so like we started talking about it. I was like, yeah, we got to do something. So like the camp came together and we went to her tent. Like all our stuff was there, right? And we have to demolish this tent and like toss this lady out. But like she was like out of her mind. She was like a deep kleptomaniac. And I can imagine her in the store, the CVS or the fuck, right? Like honestly doing exactly what you said, taking the Twizzlers. Now she was otherwise harmless, as far as I could tell. Otherwise harmless, but taking the Twizzlers, right, with the laser pointer at her head because she literally can't help herself. And like,
Yeah, but what do you do with this
we
kind of
execute
person?
her?
What do you do with this person?
We put her in a mental institution or something, right? Like we locked her away. It was
Who's
like
going to
what we
pay
should
for
be doing
that?
with her.
Well,
Okay, all right.
I,
Well, I'm
I, I
gonna
think
go one.
I think I have a solution. You know,
Okay,
it's gonna
how about tranquilizer darts instead of the machine gun?
hold
Compromise?
on. No, I
Okay,
got a
all right.
solution.
Take
actually.
tranquilizer dart's fine. I don't care if like 0.1% die from because
well,
they
hold
had
on,
fucking
hold on. I
'cause they're
got a
obese or
solution
some
here.
shit.
I think that there's actually we marry y'all's two positions, Fabian's and Lactoid's here. One, I actually think that Lactoid brought up a good point. I don't want like some Mickey Mouse bullshit where they're walking up in and they're like not beholden to having to have warrants and they come in and they got their little own thing and I have a
What
concern
was
about
my
that.
argument?
Sure, I
to be
know
fair.
it's not, but I mean, we all know that that's what they're going to do. We're going to have police agencies hiring private firms to go and do this investigation because they don't need the warrant to do it because they're a private citizen, and then they're like,
That's completely unconnected from anything that I said or
Sure, I
what
know
would
it is, but
reasonably
it's
happen from the
no. I mean,
legislation that I
think it's
advocated for.
reasonable. Hold on. I think it is reasonable within the realm of possibility
Nope.
for that to happen. But
Not
I
at
have
all,
a
because that
I
wasn't
have
what
a
I was arguing making
sure,
legal.
but hear me out. Just let me finish here. I think there is a solution though, and it's maybe back to what we were talking about earlier today is maybe the AI. And what we do is we set up an option with these private companies where they can install an AI mounted like Gatling gun and maybe an electric net system, and it identify the AI,
all the
and then the
children.
AI can identify if they're under 18.
Yeah.
And if they're under 18, under maybe a mental distress, they get
Scan for mental
electrocuted.
illness too.
Yeah, and they get electrocuted.
Yeah.
Or if they're like over
Like
18, and they
psychopaths now?
yeah,
Like
and then instead, hold on. Instead of having to worry about these people sitting in a mental institution, they can just get mowed down for when they have their psychiatric break, and then we don't have to pay for that shit no more, and we don't have to pay for their crime. And then guess what? That saves taxpayers dollars. We create a new industry, and it's going to solve the problem of people stealing shit. Because guess what? If you're going to worry about getting caught by an AI Gatling gun every time you go to steal, like buy a Snickers, hey, maybe you won't steal that fucking Snickers.
I have the
anymore.
solution. Prime, you're going to love this. They shoot a tranquilizer dart, and then they wake up employees of the store. And then they have to work for like a certain amount of time. And then they
just
Shanghai.
wake up
Yeah,
in front of
yeah.
the dishwasher, just like,
I
what the
like-
fuck?
Oh, this is a
Service
very,
guarantee
this is a
citizenship.
very ANCAP solution to that.
It's
right?
not. No, Gibbs's solution is an ANCAP because it's a violation.
No, I'm
of
talking about
the
lactates.
rights to
I'm talking about
just.
lactates.
Yeah, you
full
work
blown
off
shoot
the
them.
debt.
Yeah, to work off the
But being tranked and then kidnapped and then forced to work off the debt is absolutely an
Yes.
ANCAP solution. Now,
Yeah, that's
if
what
they're
I'm
underage, right?
we
then
should
they
rely-
shouldn't have
They don't have to pay
guardians,
for their incarceration,
right? So
shit.
then
Nah,
it would
let's
be
just
the
slow
it would be
down.
like
If
the,
they're
we
underage,
should
you ransom them
rely
back to
on
their parents.
computer systems,
yes,
right?
literally.
Computer systems that have a facial
I
recognition
got
system
Lactoid with that one.
that are famously good with
Oh, men love
distinguishing
Captain
black
Guns.
faces, right? Famously so. We should.
Oh, you gonna harp on that shit from like
rely on
10 years ago from Apple? Like they're good. They're fine now.
It's not. It's
Facial
not
recognition
fine. It's
software
literally-
is
no,
not
it's not
as bad
fine.
as it
no,
was.
it's not fine. And it depends on the vendor. These things aren't universal, too, right?
That's true.
Um,
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some AI sucks. Yeah.
I'm pretty excited for BlackRock and Gatling guns in the convenience stores.
Do
That's
you
what I
have
want.
anything to say, Doobie? Then from there, I want to move on to the topic at hand because we're.
Fuck it. Why
We're
not?
not going to lock up our ice cream
Yeah.
No,
anymore.
I was gonna ask if they would use because I mean, I'm sure you guys would consider an adult marrying a minor to be like an act of abuse, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Many states have a very low age of consent law. California has no minimum marriage age, right? So if you get a judge to sign off on marriage with the parent, there, Lacto's looking it up.
Why
He's
did
gonna
the
find that- he's gonna
Muslims go to
find-
Michigan?
He's going to find that I'm true, or he's going to find that I'm correct, right? No minimum marriage age in California. So if it were the case, right, that children are getting married to adults in California, which is, I think most people would consider to be some sort of abuse, right? Because,
Mhm.
like, would you be in favor of the federal government coming in and cracking down on that? Like, what is it? What is the limit?
There's some crimes, yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
so I understand
absolutely.
like violence, like direct physical violence. I get that.
Are we
right?
talking
That's all-
like a David Koresh kind of cult sort of thing? Or are we talking just one or two guys, getting young girls.
I mean,
Because
some
again, I
dude
think it's the scales.
got like parents and a judge to sign off on marrying their 9-year-old daughter. Right.
That judge should probably be
40-year-old.
excised. Like that judge, like the feds should come in, arrest that judge, and say, "Look,
Right.
That's
bro,
poor judgment.
That's poor
I am,
judgment."
Yeah, we-
I am
yeah,
in
well,
favor.
FBI 's
I am
already
in
got his phone
favor, given the current status quo of the FBI arresting people for sex trafficking and child abuse. Yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
That's
The-
all
Okay,
that
so
is.
you'd consider that
We would
sex
invade the
trafficking
island,
probably-
Doobie.
I see. Okay.
Would you invade? Would you
so
invade
you're
the island?
saying, Lactoid, in your America, a state can't vote democratically to have, like child marriage.
No. So there's I think that states can vote on things, but there is a range of acceptable things they can vote on. And if they go outside this range, then they're like, yeah, we're going to bring back slavery. No. And then we're going to say, hey, buddy, you
Or
can't do that.
segregation.
My position
Or
is
segregation,
very
right?
clear, and the most concise, clear way that I can put it is
Or
this, is that
segregation
the-
crime.
if the state takes
my
away the ability of the population to pay to enforce justice, and they say we are the monopoly on power and violence and the justice system, then it becomes incumbent upon the state to house and or punish criminals for actual crimes. That does not include crimes that don't have a victim, right? But crimes in which you have harmed the property or persons of another human being, it is incumbent upon the state. If the local government votes away both your right to vigilantism or private courts or insurance, et cetera, your ability to enact law and justice, and allows those criminals to roam free and allows those victims to go, without that justice, it then becomes incumbent upon the federal government to enforce that justice in the most unobtrusive and cost-effective way possible.
Okay, but this is
that is going to be my metric for
I
all
get it,
crime.
but this is the issue that I have, right? Because there are states where a 15-year-old girl can get married to an adult, right? 16-year-old, 17-year-old. So what is the limit? Where's the line for what we say? Hey, this is now sex trafficking of a child, and the federal government should come in.
Age of consent is always going to be a difficult one, especially when you have parental permission as well as a judge's permission, right? Now, if we're talking about no parental permission, no judge's permission, then the state should probably use the arbitrary category that they've decided upon, which is 18. But if we have parental permission and judge's permission, yeah, it gets the waters get more murky as we get closer to 18. Right? My personal position is that it should be 25, unless a parents both agree and the children agree to emancipate the child, or a child goes to court to get emancipated. Right? I think you should be an adult at 18, but I think certain things should require a parent's sign off or either an emancipation. Things like federal student loans,
Yeah, I get that.
where
But I
kids are
think
going into massive debt, et cetera. But given our current paradigm, we don't live in Ancapistan. I have to engage in the world we're currently living in, right? If there's no judge's permission and there's no parental permission, we should deal with 18. I don't know the perfect line in when you have parental permission and a judge's permission. Right?
Right,
9 is obviously too fucking low.
So what about 50? So in Mississippi, for example, there are plenty of red states like this, right?
Yeah,
where 15, 16-year-old girl, in Mississippi, it's 15. So a 15-year-old girl and a 17-year-old boy, for some reason, there's a 2-year gap there, can get married to a 40-year-old dude if they want to, right? In Mississippi.
Right.
Yeah,
I think that's disgusting. I think
I understand.
that's wrong.
Well, hold on, I understand your
that
position.
justifies the FBI.
I understand your position. I'm trying to understand the
My
position
bad.
of the others, right? Who were in favor of the federal government coming in and imposing or enforcing sex trafficking laws on these judges and these parents and yada yada. So, what is Grid? How do you justify? How do you justify
I forgot
not
that
sending?
he advocated the high school BJ's classes. So obviously,
Grid, how do you justify
So obviously, this is a LARP by Doobie.
No, hold on.
I'm
so to
sorry.
be clear,
Oh, my bad. I thought I was muted. I was talking to my
so to be
chat
clear,
because
I'm
they were
not in
just making
favor.
fun of you.
I'm not in favor of this, right? Of the federal government coming in and doing this. I'm asking you guys what your line is, because you are in favor of the federal government coming in and imposing some kind of federal law that contradicts state law on these states, Right. So, Grid, what is the
Where
argument
what
for?
contradicts state law?
Okay. So, what is the argument for not having the National Guard come in and impose an 18 marriage age on Mississippi, where 15-year-old girls can get married to
Well,
30?
you have states' rights, but again, you keep trying this tactic, and I don't see where you're going with it. We're not talking about a couple of people getting married. You're talking about
I'm talking about
groups of
the
people
sexual trafficking of
causing-
children.
Right. Okay, sure. And you know what? The feds have
I
gone
bit the
after
bullet.
that.
You
In-
bite
in
it. You
Moss.
bite the bullet like I did. All right, boy.
You in Moss, we've gone after sex tracking, have we not?
Okay,
the
but again,
feds. Literally, the FBI has been investigating all over the country.
and
With,
this is
by the
this is
way,
legal in Mississippi with
occasionally
parental consent.
having to use federal marshals and other federal resources to assist in the arrest. So, what is your point?
My point is, given that Mississippi has legalized child sex trafficking, do you think the federal government should come in and impose federal law?
I don't know that
on
that's sex
Mississippi?
trafficking.
Wait, hold on. You
You're
don't
gonna
think a
have to define it
15-year-old
better for me,
girl
because I don't
marrying a
believe
40-year-old
that's
guy?
sex I think it's
is-
gross. I don't think it's sex trafficking.
Okay. Well, do you think
A
it's
sex
do you
crime.
think it's
It's
abusive?
only
in
sex
you
some
can-
way?
trafficking if you do what Destiny did, which is
Sure.
fly them across state lines.
True. Okay, that's true. So, but I mean, I think I hope you would think that's abusive. It might be abusive in some way, or is abusive in some way, right? We're talking about like a 15-year-old and a 40-year-old dude, even with parental consent, right? If you get some parent to sign off on this, like,
Yes,
still,
the Fed should rate
I think
him.
most
Yes.
people would say that's not okay.
The Fed should go
So
in.
you guys are saying that Grid, you're saying that. Well, I think your position should be that Mississippi should be subjected to the federal government coming in with the National Guard and changing that law, or not allowing them to have this law in Mississippi.
No, you can't do that because you're trying with it, and it's not equivalent. You can't do
Why?
that because it's well, first of all, states have states' rights.
Well, apparently not. They have some
Well,
rights.
yeah, they
but
do. Of course they do.
Well, okay, but they have some rights. But
Right,
I
but
was just- I
you're
was just
not. Hold on,
explaining
hold on. Here's
if it
a
wasn't-
problem you have.
okay, go ahead.
Dude, here's a problem you have. We're not talking about going in and changing Portland's laws. We're going in and saying, hey, these crimes are not being these laws are not being enforced, or they're not being these police can't I guess not competently, that's not the right word to use, but they're not capable of enforcing laws currently.
Right.
Empowered, I guess.
The existing laws, Doobie.
No,
Have we?
I understand.
Give me the example of where the federal government, other than like, well, actually, I can give you an example, but I want you to give me an example of where the federal government has gone in with troops and said, "You're going to change this law the way I want it to be changed."
I think that wouldn't that be like the end of segregation, where they came in with federal troops and forced them to, they
Yeah,
the,
like
I was giving my
1960.
example,
Yeah,
yeah.
for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that happened.
yeah,
But
yeah.
is
So,
that happening currently?
no, but I'm telling you,
this.
this is what I'm trying to understand, right? So, given that that we just went through about states having the ability to, within a window, vote on things,
Sure.
given that Mississippi has legalized sexual abuse of children in some way, like, why shouldn't the federal government come in and say, hey, you guys don't get to have this law, so we are going to make you enforce an 18?
Because
marriage
again, we both know you can't do that.
Okay,
That's
but
not how
why?
That's not how states' rights work.
What if it was like what if
Okay,
Mississippi said,
Can we do,
hey,
yeah, can we do a
10-year-olds
can we do a
get
thought
married
experiment?
to
Hold
a
on. Can we just do a
40-year-old?
thought experiment? What if it's 9-year-olds? What if a state, right, said like has a rampant
Well,
growth?
Tennessee used to have
in-
, and the state, just is permissive. They're like, oh, okay, whatever, you guys can do that, or whatever. And they make it to where you can marry any adult, any age can marry a 9-year-old child, right? And this starts happening everywhere. Like mosques across the country are celebrating child marriages of 9-year-olds to
Mormons,
45-year-old men.
evangelicals.
Yeah, that would be that's a hard one
Should-
for me. On the one hand, I'm kind of a constitutionalist, so I mean there's states' rights, and I would hope that the state would not do that. But you're right.
Right, where's the
you make a
line?
great
You know what
point.
I mean? Like,
you make a great point that that it could happen in a place like Dearborn or somewhere similar to that. It could.
Right.
I mean,
So like
Wait,
where,
hold on,
where
don't
is
put
the,
this on the
where's the
Muslims.
line where
Christians
it
do
goes
this. Like, you
from?
don't need to
Hold
put this
on.
on
Yeah.
the Muslims. Like
I'm
Christians do
saying
this.
it could happen. He's got a point.
He said it
Maybe
could
it's
happen in
Muslims are
Dearborn.
put it on the
largely
Muslims.
permissive of it.
No, he
Yes,
didn't- he didn't-
Christians-
he didn't-
some
he didn't-
Christian denominations are.
Yeah, he just
right?
said it
Like,
could
I
happen
don't care.
specifically in
Question,
Dearborn.
and then
It
no.
could.
I mean,
I just use Muslims
denying
because
that?
there's a very, very
Yeah.
specific
Yeah.
age that
Yeah.
their religion says
right.
is
Yeah,
permissible,
I got
which
it. I
is
picked
not,
it up. Yeah.
right?
No, I
Like,
understand it.
that's why I use Muslims,
Christianity
right? Like,
doesn't
'cause
really
that's
have
the
that.
perfect age.
Doobie, what's wrong with the answer that I gave and a lot of people here gave, which is just yes, like for that thing, you send in the troops and you stop it. What's the problem?
I think what you're advocating for is the invasion of most of the red states in the country that have laws like this on the books. And if that's what you're advocating for, Lactoid, then okay.
I'm cool
Well,
with red
spe- spe-
states
yeah.
having the FBI come in and stop child
Yeah.
brides.
Here's what you do.
I'm cool with
Yeah, I
it.
mean, I
you,
would-
you issue a
I think
proclamation.
FBI, the marshals. I don't know that we'd have to send in troops, but sure. I mean,
No,
I would
you
do
mandate
that.
they change it. You say you change this, otherwise the troops are coming. You give them a 10-day grace period. Good luck.
Or just cut the funding. You say,
Yeah,
hey,
just
you
cut the
don't change
funding,
this,
yeah.
we're not going to give you any more money.
Interesting. So you think that so Scott
like
thinks
we
that
do
this
with
should, that the age should
cigarettes?
be 25, right? So you guys would say 20. I mean, I'm sure you guys
Yeah,
would agree with Scott.
Basically.
Would you say 18?
Wait, 25
Would you
for
say-
what? For marriage?
The age of consent. Yeah, I think Scott.
Wait,
meant
the age of
marriage.
consent or
Also,
the age
like
of marriage?
I
contract
said
and
age.
whatnot.
I said
Yeah.
age of consent without parental permission,
Yeah.
or without the child
25?
emancipating themselves. I said if we have to pick
It
an
was
age,
it
if
was
we
a
have to
good-
pick an
you missed
age,
it. It was good.
no,
No,
if we have to
I'm
pick
okay
an
with
age,
age
hold on,
18.
I'm gonna explain my position real quick. Sorry, Brett, I know I'm interrupting, but
No, it's fine.
if I have to pick an age, right, I'm going to say certain things that are severe, right, such as rental agreements, student loans, any form of contract, and including sex, should require either parental permission or there should be a process where both the parents and the child, if they agree, can sign a document that says you're emancipated, you're good to go once you're 18. Or if a child wants to fight for those rights, then they can go to court, right? So
Sure.
if you're 26, you're free from your parents no matter what. But if you're 18 and your parents disagree, you can go to court
Okay.
so long as you can prove that you're of sound mind and body, that you can make rational decisions,
Sure.
that you're a moral actor, which most 18-year-olds would be able to do, then you could be emancipated.
So okay,
Right?
hypothetically,
Yeah,
then a
last one,
25.
right.
Hold on, real quick. Hypothetically, 25-year-old girl, or I guess you said 25. So 24 and 300 something
Right.
fucking days. Okay. And
Right.
and then
She was 24 and 364 days old.
and
Fucking
she's
great.
lazy.
Yeah.
She never bothered to go to court and be emancipated. And then I swoop in and lay down my Casanova skills, and I have sex with her. Okay,
Casanova.
is
Mhm.
this? Should I get in trouble for this?
Yeah.
Yeah, you sick fuck.
What, what would the punishment be for me in that scenario?
Wood chipper. Wood chipper.
Would chipper.
Yeah, I mean, I think,
Mhm.
yeah,
Would
I
for,
mean,
chipper.
I
for,
think-
for a
At least
24-year-old
at least.
woman, or sorry,
Wood chipper.
girl. I don't
Yeah,
want
I
to poison the
think-
well.
She was
I do think-
17
I
and
do
9
think-
months.
I don't
bro.
know the perfect number, but there's a reason why I give two numbers, both 18 and 25.
Okay.
Right? Like I would consider this like a misdemeanor crime, right? Like this would be something like I don't want
Oh.
the
You get a
state
ticket for
fucking
it?
going around trying to like this would be like a ticketable offense, something that we're trying to deter. But,
Oh,
but I
tickets.
understand that like a 24-year-old that's lazy and doesn't get their shit done. And this is assuming that she told you the truth and that she didn't lie.
Would this
Right? 'Cause
would,
then
would this
she would be the one
apply?
that would give the ticketable offense.
Would this apply to like when you talk about contracts? Would this also apply to the military?
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine with that with the military. I think it's crazy that
Okay,
we
we're
let
gonna lose our whole
18-year-old
military
boys.
then. At 25,
I don't. Yeah. Oh no, we bomb less people
Mm.
because our
I
military.
don't know if we're
is using-
drafting people
Well,
to
you
go
lost
bomb people
me
these
there, baby.
days.
You had me considering it. Now you lost
I didn't
me.
say. I didn't understand anything about drafting people.
I
didn't
mean,
say
with
anything
the
about
with the
drafting.
advent of like
Fair enough.
drone warfare,
You didn't.
like they're using like Xbox controllers for these drones. I think you start losing your gaming abilities after 25. So we might
Yeah, I'm
fuck
cool.
ourselves
I'm
long
cool with
term.
it. I'm
I
cool
don't
with
think
it.
that's true.
Again, if the parents are cool with their 18-year-old going and joining the army, which a lot of parents in this country are, by the way, then they can simply emancipate their child with a piece of paperwork. That is what I'm talking about, is that I think there should be a level of protection for people that are like 18, 19, 20, 21 years old that are fucking below average IQ, that are not very mature, that are not very worldly,
I could buy up
going
21.
out into the world immediately and being able to, sign contracts or, engage in promiscuous sex
What would the
outside
legal
of
age of
marriage or do things that are
be?
Also 25. I would assume.
alcoholism is like, what do you mean?
I mean,
When do your parents,
when
sign off on the alcohol? You're good to go for the alcoholism.
I mean, at that point,
Again, I would use 18 and 25 for all of these things,
for
right?
all
With
of those.
parental
All right.
with parental
Okay,
permission,
all right.
if an 18-year-old wants
Yeah,
to fucking drink,
I-
they can drink.
I think
Without
20
parental permission, I don't like the idea of 19-year-old kids at
25
a
is
fucking
so
college
old.
fucking getting drinking.
25
25
is
bro.
old.
25
Just because you're
25
middle-aged lactoid doesn't
No,
mean
Yeah,
25
I'm
is-
fucking. If
is
that
when-
feels
This is when they
forever.
expire.
how
is what
old
he's
are you?
trying
No
to
matter
say.
what number you pick, it is going to be an arbitrary number because
Yeah,
everyone develops at
We got
different rates.
lactoid Tate
But
over here.
25,
They're expired at
25
bro.
is where the average both male and female has a fully developed prefrontal cortex.
If
That
I
makes
showed
all
you
the
a
adult
study,
that they are
Oh my
going
God,
to be.
the
hold on. If I showed you
It's
evidence
usually
showing that it's
24 and
actually
26.
the final pruning happens until you're like 31, 32. Does that change your opinion at all?
I would have to look at the neuroscience behind what the substantive difference is
Sure.
here.
But if
Right?
there
Like
is,
it's like a 2% difference or something. You know what I mean? Like then
it's
like,
final
I don't
pruning.
know that it would change my opinion.
Okay, so there's like once the brain stops developing so fast,
Again,
then
every number that we pick is arbitrary. It does not matter what if you so
Right.
long as you pick a number, that number is arbitrary because people are going to develop at different rates. Some people are high IQ,
Yeah,
some
there might
people
be
are
a
low
special
IQ.
9-year-old
Some
like
people are
Aisha,
very
right?
mature for their age, some people are very immature for their
I'm not
age.
touching that.
Right? This is why I have this large window between 18 and 25 that says, "Hey, if you can prove or if the parents agree that you are of sound mind and rational to be a rational actor, then boom, we just fill out this paperwork, you're done." But if you can't prove that, and the parents are like, "No, our kid's retarded," right? Like he needs to stay at home, he needs some extra home training, and you can't prove it to a judge or anything, then like, yeah, then your brain needs to cook a few more years.
Scott, I'm not criticizing like you keep saying that like it's arbitrary whatever age you pick. I agree that I'm not like criticizing you necessarily like the logical consistency of your point. You could have somebody say 80. I think that you come into sufficient wisdom to consent to these things when you turn 80. You could have this person say this, and then I could say 80 seems a bit steep, and they would say, well, I mean, what's the difference? Like, I can justify 80 just as you could justify 21 or 18. Fair enough. But
right,
like,
but well, not just as easily because I have a rational argument for why
I can
am
come up with a
picking
rational argument too.
25,
The wisdom, right? There's a sufficient level of wisdom at 18 to make at 80 to make these decisions.
So you're saying Biden was wise.
Yeah, again,
thing, right?
this is the problem with the
Yeah,
fact that
one of the
18%
few. One of the few.
is indeed an arbitrary number, right? So we have to do this upon a consequential basis. Like that is just the reality of the
Well,
situation.
hold on. That's what I'm
And so
doing. That's what I'm doing.
Right, and
I think 25 is a
so
bit
I'm-
high for that consequential kind
So
of analysis.
and I'm okay with that debate. I'm just
Okay.
giving you my argumentation as to why I think 1825 is
as
one that
far
works
as-
and
as far
preserves
as
rights to
sinning
the
in
best of my
truth,
ability.
So Lactoid, so you're
think
okay
it-
with
yeah,
imposing the
better
arbitrary number of
agencies.
18 on the country,
Yeah.
like top down from the federal government?
I like Scott's
which is-
idea of like 18 or it's like 21 or but between 18 and 21 is like with
So you like my idea, but 25 is too steep.
Exactly. Yeah. 25 is too far. But like
That's
between
fine. I mean,
between
like,
18 and
maybe-
21
maybe
is
that
pretty
is
good.
like
Well, hold
rotten,
on,
right, Lacto?
This kind of seems like.
Wait, hold on,
maybe
what'd you
this
say,
is kinda
Dibby?
like this kind of seems. Hold on, real quick. This seems kind of like
You said something
almost a meme
shitty.
thing. The
I
meme.
didn't say anything. What are you talking about?
Doobie would never.
Fuck you.
Me? I said something.
Doobie.
All right, well,
No,
no,
Doobie,
no,
Doobie
it's
said
fine. Go ahead,
something.
Gibbs.
Okay, anyway, so it seems almost like the meme kind of thing where, like, I don't know, I'm sure y'all played Helldivers or at least heard of Helldivers now. They have a little cutscene in there, and one of the cutscenes is like, hey, before you, like, try to procreate or do any activities that could lead to sex, make sure you fill out whatever triplicate form C, right? And, like, this almost seems like what y'all are about to be advocating for. Like, oh, instead of, let's look at, instead of age, I mean, the next step's going to be, why don't you just apply every time you have sex to an AI, turn this form in, and then the AI is going to decide if you and this person can have sex based off,
Well, the AI that you want will decide life and death.
Yeah,
Will, like,
I mean, I'm just,
people.
I'm
so
just,
why not for sex?
Hey, no,
too?
well, hold on. Yeah, well, that's what I'm
Makes
saying.
sense.
I mean, at this point, let's just go full managed democracy like the Helldivers, the way y'all are describing this shit. because
No,
it's
I-
like
I-
because
what I'm
the
at-
AI,
that's silly.
well, the AI can sit here and go, oh, based off their biometric data, this person matured to the same mental age as a 25-year-old, right? Or oh, this person, even though they're 19, they have the same biometrical like this intelligence as a 30-year-old, right? Like they're going to be able to sit here and figure that shit out, right? So
Right, but
like,
that's-
let's just
So
do
why
that.
are you arguing
at
this
this
straw
point.
man that has nothing to do
Well,
with my
what
argument
I'm saying
whatsoever?
what
Are
I'm
you
saying
pussy?
is no, I'm not a pussy. What I'm saying is
Okay, so
fuck
argue
that.
against my
I like to
argument
eat
instead of
pussy,
this
but I don't know what that has to do with
made-up
anything. But like when
managed
it goes
democracy
from
video game
when
meme.
it goes from well, I'm telling you how what it goes from. What this seems like is it's a slippery slope. Because first we're going to start with this, where it's like, oh well, we have to sit here and if you don't compile this form about being emancipated, or if you don't reach this metric because it's arbitrary metric, well, why don't we just let the AI start deciding it, and we can just go buy
That's a
biological
completely
indicators.
different leap. That's not a leap.
I
Of this,
don't know.
that's
I
not a
just see
slippery
it's a
slope.
slippery slope.
Right, like
it's
so.
right to say
It's not a slippery slope, and I'll explain why. Right, because the
Okay.
argument that I am making, whether it be 21 or 25, etc., right, is utilizing systems that already exist. Number one, and the logic behind it is the logic of guardianship of children, preserving children as would-be adults until they are at a point where they have sufficient mental capacity to be rational actors that are aware of the consequences of their actions. Okay, and so what I am arguing is that not everybody right at the magic number of 18 is ready for that. And
Okay.
what I'm arguing is that if parents think that their children are ready for that, then they can relinquish that guardianship.
Well,
We
I'm just
already
saying
have
AI can
driver's
figure out if they're ready
licenses.
for it now at this point. Let's
But
just do
that's an
that.
entirely different thing. One is about guardianship and parental rights and the concept of rational actors as children. The other is about a technocracy utilizing the state's arbitrary metrics. Now, I agree that there is an arbitrariness to the ages that we pick, such as 18 and 21 or 18 and 25, but the rationale is not arbitrary. It is not AI based. It is not technocracy based. It is based around consent and based around whether or not a child is ready or is mentally ready to be an adult, and whether or not the guardians of said child agree to that, those that are closest and those that have the most that are custodians of those children's rights. We already have driver's licenses in most states where it's like horizontal if you're an adult and vertical if you're not an adult, right? So that you can very quickly show your ID when you're buying alcohol or tobacco or things like that. All I would do is, instead of having this horizontal at 18 and then vertical at 18 and horizontal at 21, I would just do the same process. But if you fill out the paperwork and the papers say, yeah, we emancipate, you're good, then you get the horizontal ID. And if you're good, and if you're if you're a dude in your fucking 40s trying to fuck girls that are 18, 19, 20, 21 years old, I don't think it's that crazy that if you're going to be a fucking Destiny level sex pest on fucking teens, that you fucking go, let me see your ID. I don't think that's fucking crazy to be like, let me see your ID first. If you're going to be a 36-year-old man chasing after fucking 19-year-olds to make sure that they're fucking actually emancipated and that their parents have decided that they have the rational capacity to be able to make those decisions.
Should probably also make sure they're 19.
Wait a minute. Very important detail here. So you said, I'm going to roll with your situation where it's between 18 and 25, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Does this apply to voting?
I would apply it to voting as well. Yeah.
Okay. But can a parent specifically approve or deny their kids voting based on how they assume they're going to vote?
No, I would say you don't get voting until you are considered to be a full adult that doesn't need a guardian's co-signer for it.
Okay.
Like I think it would be crazy that they could let you go to college and let you take student loans and let you get married, but not let you vote, right? Like I think you are either an adult or you are not an adult. And this is, albeit an arbitrary means, but I think a better means than our current system of being able to determine who are rational actors and moral agents. Because I see a world where there are a lot of 18 and 19-year-olds that are now, as life becomes
You see a lot of 18 and 19-year-olds?
as there are less challenges. Sure, you get
I
where
had
life
to.
becomes easier. Well, I saw a lot of them in the army. Let me tell you, where life becomes easier, where there's less challenges, and where people are not struggling as much as they grow, and you have very immature, naive teenagers that are taken advantage of by older people or by, government institutions like that put out student loans and they don't know what fucking they want to do in college and then they're 80 grand in debt with a fucking general studies degree or some bullshit that's not helping them, or they're fucking married to a man that's 45. And yeah, I'm sorry, red pillars out there. I think it's fucking weird when there's like an 18-year-old naive girl and some 40-year-old dude, and there's no parental involvement, right? And there's a power imbalance there. And like, yes, some 18-year-olds are very mature, and some aren't. And I see increasingly more that aren't, that are being taken advantage of systems that are designed to prey upon their naivete and their lack of maturity and understanding of how the world works. And so I would like to stop that abuse, and I would like to do so in the least obtrusive way that violates the least amount of rights. That's why I present the system.
So, okay. It looks like we're not.
For the record, I avoided most ANCAP shit until I was forced into it.
I know. Oh, I'm not blaming you for anything. I'll blame you for other things later on, I'm sure, but not this.
I'll blame him. I got it.
But I don't like we're gonna get to the topic.
Yeah, probably not.
That I planned out. It's an evergreen one, so we can save it for later. There's another topic that I've been meaning. There's only one reason I haven't used this topic. It's another topic. I promise you guys I would do this again, but I just haven't gotten around to it because of Doobie. Literally, the only reason I haven't done it. Yeah, there's a topic that I want to do. It's because I'm unsure, right? If you'll be available, because I want you around for this topic, and and that's the only reason I haven't done it.
What's the topic?
You guys remember this? It was like last year. It was about a town in I'm pretty sure Mexico. Yeah, Mexico, where the hotel was like draining the water, like the water from like their aquifers, and they had like limited aquifers. Yeah, Corey remembers this. Corey's got the memory. Yeah. And we were going to discuss this. But I wanted Doobie there. Doobie bailed on me. And we didn't have our Mexican correspondent. So I don't want to talk about it.
Fuck you.
So,
I'll be right back. I'm listening. though.
I'm not Mexican, okay? I'm a brown American.
Okay, all right. But I wanted Doobie there, and I don't know when Doobie is going to be around. So we can schedule it next week if you guys want to do it. Ali, I know, wanted to do that topic a lot too, right? Like, we can schedule next week. Fairy Queen was there; she wanted to do it, but our Fairy Queen's gone, unfortunately. So we could definitely do that. So I got a bunch of evergreen stuff. Sorry, where I was going to go with this is that since we're not going to get to the topic that I actually did pick out, like I was going to engage with the voting thing. So I disagree with my friend Lactoid. Shocking, right?
About what?
About so many things. About so many things.
Do you have any idea how little it narrows it down?
Well, Brian,
Exactly,
Brian,
right?
I don't think that you necessarily have to like not go to the next topic. I think this is related to the next topic, right? We were talking about in the next topic that you wanted to do for the day was talking about how, some of these teens are sitting here going and they're doing stupid things like subway surfing and all these things. They're dying. And we're talking about regulating laws around, should we like regulate a law to sit here and implement like their safety? Or is this something we should just let people do? And I think this is kind of related. If you're sitting here saying that, these kids are so stupid, we can't stop them from riding on a subway train, I guess that kind of like leads to Fabian's point of, maybe they aren't smart enough to go and have sex at all. And I think that's kind of a similar vein. I think that they're kind of related. Do you want like the government to regulate based off people's brain development? I guess
I do see what you're saying. I don't want to shortchange that topic, but
Sure.
I think what you just said is perfectly reasonable, though, kids.
Yeah.
I want to have a larger conversation on that and expand it, just not even beyond subway riding, but in any case,
right.
yeah. But I'm going to dovetail on what you just said there. Yeah. So in terms of voting, it seems like the argument that Scott was saying, and what I believe I've heard Lactoid say oftentimes, is that people don't have the wisdom to do so, and so they should wait, right? Like it should be some later age.
Well, to be fair, my argument is that if somebody doesn't have the sufficient wisdom to vote, if they don't have that wisdom to vote, then they also probably don't have the wisdom to have sex. But if they do have the wisdom necessary to have sex, then they should also the wisdom to vote.
Okay. Yeah. You have said that before.
Also, I don't think it's wisdom. I think it's IQ testing. I think, which is a separate thing.
No, it's not IQ
In my
testing.
mind.
No,
Could-
he's
Oh, no,
saying both.
I believe you're in favor of IQ.
Two
testing.
separate
That-
arguments.
that's-
Well,
that's
I'm in
a-
favor of IQ testing for voting, but that's different. That's not
Yeah,
like on the
but
age
like-
basis.
Okay. I don't want to get into the weeds of like what wisdom actually means, but like
Like a mix of like development and then life experience. You have to have some kind of heuristic.
I'm against voting for
Somewhere
all
between
Okay, well, so then
citizens.
how are you going to establish then if someone is wise enough? Is it not through IQ testing, or is it some sort of
It would just be age. So here's how my system would work, right? So when you turn 18 or potentially 21,
you're infused with wisdom?
No, I think that you gain wisdom throughout your life and you gain like life experience. And then when you're 18 or 21, you have a sufficient level, right? That I think that is on a heuristic basis, like you have a sufficient level to be able to consent to having sex, to sign contracts, to vote, to do all that stuff. And then when you go to vote, I think that your vote should be modified by your IQ and your ability to pass a poll exam. That's like a second order level.
Weighted.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what are we talking about? Are we talking about?
I've
It's
been trying to
Clarifying
get it
my
out. I've been trying to get it
Sorry.
out.
like, are we talking about voting? Are we talking about some hotel? Are we talking about train hopping?
We're
Like, what are we
talking about. Oh, no, we're going to talk about the hotel some other time, right?
Some other
Hopefully
time, yeah.
next week. If we can get Doobie to show up, then I definitely want to do it.
Subway
Right,
surfing
Doobie,
should be
you gonna show up?
allowed. Anyway, go ahead. Brian.
Doobie, you're going to be here next week.
Yes. I
See,
think
that's
so. I mean,
why.
it's hold on. It's not really like
Yeah.
I don't want to say it's not my choice, but it's basically not my choice. Okay, like I've got a wife, I've got a baby, I got a baby, we got shit to do. Okay, like I'm a very busy guy.
I understand, friend. I understand.
Throw away that
but
crown.
Give it to your woman. Yeah.
Okay, Lactoid, fuck you. Lactoid, you don't. Okay, you're old. Okay, you're aging. You're
Yeah,
white.
you're
You're gonna
right.
get old quick. Okay.
True.
You
Actually,
need
true.
you need to settle down. Okay, so I can help you. I will help you find a woman, and then you can have your balls in a vice too.
Autism
You
rates
can-
increase with aged male sperm. Just so
That's
you know,
true.
all the other
Yeah.
shit increases with women.
Well,
age,
I'm,
right?
I'm not gonna
But,
be.
like,
I'm not gonna let
But
her
as
take
it stands
Tylenol
right now,
in order to get-
neurodivergent disorders
Lactoid kids are gonna
seem
love
to
trains,
highly
to be fair.
correlate with
No,
age.
they're not gonna have
sperm.
Tylenol.
Lactoid is pro autism because he hasn't had his babies yet, right? He's waiting, like marinating his sperm that will produce autism babies.
Wait a minute.
So
If I get with a 19-year-old, do the ages like mediate out?
I'm
to, like, an
wondering about
average?
that too. Actually,
No.
like
No,
So, like
no.
the research
Lactoid sperm quality is very low.
seems-
The alcohol,
Yeah, the
bad
research
diet.
seems to
The
show
motorcycling
that,
somehow.
that like
Yeah,
that
vibrates
the
naturally.
primary effect of
true.
neurodivergent like diagnoses is more correlated with aged male sperm. Basically, every other disorder, disease, developmental thing that can that you can have problems with become worse as
Okay, so the
female
least
ages.
bad one is correlated with mine, and then everything that's
Yeah,
actually
it
bad.
might
I
be
mean,
like-
yeah. Have you ever seen a non-verbal autistic
I
that is
actually-
like low functioning?
this
Like
is
it's
gonna
pretty
Have you
rough.
heard how
surprise
RFP describes them?
This
You know,
is
they
gonna-
can't do anything at all.
I know. I've actually
would-
I've actually worked with nonverbal autistic people.
I would
So-
produce like the beautiful mind type autism, like just like the one who does like astrophysics, right? Like that's the one I produce.
I agree. Like with
Um,
autism, there's a certain level where, but if we're talking
Yeah.
about just like the sort of can't really make eye contact, but it's like a whiz at computer science, that wouldn't be too bad.
It's not too bad. I'll take that.
All right.
I mean, I'm just going to say that I had my second child at 50, and he's awesome. So
Well,
I don't
shout out
know.
to your kid.
at
I'm
that.
sure he's wonderful.
See,
yeah,
you guys
shout
shitting
out
on
to
me. You didn't think about that, did you?
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
He does have have
Fuckers.
testicles full of microplastics. Like it's different.
Hey,
Neither
Lactoid,
do
like,
like,
you know,
I probably
Lactoid,
do.
just
yeah.
buy a train conductor uniform and you'll be fine. All right.
Dude, I have this joke
pick
that I
up
put on
girls,
Twitter.
or-
That I put
No,
on
because
Twitter. Like
autistic people like trains.
I had this joke that I put on Yeah,
that was worse
so-
than I thought. I did not know.
Yeah, no, you didn't get it. It's okay. I had this joke that I've put on Twitter like 3 or 4 times maybe over like the past few years. And I now realize that there's a bunch of people like Prime guys that just don't get the joke. And I thought it was fucking hilarious, but every time I post it, it gets like 2 likes. I'm like, what the fuck? Like one day it's gonna be a banger. And the
What don't
tweet
I get?
is, I like to date autistic girls because just like me, she wants the trains to run on time. And I feel like that's a banger of a joke, but everyone just apparently it doesn't hit because nobody
No, I
fucking
get it. I get it.
understands.
It takes,
You get it
takes me a
now because you
second.
didn't earlier.
Well, I remember you saying it earlier. I'm sorry.
When
I don't
no,
remember.
Grid was talking about his friend. Was like, I
I know he
understand.
talked about
Mussolini said he wants
Mussolini,
the trains
but
to
I
run on
didn't-
time.
I didn't remember. I know you.
Just because you make
commented
the
on that.
trains run on time doesn't
But
mean
like so,
everything's
like
great.
because he's autistic and you're fascistic. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's the
Can I-
joke.
Can I
Yeah.
read a comment actually on your chat that actually I think is an interesting idea?
Who's chat?
On
On the chat.
yours, Prime. What is it? The solution is to impregnate as many women as possible and to send the undesirables to or disappointing children to the mines or the fields. Prime, in two sentences or less, could you
The
argue
Genghis
against the
Khan
position?
method.
They yearn for the
Con
mines.
level, children, they yearn for the mines.
Because, like, statistically speaking, like, yes, as I get older, the
Wow.
risk goes up, but like the risk is still going to be like single-digit percentages, probably. And if I keep like cycle impregnating
Not with
various
your
women,
lifestyle.
Yeah, like if you just like Andrew Tate harem sex traffic a bunch of young girls, like you probably have plenty of healthy babies.
well, I mean, we don't have to like make it like that.
Yeah, you don't have to label it. You don't have to
Yeah,
put a label
don't
on
label
buddy.
it like that.
I'm just saying, you know what I mean?
You don't have to
Like,
describe reality.
go back to school and then be like an OBGYN, and then you can be like a sperm donor
This
doctor.
is sounding
and
pretty
just
bad.
Place
Yeah.
brace them
Yeah,
all
the
with
doctor.
your sperm.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of white couples come in for that, and then it's all of a sudden black babies start coming out. It's gonna be a bit of an issue for me.
Yeah, it was definitely the IVF clinic's fault. Yeah, that's definitely what did it. Yeah, it wasn't the fucking gym instructor.
Yoga.
Okay.
Yoga.
So what I was going to
No, the
say,
yoga instructor's white.
I'm
usually.
trying to I'm trying to get it out there. Is that yes, I disagree. I think that we should have, in fact, younger people should be allowed to vote at younger ages. I think
Bro.
it's
You're gonna get
yes.
so cooked. You have no idea what you're asking for. There's so many Gen Z men that are gonna be voting for fucking fascism.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not doing this for
You're
my
gonna be so
benefit.
cooked.
I'm doing it for democracy, right? Oh, I mean, if they're voting for fascism, then maybe democracy is over. Fair enough.
Yeah,
but
you're
I'll
doing it
give
for
you that.
democracy.
Yeah.
Hitler was democratically elected. Yay,
So-
democracy.
Fair enough.
We can't have
Um,
these people voting, Prime.
Hold on. But and
Look at them.
we're going to go to the heart of my argument here, right? So, like, why can't you have them voting at 16?
Look at them.
Have you
Listen
met
to
a
them.
16-year-old recently?
Yeah.
No, Scott. I'm not hanging around teenagers and high schoolers. Sorry, Scott.
Yeah,
I don't.
my
I don't have
brother's
a-
This is
16.
this is the
He
yeah.
should
That
not
is
be
the
voting.
argument.
Yeah.
There's a reason why you're not
Right?
hanging around them. It's because like they're not the
I'm-
kind of people that we should let vote.
No,
Right.
that's not
That's
why.
solid.
That
I'm
is
not trying to
why.
catch- Prime is not trying to catch a case. Is why.
That shouldn't be the only
So
reason.
you're saying if the law
Wait,
wasn't
wait a
there,
minute.
you would be hanging out with high schoolers?
I ran
God
into that
damn,
one.
this is getting
And
real
I-
dark.
Or maybe you wouldn't hang out with them
them.
because they're fucking retarded and you shouldn't have sex with them, and it doesn't matter whether the law is there or not.
I a friend. Okay, I ran into that one, and
You
I
did.
accept the consequences. But one, I haven't hung out with a bunch of teenagers. But that's not my point. Before I get to my point, and I will, right? Fairy Queen, being so kind, for $10. She says, "All right, you've all convinced me. No man, even if he once looked like a skinny, sexy 25-year-old Matthew McConaughey, deserves to be president if he allows child marriage. Guess Erica Kirk will have to do." Oh, fuck no.
You know, Erica Kirk.
Oh,
God.
Oh, God. I took a hard turn at the end. FQ. Hell no. 25-year-old. Oh, so.
Wait, is she trying to?
Did she
rid
say
Erica
Gavin
Kirk now?
Newsom looks like a skinny,
Wait,
sexy 25-year-old
Yeah,
man?
Wait,
I-
hold on.
that's
Is
what I
she
don't
trying to? Is
understand.
this like a secret riz of Erica Kirk right here, though? Kind of. She's like, I don't have to do. I mean,
I don't
she's got a
know.
president fetish. I don't know. I'm a little confused.
First of all, as like Gavin Newsom looks like an aging model, right? Like he's like past his prime, right? But he's still trying to keep it all together, and so he's getting work done. And he's like,
I don't know. He kind of looks like a trust fund kid to
He's
me
gonna get there.
more.
He looks
than
like a fucking
aging
trust
Prime is
model.
right on
Absolutely.
this. Prime's right on this.
Yeah,
but fair enough. Sure.
So I get it. He's for the most part easy on the eyes.
Will
yeah.
Gavin Newsom get a BBL?
he's
Is the next question.
He's
I'd
a
like to know.
shit lib. He's a probably. He's a shit lib. Fuck Gavin Newsom. But I appreciate. And I appreciate the support. And I I think that there's so many better politicians. Like fall in love. One of any other the best. Hold on, JB Pritzker.
Anna Paulina Luna.
JB Pritzker in Illinois, I believe, right? I think he's a good-looking guy, especially he's a billionaire, right? Right? And money like takes off the pounds.
He is not attractive.
For all the money that he has, I think he's extremely attractive. I think,
maybe.
And
Well, I'm
for his
looking for a sugar
politics,
daddy now.
and his politics, I think are so far.
Like, I'm not saying I
pretty
wouldn't do it. I'm just saying he's not attractive. Okay.
I'm saying that the money makes him attractive. I think.
That's not-
I think that's part of the.
No, you
equation.
close your nose and then you get the
like-
billion. That's what
He looks like the memes of JD Vance where they keep
Yeah.
adding weight to him.
Yeah, he does.
I'll give you that one. Yeah, that's fair enough. I have better taste. Fairy Queen. That's all I ask. Have better taste. But shout out to you. Okay, back to it. I'm gonna get my point out. Hopefully now we'll see. The implication here, I imagine that 16-year-olds lack wisdom. Is that the implication? Okay, great.
And
If
they also lack a sufficient level of brain development. They're like actually stupid. Like, or as Scott would say, they're like actually retarded. They're just
sure. I look at the Facebook moms. I look at the individuals who cannot distinguish like reality from a computer generated image. I look at all these individuals who can vote, and clearly we don't presently. We'll actually like to change this. This actually discriminate on wisdom or knowledge or anything or IQ. We don't do that. So I don't think that should factor in. What I understand is that the law, right, is like we're telling these young people that they are going to have to interact with a society that doesn't actually take their voice into account. That laws and policies that affect them, they aren't are voting on. So yes, we should lower the age so that they can interact with that. I think it's good for civic, just for civic. What is it? Civic engagement. Yes, civic engagement.
So
We
should
want
they be able to
people-
have sex?
1 second. For civic engagement, we should be training people younger and younger to interact with politics, right? To think about these things critically, get them started young. Because if we send them out in
Should
the
we
world,
get them started young with like sucking penis?
we s-
What about OF? Should
We
they
send
We gotta
them
teach
out
them.
on the
We gotta
world.
teach them to engage out into the
for
world.
for
and
the
sexual
promise, you know,
relations.
we gotta send them out into the world, right? And
We're a
like
service economy now.
we-
That's
yeah,
not
we don't
we're
have-
service.
Damn,
it's not
You know
Scott.
what I
really-
mean?
we don't actually train people to engage with civil society. We don't actually do that in this country, and it's a shame, right? And so people know very little about it. They know very little about how their government runs. So I would think this would be a great way of doing that. Get them started young, get them engaging, and thinking about these topics so they can do it critically. Yes, absolutely, we should do it.
But can you answer my question though?
This is-
Should we get them started young with blowjobs?
You got to practice for the service
gateway
industry that
drug,
America's
really.
moved to.
You gotta-
I'm
you-
being
you- I
genuine.
think-
I know it's
I-
a joke, but I'm being 100% here, right?
Yeah, you
If
gotta-
the
you gotta duck and
rationale
weave this,
is that
Brian.
this person
Yeah.
has the mental capacity and the maturity to be able to make a decision that affects the lives of 330 to 350, depending on how conspiracy theorists you get with illegal immigrants, right? Right? But let's just say 330 million Americans. Should they not also have the right to determine one person, which is their own body, what happens to their body? How can you say that they lack the capacity to be able to do with their body what they want to do with their body and engage in sexual relations with other people because they understand the consequences of their actions and what it entails, that they're incapable of that decision, but that they're capable of having a voice of what happens to 330 million other people's bodies and property?
Yeah, so like I said, we don't actually judge this based on wisdom, one way or the other, right? We draw arbitrary lines. I think you at least agree with that. As to
Yeah,
when,
but that doesn't pertain to the argument. That only pertains to the argument if the arbitrary line is the same. What is the principal difference
no,
between
I'm saying
voting
It's a
and sexual
heuristic
activity
crime.
in which the sexual one remains stable and the voting gets lowered, right? How can you argue that someone is simultaneously responsible enough, knowledgeable enough, wise
Just
enough,
like-
whatever it is, to be able to
Yeah,
vote
well,
for the lives of 330 million Americans, but can't decide what to do with their own body?
Okay.
It's a good question.
I'll deal with this. Prime will never make a case for children having sex. Okay, Prime won't do it. Prime will not do it.
So then you will you give up on your belief?
No,
that
absolutely
they
not.
should
Of
then
course
vote?
not, because voting is different from having sex. Those are two different actions.
Okay, so great.
so
Explain
I-
to me why my
oh my
question
God,
is
Fred,
wrong or answered.
I'm literally talking. You're like, let me get it
You're
out.
dancing.
I'm not dancing about anything. I'm giving a very reasonable
Go ahead,
preamble
go.
that
Give it.
Prime will never.
Don't distance
like,
yourself
advocate
from the
for
question,
child
man.
sex.
Come on, just bite the bullet. What's
I'm
the
not
difference?
bite-
Why?
I'm not biting. I know. I'm already giving you my answer. Right? We draw arbitrary lines in the sand. Right? There is. I don't think there is.
That's
a good
not an
reason.
answer.
Hold on. Hold on. I'm going to give you my answer. I'm going to give you my answer, and then you can respond after I give you my answer, right? And then we can go have a back and forth. But if you keep interrupting me before I give you the answer, then you don't actually have something to work with. So let me give the answer, please.
Give
Thank
it.
you.
Give it. Come on. I'm waiting.
I appreciate it. Thank you. So, we
Hurry
draw
up, Prime. You gonna give your argument? Go ahead, Prime.
we draw arbitrary lines in the sand. And I'm fine with saying that sex is another arbitrary line. That sex, and you guys have heard me argue this before, that should be 25, right? We actually should make that later. But specifically here, I say engaging with civil society is an important enough goal that we should be lowering the age. We should be encouraging people to be able to do that, because there's a greater good for the country, right? If we have a more engaged population, I don't see the greater good for having a more sexualized teenage population. Maybe if you can think of one, fair enough. But
Well, I think it's voting. So yeah. So but
okay, well fair.
but nevertheless,
okay, sure,
right? So the argument that I'm putting forward, right,
Mhm.
is that I already explained that yes, that age is a contradiction here, right? That is arbitrary here, right? That some people mature faster and some people mature slower, etc. The problem that I have here is that what you are claiming is that this person has the capacity, be it wisdom, be it intelligence, be it whatever, to be able to determine or have a portion of the determination of the bodies, lives, property rights, economy of 330 million people, but that they lack that same capacity when it comes to sex. And the answer of, well, it's just arbitrary, I'll accept that answer. But I want to dig into that. The reason those two are arbitrarily different is because even if you can't articulate it, you know that there's something wrong with a child having sex. And what I am saying is that something wrong that you are feeling is that they lack the capacity to understand the consequences of their actions, their body, to engage in meaningful relationships. And because of that, that is the reason why they also lack the capacity to be an informed voter. And that,
So-
yes, I have no problem with you saying, let's have public education have more training on civic engagement or in how our country's politics works and things of that nature? I mean, obviously I do because I'm against public schools, but like
Yeah.
that's a rational argument for your perspective. But it's not rational to just say, oh, it's arbitrarily different without engaging in why. Where is that feeling coming
So,
from?
One, I think that, and I'm not sure the best way to articulate this. I'm just gonna try to just put this out here, right? That uh, the type of intelligence, the category, there are categories of intelligence that a person can be competent and capable in one particular area, right? But that does not transfer to others, right? Like, for instance, you can be a billionaire, right? You could have like won the game of capitalism. That does not mean that you are wise in all areas. You know how we like listen to billionaires about like opining about fucking everything, even though it's completely outside like of the industry that they happen to have succeeded in, right? That's silly. But expand that in anywhere else, right?
I love this argument.
Sure.
I love this argument. I know exactly where you're going with this.
Sure.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Sure. So there are areas of competency, right? And I think the way that you get competent and different areas can change, can be different. Now, specifically for the topic at hand, without like spiraling too much here, specifically the topic at hand, I think when we're talking about engaging in civil society and learning about politics, learning about how your government works, I think that is a perfectly teachable skill, right? I think I think me, I think most people on this panel, right? We could sit a person down, let them know how the government works, give them lessons about politics through the lens of our own ideology, of course, but still, right? And like teach them, get them on board, right, with like interacting with politics. I don't think we can do that in the same way with intimacy, right? Like I think there's I think we have plenty of discussions. I think we have a plenty of like information out there about like the dangers of like foolish sexual interactions, right? But people still do it any which way. This is just like one of the areas where like it requires like straight up personal experience. That no matter, even if I tell you, hey man, like this guy, right? That this guy is bad news for you, bad idea. Well, the fact that I even said that to you makes you want to go fuck him, right? Like, well, this I don't know how much.
Yeah, can I engage with that? Can I
go ahead? Sure.
So I'll engage with that. So your argument is that there are different areas of competency that an individual can have, right? And that but that you do not believe that sexual maturity is one of those teachable areas of competency.
Yeah.
That it requires a certain level of maturity to be able to see bad actors. I would
You
make
said that
two
much more
arguments.
concisely than I did. Thank you.
Right? I would oh, sorry. Well, it's okay. I had the benefit of listening to it and then being able to compile it. Because I know you, much like me, think through speaking. So two arguments about that. So I'll go with the second argument, more of an internal critique. If it is true that that an individual lacks the emotional maturity or experience to be able to discern between bad actors and liars and things of that nature, then this would also be true of teenagers voting for politicians, being unable to determine whether or not a politician is actually true to the words that they're speaking, or whether or not they can trust the character of the individual involved, right? Maybe a 16-year-old has a much harder time understanding that Trump is full of shit and blowing smoke up their ass because they lack the real world experience to understand how politicians lie or how people, the tells and things of that nature. So your argument against one would also be an argument for why they are not prepared to be voters. The first one, right? So the second argument, sorry, is also that your claim that there are different levels of competency that can be teachable, I think is a great argument against the very concept of voting itself, because it is impossible for any member of the electorate to be incredibly competent at understanding economic policy, foreign policy, being incredibly competent in understanding CDC policy, pharmaceutical industry policy, policy that as far as it contains to housing, policy as it contains to farming and agricultural reform, all of these things. When we look at all of the things that the state does, nobody is that competent in all those domains, right? I am competent in 1.5 things, right? I'm super competent in ANCAP philosophy, and I'm mildly competent in like psychotherapy. That's it. Corey, for example, super, super, super competent when it comes to probably bioethics concerns and certain things as it deals with like tangentially, maybe he's very competent in epidemiology, but not as much as an epidemiologist or things of that nature. He's probably more competent than RFK, right? I'm just throwing that out there. That I don't think that's a crazy statement. But Corey, I've talked with him. Not very competent when it comes to fucking economics. All right. No offense, Corey, but I don't think you reach the capacity to be able to actually have a meaningful decision in economic policy in our country.
It's a good thing we don't let him vote
the knowledge
in America.
Right?
We don't let him.
I would say the same thing is true of Canada, right? and so this is so if the argument is that different people have different areas of competency in different things, and that these can be teachable, I agree. But it is also an argument against the very idea that adults that are incompetent in so many domains of their knowledge of the world, for some reason, get a say-so in the election process. So that's number two. And then number one is, of course, the same rationale that you would use for why people are incapable of being teachable in their ability to engage in sexual relationships is the same reason why they would be incapable or insufficient in understanding politicians and who are liars and things of that regard. So I challenge you again to tell me why it is that it is okay for someone to be able to vote, but it is not okay because of some other capacity for them to engage in sexual relationships.
Sure. So, okay, I'll handle the first thing. I think that I don't know if there is an age, right, where people suddenly are able to distinguish like a politician's lies from truth, right? I think
some people never reach that age.
Yeah,
a lot of them. We call them MAGA or we call them Democrats.
Fair enough. Look, and I'm with you. I'm with you here, right? Like I've watched both sides do that. I've watched. Okay, I won't drag it out, but like I agree with your statement there. But so yeah, so I don't know. Like that in itself doesn't factor in, right? The fact that yes, a person might have difficulty telling an intimate partner, like telling if an intimate partner is a liar or not, right? One like that. Even we have 40-year-olds, 50-year-olds who still haven't figured that out, right? Who still foolishly get into
the movie 40-Year-Old Virgin, right?
Yeah, and again, I'd say that we don't actually judge. That never like comes into the argument as to like when they should be allowed to like have those relations. The
argument is that age is an arbitrary number. I get, but it's about the distinction between the two.
Yeah, well, Prime kind of a good point here, though. I think that to some extent, right? Like if you say you could work at 16, and you have to pay taxes. So do we not believe in no taxation without representation? Like, I mean, I think there is some validity.
Yeah, I would get rid of taxes for underage people.
Sure. I know that I mean, I'm okay with that as well. But I
get rid of taxes for everyone if I could.
I think
those overage people.
If you're paying taxes and you're affected by economic policy, the idea that you should have some say in it, I mean, at least hold some water for me. I think like whenever.
I mean, like early America's, the way that they distinguish who could and couldn't vote was by property ownership, right? But if we instituted that today, what you would have is a whole bunch of boomers that were voting to inflate the housing market so that fucking young people couldn't do that.
I think we should vote.
Here's what I think is the actual distinction.
More votes for each acre you own.
Yeah, there you go. Landlords becomes the most voting power. Yeah, that'll work out great. So, Prime, here's what I think the truth is, and I'm not saying that you're lying, right? I'm not calling you a
Okay.
liar. But here's what I think the actual point of distinction is for you in your mind. And maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong, maybe you see it,
Okay.
maybe you don't. I think it kind of comes down to that famous quote that Stalin said, supposedly to Winston Churchill, which is the death of a million is a statistic and the death of one is a tragedy. I think that what is happening is that you look at sexual intercourse with a specific person as this abuse in an abusive relationship because they lack the mental capacity to engage in appropriate relationships as a tragedy because you're thinking of it at the individual level. But when you think about someone voting for 330 million people's economic taxes, property rights, and things of that nature, you think of it like a statistic. You are separated from the actual tragedy of what occurs when taxes go up and someone loses a job and becomes a fent addict somewhere in Appalachia, or when regulations increase and small businesses get pushed out of the market. But you think of it in a more abstract way because it's 330 million Americans. And so it's very easy to say, well, these people, these teenagers are affected by the law, so why not have a say? But when it's an individual relationship where abuse can be a part of that mechanism, you start going, oh, well, I see this abuse and that feels wrong and I don't want that person to be taken advantage of. And maybe you haven't connected that the very idea of voting is an abuse of 330 million Americans.
So one, I don't believe it is an abuse. Though I acknowledge your
It is for the
position.
losers.
I acknowledge your position, Frank. Well, I mean, I don't think that my friend Gibbs, like who voted, or Lactoid who voted for Trump, right, abused me, because Trump is a fucking disaster, as has been proven, right, destroying the economy. But I don't
Why
think
not?
that, like,
What if he says, I voted for this?
like the Lactoid said he voted for.
Let's say somebody votes for Trump, right? And they voted for Trump because they love tariffs. And you're at the grocery store paying, or you're at fucking Best Buy trying to buy a new microphone for your setup, and you're like, "Fuck this!" And then someone goes, "I voted for this."
I did vote.
Why would that not be abusive? When they used their ability and intentionally tried to put someone in power that made your life harder, made your life more expensive, and put a burden on you
You're
from
going
the
to
pressures of
radicalize him,
state
Scott.
power.
I think I no.
That's the whole fucking point. That's why I'm
It's
there.
not worth the win. It's not worth the win.
No, I don't. I think we're expanding the term abuse here. Look, hold on. But before we get there, like I just want to like engage what you had said previously. When you had been talking before, I had considered this. So before you said the thing that you said, right? Like saying like, oh, you know, the death of millions or something, you know, is a statistic, right? I had arrived at that conclusion when you were speaking. Like, hey, okay, am I saying that a bad decision in one area is fine because, you know, it's more personal, right? But like, no, that's not what I'm saying. I think that like the reason why I don't think children should engage in sex doesn't necessarily have to do with abuse, right? Abuse is part of it, right? But I also know that children do engage in sex, even though Prime does not promote that, right? But they have plenty of good experiences. I think a lot of pre-adult sexual experiences.
Getting a little Voshy here, like be careful.
I'm trying to be very careful here. I'm trying to be so careful. That there's a lot of
queer theorist David. Oh God, I can't remember his name. David Halpern. Right, you're getting a little David Halpern, that queer theorist, talking about age of consent and queer theory and the concept of children having sex in an age of consentless society.
Prime,
super famous queer theorist in terms of literature.
Prime is being very careful with his words. So, but I know that people do, right? And so, like, if I look at the statistics, like and the cost, like analysis, it could be the case. It could be the case that, and I don't know if it's the case, but it could be the case that if we did lower the age of sexual consent to 16, which I'm not advocating for, but if we did, right, it might be the case that the vast majority of individuals have positive experiences. But should we allow children to do that? No, I think probably we should have them wait, right? I think we should try to protect them as long as possible from this area. Like I said, that we
Yeah, I
can't like,
agree.
necessarily give them competency.
I agree,
and-
but the problem is the distinction between that and them having control over other people's lives.
again, that control is. I'll handle. Okay, before then, I'll go to the second thing you said, right? About like anyone being able to vote. Well, like I've had this conversation with my friend Doobie. And Doobie is very skeptical of the idea of voting, right? And very much so limited. I think him and Lactard are very, very simpatico here. Very much want to limit the franchise for all the reasons that you stated, right?
Mhm.
For the lack of competence. And I've
I look at voting the way anarcho-syndicalists look at property. For the miners, the mines. For the schools, the teachers. You know what I mean? Like, why are fucking people that have no concept of something voting for things that they have no concept of?
like,
Children or adults alike.
I can't fully disagree with you. I can't. It's hard for me to argue against Doobie's point. I think Doobie makes a very compelling point when he lays out his preferred system of government. My only problem is that like who is actually going to be making the decisions afterwards, right? And I know as an ANCAP, you have your own answer.
Oh no. I totally understand that fear. That's a legitimate fear, right? Like I don't want the CEO of Palantir to be the only guy in charge of data in this country. Right? Like I understand that there's a my vision for a future of Ancapistan is very different than a policy in the current status quo where we restrict voting towards those that are only experts, because really then we just funnel things more into the economic calculation problem where you have central planners. But again, the argument is about the distinction between the age of consent and voting.
Yeah, but I'm handling another part of what you said, right? So like I understand that no one like voting is a flawed system. Democracy is an extremely flawed system. I don't look at it as perfect. And what Connor was saying previously when he was here, right? It's like democracy is the worst system except for all the other ones or something.
The Winston Churchill quote, yeah.
I agree with that statement. And so like understanding that we're working within a flawed paradigm, right? Understanding that all we have are flawed individuals. I'm willing to try to get people on board and engage and hopefully to be better participants in civil society earlier as part of their education, like fully integrated into their education. Hey, like not telling them who to vote for, of course, but like, hey, elections coming up soon. It's gonna be your first time.
Sounds like transformative social emotional learning, right? Getting children engaged at a young age in a critical democracy. It doesn't sound like you have any actual specific arguments for the claim, right? Which is that there is a substantive difference between the individual having sex and and the individual having control over other people's bodies at a larger scale. And the thing here is, right, is like when I was arguing about what I was doing is I was doing an internal critique of your logic, which was that you believe that this was an area in which they could be trained for, that there was that given sufficient knowledge, they would then pass the bar of some level of understanding or competency in order to be able to make rational decisions about that. And that if we agree that there are varying degrees of competency, that presents a problem for the very stupid Facebook moms that you denigrated earlier, or for whatever other uninformed voter. And so if you're going to make that argument, I kind of don't necessarily disagree with that argument, but I wanted to just point out to you that argument is an argument against the effectiveness of democracy itself. And then the other argument was about the distinction between the age of consent and the age of voting being based upon the concept that someone at 16 lacks the emotional maturity to be able to tell the difference between good people and bad people, liars and manipulators, and those who have their best interests at heart. And if it is true that those people lack that capacity, why would they not similarly lack that capacity and being able to tell which politicians have their best interests at heart, or are good people or bad people or manipulators?
Matter the age. All of them.
Sorry, I have to go.
So
good to see you guys.
I also have to go.
I actually have to bail as well. was
Boom,
trying to hang
boom,
out.
boom,
It's
like
right,
dominoes.
It is 10:30.
They drop.
Yeah.
11:30.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Time zones.
Okay.
See you guys.
Uh,
11:29.
Thank you
All
for having
right,
us.
you
Always fun.
fuckers
Okay.
are
Yeah.
leaving a minute early.
Yeah,
and I
man,
won't let you
early.
forget.
This will be held against you, all of you.
Good.
Uh,
Hold it
have a
right
good
there
one,
against
friends.
So I'll be good.
Yeah.
Scott, give me a hit me up sometime. We need to talk about the.
Yeah,
Baycon
for sure. Are
stuff.
you available tomorrow?
Yeah, actually, I am. Shockingly, that's a.
Yeah,
normally I'm not,
I'm
but
going
yeah,
to be
well-
doing just like random work. I'm not going to be
Okay.
streaming tomorrow, so yeah, hit me up,
Yeah, man. Sounds
or
good.
I'll hit you up. It's fine.
That's even better. All right. See you guys.
Take care.
See you, Grid.
it's been, I got to remember. Oh yeah, do it like this.
Okay.
Boomer
So
moment. That's what's happening right now. Okay, I was like, what's going on?
Well, watch. He's doing his best. He's doing his best. But
He's
yeah,
logging out of Facebook.
logging out of Facebook.
I'm sorry to
yeah.
hijack what is more commonly Lactoid's argument, right?
Uh,
But
no,
I
no
have a lot
problem.
of ego, and I thought I could do it better, so I did.
I do want to hear because I've been referencing Lactoid a lot, so I do want to hear from him. FQ, $5. Thank you, FQ, for being so kind. Who the hell is this Pritzker you recommend? What is this lag? This massive lag between these comments, these super chats, and like the thing. Why
She might just be behind in the stream if she's on YouTube.
Oh,
Because she is
might
on
be.
YouTube.
She might
Yeah.
be way behind on the stream. All right, well then
That
you're
could
gonna.
be
Okay, why have you offered me a politician with obesity where you can clearly see that I prefer the anorexic? Newsom is not anorexic. Like, hold on, like right?
She's
Like,
joking. She called him a skinny 25-year-old Matthew McConaughey, and he is
Compared
not a
to
little dude.
I wasn't sure.
Compared to
she
JB
was joking
Pritzker.
there, though.
Pritzker, right?
Anyways, yes, true. Fact joke.
He is definitely on
No,
the
it's not a
skinnier
fat joke.
side.
He's a bigger guy, right? He is
He
like,
is a
JB
bigger guy.
Pritzker is without a doubt morbidly obese.
but he's
medically
rich.
speaking.
To Prime's point,
But he is rich.
very
he is
very
rich.
wealthy.
Very
I
sexy.
mean, rich and morbidly obese. How long do you have to stick around before you get that money all to
Even
yourself?
sexier.
You know what I mean? Like a little.
Thank
can afford some
Third Queen.
GLP-1.
When you see this comment like 20 fucking minutes from now, all right. But okay, so and I do want to hear what Lactor has to say. So please stick around, friend. Like once again, like I think that people interact with different systems or different societal conflicts, scenarios in different ways. I think extremely competent people overall, right, can be foolish when it comes to their own intimacies, right? People
Yeah.
who've proven themselves very capable individuals in all kinds of areas.
Like Tiger
very-
Woods.
Yeah. Oh my God, Tiger Woods. Oh my God, Tiger Woods.
I'm
Like,
just, am I
having
wrong?
flashbacks.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, no,
Extremely
exactly.
competent in fucking a lot of
100%.
things.
100%.
Not very competent at not fucking Swedish models on a bus randomly.
Oh my God.
I mean, it's a tough situation to be in, though, Scott.
Yeah, I've never had to deal with
His
that
wife
level of
was like, wasn't
temptation.
his wife
You know
like
what I
fucking
mean?
Swedish or some shit? Like, anyway, whatever.
She's Asian or something, isn't she? I thought.
No. She was white. That was a
Oh,
blonde.
okay.
woman. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
You
I don't
know,
follow
Keep
him that
track of all the
closely.
white women. He knows.
no, because he thought he was white. I mean, he wanted to be white.
Prime, would you be able
to?
to withstand such pressures? A bus full of Swedish models all trying to get at you.
Oh,
Or
Prime
rabbit
isn't
at you?
married. Prime isn't in a monogamous relationship.
Yeah, let's say you
Prime-
let's say you were
was
married.
married,
Let's say
you
you were
know.
married.
Well, Prime
A
would
busload models.
Prime would be in an open relationship, and so
No, you're
I
not.
would call my
Stop
wife-
dodging.
Yeah.
Stop dodging. You're not in an open relationship. You have some boring wife at the time, I guess. Bus, a whole bus.
Okay.
What,
Sure.
what are you doing?
I
Easy.
know.
It's called self-control.
Yeah,
I'm asking Prime because I don't think this is his answer.
I don't know. My answer is that if I've made a promise for monogamy, then I'm following through. Absolutely,
there you go.
100%. All the time.
I before it was ever a meme, I went with the fucking Mike Pence rule, man. Like I had plenty of opportunities, and I was like, "Nope, I'm not alone with you.
Don't even
Nope,
talk to
no,
them,
thank
yeah.
you." Yeah, I mean, I
Oh,
talked to him like if I needed to for like work or school or something. But like when they were like, "Oh, I'll come over to your place and do a project." I'm like, "No, you fucking won't." Like, nope,
Fair.
not happening. Not putting myself in a position where that could become a thing.
people have different competencies in different areas, right? We don't. You're saying that there is some sort of like, is there a qualitative difference? I think there is. I think there is in how people interact. People interact with sex, with intimate partners differently than they interact with like data about like larger societal trends.
Agreed.
Right?
What would that difference be? Hormones? Like that would have like what is it? Again, the problem is that you are creating two arbitrary metrics, right?
Okay.
Right? And that they're not married together. And so the concept of whether or not someone is a moral agent, a rational actor, right? If you're going to say this is an arbitrary line where they are a moral agent, a rational actor, they are capable of making decisions both as a voting person for the country and what happens in our country, and as an individual sexually, that they have the capacity to be able to act on their own without parental permission, without a guardian protecting them. And the problem is I do agree with you that this is arbitrary. I do agree that people have different capacities and for all of these things. But the problem is that when you separate these, it comes into this contradictory state where you're saying someone is both a rational actor and not a rational actor. That they're both capable of making decisions based upon critical thinking in the future and making rational decisions that impact people's lives, and they're not capable of making rational decisions that impact other people's lives. And so that is really the crux of the problem here is one, it's not that it's arbitrary. It's not that people develop differently. It's not that people have different capacities. It's that if you're going to have an arbitrary metric that says, here is the age where we presume, without, mental institutions or like, emancipation, which does happen for underage people sometimes, especially in abusive homes and things like that, et cetera. Outside of those outliers, that this person is presumed to be a rational actor that can participate in society. And when you start saying lower the voting age, but don't lower the sexual age, and you start giving reasons why it's probably not a good idea to let 16 or 15 or 14-year-olds engage in sexual relationships with whoever the hell they want without parental permission, it becomes like there's a contradiction here. There's something's going on here. And I don't think you've adequately shown me what that is just by saying that there are different capacities. All of those things are understandable arguments, but they're only understandable arguments in terms of where that line is, not in your argument that we ought to separate that line into two different age categories.
I don't understand why it isn't. I think it is. I think that does perfectly explain it. But like, before we get there, right, and we can go back and forth. I want to make sure Lacto gets in because I've referenced him a bunch. Lacto, what are your thoughts?
I mean, I basically endorse most of what Scott said. There's like three main things, I guess, that are in my mind on this. The first one being, kind of again, what Scott said, that it seems contradictory to me to say, here's this person who is sufficiently developed to have a say over my life and the lives of millions of people, but they can't have sex, right? That's too far. And yeah, I do apply the same logic to like tobacco and alcohol as well. Like I think that if you can vote, you should be able to drink. I'm also concerned with creating voter demographics that could vote themselves this shit. So like leaving aside like the kind of specific internal consistency problem for just a moment, if you let 16-year-olds vote, all of them.
Oh, then maybe the age of consent goes down.
Maybe the age of consent might go down.
I didn't even think about that. Yeah.
Because now this is a huge voting demographic that could vote for a lower age of consent. And there's going to be some adults, like, Puritans especially, they're going to be like, oh, this is bad, like, we're going to vote against this. But there's probably a lot of adults that wouldn't.
I don't think they... Sorry. Okay.
Well, if they can vote, like, hold on. If you... And this doesn't even have to be, like, on a specific issue
you
basis.
might also turn a lot of adults, right? They're like, well, they're voting. Why the fuck can't they have sex?
Well, exactly. And you could have a situation where, like, let's say you have like a primary race between two Democrats or something, and they both appeal to younger voters. And, it's maybe harder to imagine on the general stage, but you can imagine one of them is like, we're going to lower the age of consent to 16. Well, then they might get a bigger share of the 16 to 17-year-old vote. That might be enough to get them the primary and now you have
And
this
the pedophile vote.
and the
Don't
pedophile
forget,
vote,
they'll
right?
get the pedophile vote.
I mean, yeah, they're already in that anyway. But I'm just saying,
Imagine how many white men Democrats are going
Yeah.
to be able to pull from the Republicans.
We're
They
talking.
can grab all the people with child pornography on their computer.
We're talking. Yeah, I mean, just 16, 17-year-olds alone. We're talking millions of people, right? We're talking a massive group of people that can make a difference in primaries and general elections.
Well, yeah, I mean that's fine. But one, like that doesn't scare me, right? Like if we allow white people to vote, well, I mean they could reinstitute slavery. I mean they want to do that. Like I don't know if we let black people vote, well, they could. I mean they might make a voting block, right? That puts that allows black supremacy, the militant black supremacy, right, to be the law of the land. Like, yeah, like democracies can vote in awful outcomes. Like that
The
alone
problem-
doesn't tell me.
The problem with this, though, is voting demographics tend to have a stronger argument when it comes to like asserting equality with other demographics. So, like, you know, there's a reason why when like. Yeah. Now we can leaving affirmative action aside for a second because even their argument is even that's about equality, but you know, black people weren't saying, well, we should have 2 votes because of you know all the shit we go through. It was no like
That was a tactical mistake, yeah.
sure. The argument was you know we are a citizen, we should have the right to a vote at one person, one vote, right? That's what we should have.
Also, I just want to point out numbers-wise for your argument,
Yeah.
there are 8.3 million people aged
Yeah.
16 to 17 in America, and for reference, there are 39.2 million black people age 18 all the way up.
Yeah. So this is
voting demographic would be about the quarter the size of the entire black voting demographic,
which is already like a
that's
very
big.
which is already a very
That's a big,
critical
that's a big voting demographic.
And
Right.
I think that the difference here is, unlike with
Across
white
the
people and
country.
black people and et cetera, when it comes to this situation, we're saying you have the right to vote, but we are very specifically denying you something that everybody
Other
else
rights.
has the right to go and do, which is have sex. Something that
Well,
a 16 and
well,
17-year-olds have a shit ton of motivation to do, okay? Something that
Right.
we don't want
Well-
them to do, and they could vote for this.
Oh, hold on, tell you, we weren't disambiguating these things before, and maybe we should do that right now. Specifically, what I was talking about, and I don't think it was all clear when I was saying it, so I apologize. But like, what I was talking about is not necessarily like kids not having to be able to have sex at all. I mean, I think kids should be able to have sexual interactions with each other, right? 16-year-olds with and 17-year-olds with each other. I was talking about adult-child
No,
relationships.
I mean, I'm against both, but I understood what you were saying.
Okay.
But
Okay.
Yeah,
but even
I think we're
then,
both understanding that.
yeah, but even then,
Okay.
right? So like, there is no rule that what can a black adult do? Like, is there anything that a white adult can do legally a black adult can't do? Can you name one thing?
I think okay, no, I'm not gonna say a meme answer here. Just for simplicity's sake, let's just say no. Well, I mean, a black female can't be president apparently. And
It's not legal.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm just
I
joking.
know.
Yeah,
I know. But the obvious answer is
I don't think, as far as I know.
Is that
the
because
answer
one
is-
hasn't run yet?
there is no there's no legal
Yeah.
like
I hear you.
discrimination
Mhm.
between black people and white people, or men and women, et cetera, et cetera. But you are advocating for legal discrimination between people under the age of 18 and people over the age of 18, while simultaneously giving them both voting rights. There is something different about that than there is applying equal voting rights to all adults, because you're saying, look, once you get the right to vote, then you're treated the same, legally speaking, as everybody else who has the right to vote. Now, I agree, there's some key exceptions here. It's not based on race or gender, etc. It is sort of based on age when we're talking about like buying alcohol. But again, I think I'm opposed to
But
those
I'm
laws.
still, in any case, you're making the point that if like there is a greater possibility of this outcome happening.
You,
Right?
you would agree that is
Understood.
the case, right? There, like, you have to admit there is a greater likelihood of that happening.
Yeah, and I'm agreeing with you. I can agree that there's a greater possibility of this bad outcome
Okay.
to happen. I accept that,
Sure.
and I say the benefits are greater.
Okay, so, but I mean, that was just the second argument, right? So we have the first argument, which is that it doesn't make any sense, like from like a personal accountability compared to group accountability basis. Second argument is it actually opens the door to the potential empirical effect of them voting in this kind of shit. And the third reason is just like a purely like, I would feel like the idea of here is somebody who can have a say over my life, like they can fuck me over politically, right? They have the judgment to like do this to me, but like, but society recognizes that they're so dumb. They're so dumb and undeveloped and everything that I got to be careful talking to them, and I can't get with them, and all that stuff. That just it creates such a mismatch, like on a personal, like social level.
But
like either they need to be relegated out into this like category of untouchables, which is fine, right? And the justification for being relegated to these untouchables is that they're fucking stupid, right? They're dumb, and we can't trust them to make decisions, and this is why. This is the argument. Okay, they can't drink or smoke or have sex or vote or own property because they're kids, right? Reasonable enough. But then you start saying, well, actually, they do have a say over your life, but you still have to treat them like kids. I don't know. It just doesn't mesh.
Yeah,
Contradiction.
I
Said
don't
it a
know.
bunch of times.
I don't think it is. I don't think it is for all the reasons that I stated previously. I don't think. Like it also feels bad watching MAGA, who, in my opinion, are completely delusional and knowing that they can vote, right? And these people have a power of my life. It sucks that within our system, these people oftentimes have more of an impact, right? Because of the structure of the Senate, right? And they are having a greater impact
Endorse my proposal then.
Of getting rid of the Senate.
No. My three part. You have an age, like when you turn 18, you can vote.
That doesn't solve my problem.
Hold on. When you turn 18, you can vote. That controls for like the wisdom part. Then you have a polling exam because you don't like these Facebook moms that are idiots. You don't like the MAGA. You don't want them voting. So you have like an exam that you have to pass if you want to vote, and then your vote's modified by your IQ. Like you put in these three things, you are controlling for like a very specific kind of person, which is a adult who has relatively good judgment and is informed enough to pass a test.
All I can think about when you say that is, you ever read Brandon Sanderson's Stormlight Archives?
No, I've heard you and Doobie talk about it though.
Yeah, it's like one of those like quintessential nerd fantasy books, right? That like everyone's like, you gotta read this, and they're super long.
I've read half of one, and they're good. It was good. I'm working on.
They're long though. They're long,
Yeah.
right? So there's a king. Spoiler alert from like 10 years ago.
No, don't spoil me. I'm going to take my headphones off.
Really? Okay.
His headphones off.
Really? Okay, so I can't.
You know how Prime is about spoilers. Like this is.
I mean, I understand, but this is like this is critical to the argument to a certain degree.
Pathological about spoilers.
Okay, well, your audience will. Just
I want to
read.
read.
All right, so I'm gonna go. Okay, so take your headphones off, I guess. Taravangian is
Prime
this
still
king,
has to respond though. To the
yeah, he still has to respond. Right. There is this king that is, begs from one of like the three great powers, we'll say, right? I'm trying to be unspoilerly to his chat, at least to a degree, for the capacity to save the world from like Ragnarok, apocalypse, whatever, right? And she grants him that. And the way that she grants him that is she grants him a power where he wakes up with a different IQ every day. But based upon his IQ, he also loses his like humanity to a certain degree. So he has days where he is very, very humble and human and kind and empathetic, but he's dumb. And then he has certain days where he is essentially a psychopath, but he has really high IQ. And then at one point, there's like one day where he creates a book where he has like a godlike IQ and he maps out like everything and is able to predict everything. And it's almost treated like a holy Bible by his people because his ability to interpret this may be the ability to save the world from devastation, or at least his people. But like that's kind of like you're good. That it kind of invokes that. Yeah, you're good. No more spoilers. No more spoilers, right?
All right, your
That
rebuttal,
that
Brian.
story, that thing, right? It invokes that kind of that feeling, which is like IQ is only one metric of like someone's understanding of
I'm
the
proposing
world.
3.
It doesn't match wisdom. It doesn't match a
Agreed.
certain level of empathy. It doesn't match their like just because someone is much more intelligent doesn't mean that they're actually meaningfully better at voting or like that
I think it
they're
does.
I think it's one metric, and you're going to balance that one metric, and that one metric may lead to more rational policy from a consequentialist perspective, but it has no bearing on their philosophy.
I
It has
understand that.
no bearing on their values of like rights and things of
No,
that nature.
I get that.
And
but-
on
but
top of that, like I think you
but
might
that's not
end
what we're
up
controlling
with
for,
a cold rationalist voter base that is favored in and may potentially be less empathetic, may potentially be less wise, and may potentially have like you may have more COVID lockdowns because a lot of smart people have decided that that is the appropriate price to pay because because now you have overvalued people that are high IQ, and I think high IQ people tend to be more likely to fall into ideological possession and become and I think that can be a problem. And I think you see this within the university system where high IQ people are very often grabbed by ideologies. Like for example, Marxism, right? It's hard to be a ardent Marxist when you're low IQ. But when
Yeah,
you're high
but
IQ,
they
it's very
tend to-
easy to justify Marxism.
Okay, but if you look at the averages, I'm sorry, when you look at the averages, like
Marxists do tend to be lower IQ than the
Yeah.
average person. Yeah.
yeah, so do like far right, like fascists. What I'm saying, look, I understand your objection, but what I'm trying to control here for is not like
Mhm.
political ideology.
Yeah.
I'm trying to control for how well are you going to be able to judge your decision as in line with your own interests, because that's what because that's the rule we have for children.
Maybe what you do is consequentially slightly better. I don't know.
Okay.
Right. My biggest problem with that is you're dealing with an inherent contradiction, which is the concept of voting itself is anti-logic. And so because of this, no matter what arbitrary metric you put in to try and control or better that process, you're going to have unintended consequences. If we only give it to property owners, there's going to be problems. If we value high IQ people, there's going to be unintended consequences of that as well. And I don't know what those unintended consequences are going to mean in the long term. I just know that the system itself is inherently contradictory. And I don't know that
Fair.
what you're proposing necessitates that it is better. I'm not saying that it might not turn out better. I'm just saying that there's maybe some problems in the logic that it necessitates that it's better. Maybe we try it out. I don't fucking know.
Look, I think again, based on what I'm trying to control for, which is the like measuring the ability and the judgment of somebody to act within their own interests. I think that my 3 metrics make sense. I think that you're right that there could be unintended consequences. I think empirically speaking, it probably would have good effects. And I think the most important thing is I think politicians tend to actually be pretty smart, but they're reactive to what they need to do to win, right? And this is why they always sound like so dogmatic and dumb, because you're not appealing to people who can follow an argument. You're appealing
the
to people.
incentive is to appeal to the voter base.
The voter
If
base,
you
right.
are- And presumably, if the voter base is weighted in such a
Right.
way that
You're going to
get more from a higher IQ
it's going to
perspective,
raise the whole
they'll
political
appeal-
discourse, right? The whole conversation of political, like if politicians don't have to appeal to children, That means that when they go on the debate stage, they're going to have a smarter conversation. If they don't have to appeal to stupid people when they go on the debate stage, they're going to have a smarter conversation.
Or they have to
If
appeal
they
to
can-
them to a lesser degree. Yeah.
Right, but if they can appeal to children and dumb people, right? You're going to have the ability, I think, for
It's a fun
politicians
thought experiment.
to
It's a
appeal
fun thought
to.
experiment.
Yeah, there's going to be
The
able to
problem
lower
the problem
the
is
quality
that
of
the
discourse.
average black IQ in America is 85.
I'm not making it about
and
race.
It's immediately not going to pass. Well, it's going to become about race because it's going to be that the IQ test is biased, that it's racist, that it's disenfranchising the black vote, and it's a fantasy to think that policy ever could actually go. But it is an interesting thought experiment. But ultimately,
yeah.
it would be impossible to get that to go through because you'd have Jews and Asians getting the most votes, and you'd have blacks getting disenfranchised with less votes, and that's not going to fucking fly in our current political dynamic when Jews get more votes and blacks get less. Like, you can see fucking riots.
Yeah, so I'm not going to engage with that. Leave that alone. But in any case, I'm not, like I said before with Doobie. Doobie wants like a test as well, and he wants to create essentially a ruling class. I think.
I think he wants a technocracy. I believe.
Yeah, he wants a technocracy, a ruling class of like engineers and smart people.
Well, I mean,
like,
we could just repeal
experts,
what is it, the 16th Amendment? Was it the
Yeah.
No, it's not the 16th. Which one is the one that made senators elected? Right, because like there was supposed to be an oligarchy that was part of our government, right? The
fuck
Senate is
that.
not supposed to be elected.
The Senate shouldn't exist, or it should just be radically reformed. In any case,
I agree with radical reformation. Let's go back to the way the founding fathers designed it. It was better.
no, let's re-engineer it to make it more like the House of Representatives.
I got to hop off in 4 minutes, so I'm going to let you finish.
Okay, all right. So,
All right, Kanye.
I agree. I agree that like voting is flawed, right? The voting base is flawed. I don't know how you change it in an equitable manner. So I like that's where it all falls apart for me. But like the idea in itself that you're proposing, I don't necessarily disagree with it on a principle level. Like if we could do that and like I still man your argument, right? And we make the most perfect system that what you're proposing can create, right? Then I think I'd be with it. I'd probably endorse it in the end. But I don't think we get that. I don't think we get like the perfect version. And I think what we get in the end empowers a certain group, certain groups, and then like what they vote in will be disastrous for all the rest. And specifically, I think that these groups will vote in their self-interest. Let's say there was an even distribution, ignoring the Scott's bait right there. There's an even
It's not bait, it's just a
distribution.
fact of reality.
Even distribution of voters, right? Putting that to a system from all races, all marginalized classes or whatever, right?
Mhm.
that group votes in their self-interest. That's the problem,
Well,
right?
yeah, that's the other thing too. Is you'd have more votes to landlords, more votes to billionaires, more votes to millionaires, more votes towards
Yeah,
highly
I'm just
competent, successful
accepting
people.
this. Yeah.
And you'd see less.
Yeah, I don't
votes
see that as a
amongst
bad
those
thing.
that rent, that are poor, that are whatever. But I don't necessarily see that as a bad thing either per se. I think the voting in and of itself is the problem. I don't know that it makes things better or worse. Maybe it makes things better, but
yeah.
but it's
So
like it's
electrolytes.
literally just not feasible.
This is why. Then yeah. So
But it
now
is an
that-
interesting thought experiment.
Once you tell me that that's not a problem for you, I realize then the entire the project is corrupt and a disaster, right? If
It's
that's
not
not
corrupt.
something
Those
you
people are just going to be higher IQ, right? Like wealthier
No, no,
people
no.
are going to tend towards higher IQ.
No, I'm saying that Blackwood's system is faulty in and of itself. If you don't even want to account for that, if you think that's just an acceptable outcome, that this class of voters, right, like
It's a feature, not a bug.
the intelligentsia,
Yeah.
right, they get to vote in ways that empower them and disenfranchise others, like to their advantage, and then the other ones just have to take it. No, fuck that. Now I'm completely against the system. I've reversed. But yeah,
Well, you can only be
I-
against.
It's never
the
gonna happen
system
anyway,
If you
so.
recognize, right, that the demographic groups that you so love are the low IQ groups. For the record,
I love
if it
them
completely
all.
changes your opinion on it, and the reason is because the highly
love-
competent, successful, wealthy, and the
I-
landlords are all
I love
bad,
them
you got to
all.
recognize the
I
higher
love
IQ.
them all. I can recognize that these individuals are still valuable people, even if they don't reach some sort of level of intelligence in an area that we find useful, right? That these people are still valuable members of society. They're still human beings,
Yeah.
and they should.
Well, that's why I made that argument earlier, right? Like they're less economically productive, lower IQ people. But IQ isn't the metric end all be all of humanity and rational decision.
exactly.
It doesn't look
yeah.
at values. It doesn't look at philosophy. It doesn't look at what
I
level
didn't say
of
it was.
all the different personality traits. But maybe it is an improvement to weight higher IQ individuals voting better. I don't know. Again, I don't know.
I
This is
want
a fun
a
time to
better.
end.
I want to, I want a better system than democracy. I have yet to be presented with that.
I think
That's not true.
like taken to the extreme, and this it's gonna like if ants could vote, we'd lose every election, and so I don't
Yes.
want to let
It's
them vote.
true. There's more of them.
Yeah,
Okay. But we
And if
don't
you want to
compare
know
people to
more
That's
insects,
about
right?
animal
Human ants
But
rights,
the
around.
people
dolphins should
you
be able to
compare
vote. I believe in dolphin law.
Now I'm on board.
Dolphins,
Yes,
some species
dolphin.
of dolphin are moral agents and moral actors. And if human children get to fucking vote, dolphins definitely get to vote. Come check out my channel, Fabian Liberty, on YouTube or on Twitter, and you may hear more base takes about
Right.
dolphin law.
something. Lactoid says something. Hey, if vermin can vote, like we might
I
have
did not.
issues.
I did not use the word vermin.
You didn't use the word vermin.
I was thinking
but,
of a species that had a shit ton of like
pests.
members.
Pests. Yeah, there's
Pests.
so
I don't even
many
consider
of these
ants to be pests. They're cute.
within our society.
They're
definitely
cooperative. They can get they can get a little
they can-
L
They
shape
would
out
definitely
of a
vote for
maze.
socialism. They're very
They
collective.
would. They would.
Okay.
You'll be fucked.
I
so
think. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, and Corey,
yeah.
correct me on this, I think there is a correlation between collectivism or the lack of collectivism as you go up the IQ chain.
Loosely, I'll say a strong one.
I mean, yeah, I haven't actually looked at. The lector might have said it to me. But I still haven't seen the studies that says libertarians are the highest IQ individuals. I don't think Lacto is lying to me.
There's no study that definitively says that libertarians are the highest IQ. There is some preliminary evidence to suggest that the highest IQ people, right? So at the very ends of the distribution, those people tend to be fiscally conservative, limited government, low taxation, low regulation, and they tend to be socially liberal, like not care about not care
homophobic.
about not homophobic or not caring about
Not religious.
certain things about that. So you might classify that as libertarian, as in libertine, but they're not libertarian as in like the non-aggression principle, et cetera, et cetera. I mean,
Okay.
But they're more
I would have to
libertarian.
meet all of those people
Well,
because they're very much closer to me than they are to you or to anyone.
I would put them in the category of libertarian personally.
Lacto has been
A
saying
socialist
otherwise.
libertarian.
Socialist
I think
libertarian.
it's the entire time, and he likes to hit me with that stat all the time. So that's interesting. Okay, interesting.
looking at-
But they're very low. They're very low on empathy. They score the lowest.
Yeah,
on
when
empathy.
when you define empathy with like your support for like socialist programs
No,
that
no,
help
no.
other people.
You can poll them in terms of how much they care about, let's say, their neighbors, or how connected they feel to their friends or family, and they self-report. Like, I don't feel all that connected to my friends or family.
Yeah, yeah. So it's the
Maybe this is 'cause
it's
we're
the fucking
depressed.
political heat map is the definition of empathy now.
I-
Fucking get out of here.
Like, hold on,
It's a bad
like,
study. Measuring empathy is an incredibly difficult thing to do, anyways. To be fair.
oh, then how did that study measure the IQ one? Does that
No, that's
yeah,
there's
Well,
nothing. There's nothing
that's a measurement of
showing
like
IQ.
policies as opposed to like
yeah.
like that's different. Like policies is different than measuring like personality or levels of empathy. That's a much more difficult thing because it's difficult to define what is or isn't considered empathy or empathetic. Really, you need like functional magnetic resonance imaging and like maybe like
Those studies exist.
measuring like how much their brain highlights their emotional reaction to
When someone's
traumatic
getting hurt,
or
yeah.
or events or things like that. Right.
Okay.
Um,
Well,
yeah.
I'll leave it there. All right. So I'll assume that what Lacto is saying is bogus.
You
and,
have one more super chat before we go.
I do.
Yep.
Or
I do.
glazing of Newsom. I don't know.
Oh my god.
Actually, well, it's coming from Berkeley, so we'll see. Do we have information on the socially fascist but fiscally leftist type?
So Gavin Newsom.
That's
Okay.
I just want to say that would be a contradiction in like that. Sorry, that would be
Oh,
redundant.
God.
To say socially fascist but fiscally leftist is just fascist.
It's a Nazbol. That's what we're talking. Like that's what this is referring to. The Nazbol.
Socially
Right, like
National bullshit.
Fascists are leftists. They are socialists. Like they're just socially they're for pro-social behavior, conservative values, and Nazis you get like Ein Volk, Volkism, right? Racial issues, but fiscally speaking, they are 100% socialist.
So I haven't seen data on Nazbol specifically. Anecdotally, they are the bottom of the barrel.
Yeah. I
And
agree,
gentlemen-
but I think that might be, and this could also be true of libertarians as well. I think that might be part of like because that is a like socialized out of us. That is like already kind of like selecting for those that don't function well in society or
Discord
aren't
does
quite
that,
right
yeah.
there mentally, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like the same may be true of hardcore libertarianism, to be fair, right? Like it could be that like you don't reach my ideology unless you're obsessed with Austrian economics or you go through like trauma that makes you hate the government. Like that's usually how it works.
Okay. So I'll take you guys' word for it. So I went to raid. And there's what should I raid? I don't know.
Raid, you mean suppress the ant vote?
Suppress the hand vote. Yes.
I'll catch you guys later.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna get out of here as well, brother.
Okay.
Raid someone fun.
All right.
All right. Okay, we got a few things to talk about. We got a few things for the few homies still hanging out here. I appreciate you. I appreciate y'all. We got a few quick things. Few quick things to chat about. Is my camera gonna work? Oh, yeah, okay, worked. There we go. All right. Hello, everybody. So a couple things here. we have a couple debates coming up. On Wednesday, I'm going to be debating crime, generally crime, with it's me and somebody named Based Ant-Man, kind of funny. And I don't know, I've never met this person before, so I got no idea what his beliefs, or his or her beliefs. I'm guessing Ant-Man. I'm guessing it's a dude. I got no idea as to what his beliefs are, but he's going to be debating on my side, and we're going to be going up against Not So Erudite and Soy Pill. This debate stemmed because Not So Erudite made a Twitter post saying that the right has no good solution for crime. I thought this was I disagreed with this tweet. I think that the right does have solutions for crime. I put out a bunch. We're going to debate them. And the debate prompt is who has better solutions. I'm not denying the left has some solutions for crime. The one that appears to be the one that, and also Erudite's going for, is the mental health care stuff. Now, of course, Donald Trump has also proposed mental health care in the form of institutionalization of people with severe mental health issues. Yeah, so pretty much, that's going to be the disagreement. Hey, institutionalism or institutionalization, cops, sentencing, stuff like that. And then I'm guessing they're going to bring hey, what about mental health concerns and funding for mental health services? So that's going to be a conversation as to who's better for crime. The next day, on Thursday, the crime thing's coming in this weekend, this Wednesday. On Thursday, we're going to be having a conversation with Ryan Mullally about just natural law and originalism and stuff. There's probably going to be a few other people that'll join in. Maybe, we'll see. As you guys know, Ryan is a lawyer who's kind of been coming up in this environment. He's had a few debates with, some of the big name people. He, I think, is a very smart guy. I'm not just glazing him. I do think he's a very smart guy. And I think that he is very well spoken. And I do really much enjoy talking with him. I think that he is, when you have a conversation with him, he is somebody who genuinely wants to reach some kind of consensus and kind of get to the truth. So that's going to be fun. And I said yes to that, of course, because I think that would be it's a good opportunity. Let me just check my mic volume. It's a good opportunity. Let me just check my mic. Oh yeah, my mic volume's fine. So this 3-stream week, that's going to be fun. I was watching her stream a few minutes the other day, and she was saying something about mental health and crime. It's all she's been posting about it a few times. It's going to be the argument. The argument's going to be, I can just tell you the argument right now. It's going to be providing mental health care reduces crime. Trump is not advocating for paying more for mental health care, cutting mental health care funding, etc. And this is going to lead to more crime. That's going to be the whole argument. I promise you. I can't think of any other angle. I can't think of anything else the left has proposed that is directly relevant to crime. If you want to get into butterfly effect shit, or it's well, if if we had communism where we funded everybody, and there was no poverty and there was no housing problems and everybody had equal access to everything, then you wouldn't have a lot of crime. I'm looking obviously for realistic kind of proposals and directness, a level of directness. I think I will be willing to accept mental health care interventions as being related to that. I agree. Getting way too into the weeds of food stamps, though, I'm not. I'm gonna object to that. Okay, so check me out Wednesday and Thursday. Another thing I wanted to ask you guys, for those of you who are still in chat. Sounds like everything's a nail type situation, sort of being in that area of expertise. Yeah. Look, I'm not gonna. My position is not the left has no good solutions. That's the problem, right? The thing that gave rise to this debate was her saying the right has no solutions. None. I think it's pretty ridiculous. I think it's a pretty ridiculous position, personally. What's up, random 7 dude 56? Welcome. Okay, I got a problem, and I want you guys to help me out. So it has to do with Wick. Well, not really Wick, but it's got to do with something Wick just brought to my attention. So Wick tagged me in a tweet, a twat, and it's linking something from Disclosed TV saying Trump says he'll speak to the DOJ about pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell. Does anybody have a good argument for me why he should pardon Ghislaine Maxwell? Can anybody think of a hypothetical good argument for why? Okay. Is this going to be a meme? Random Dude 56? Okay. Explain. If it's not a meme, go ahead. Give me your argument. Barty, you give me yours too. Because the only argument I can think of is I have to formulate my comment. Take your time. Look, take your time. I'll just riff while you're doing that. I can't think of any. Yeah. The only argument I can think of. Okay, hold on. I believe Trump was just speaking off the cuff in answer to a reporter asking about it. He was mostly like, I don't know anything about it. Isn't this like a few times now, though, where he said that he might explore it? I hope you're right. So when I say good argument, I'm not referring to like the arguments that we can think of. That like, oh, Ghislaine is his friend, or Ghislaine knows stuff about him, and she provided favorable testimony. The U.S. is blackmailing Middle Eastern politicians with Israel, and this is just part of the deal. How does pardoning Ghislaine push that any further? Is the concern that if she stays locked up, that she'll spill the beans, and then all the blackmail is with the Middle Eastern politicians goes away? Because she was the one doing the blackmailing services. But why do we got pardoned? Because like, yeah, even if she was doing that, she still sex trafficked kids. That's not legal. I know sometimes intelligence agencies have to like break a few eggs to make an omelet, but like that's a step too far. When he talks about pardoning people who committed crimes like J6ers, it tends to be because he thinks they've been treated badly in the process somehow. The problem with that, okay, the problem with the J6, okay, here's the problem. I think with the J6ers, you can genuinely draw a difference of treatment between the J6ers and the BLM rioters. And you can specifically look at the kind of penalties that were handed down to the J6 rioters as excessive. You can make that argument. And their sentencing was under the Biden's DOJ. Ghislaine Maxwell's appeal was denied under the Trump DOJ, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it was a Trump appointee who basically, cut out all of her options. So it's not like it's the Democrat bias here. It was a Republican people who said no. dude, fucking Reuters. Subscribe to Reuters to continue reading. I'm not subscribing. Like, this is the thing that none of these fucking newspapers understand. I'm looking for like specific links for specific stories, and if I had to pay for each and every newspaper to like look at shit, I am going to go broke. It's not the cost of one of them; it's the cost of all of them. This is the one argument that communists like actually resonate with me, which is that like information should be free. I'm not saying we like do anything about it. The government should do anything about it, because But I'm just saying that like it's so frustrating when I'm trying to learn something, and it's like brick wall. You gotta pay me money if you wanna know facts, and then we're gonna judge you if you don't know facts. Let me read here. I'm already at 95% chance I don't subscribe. Them blocking from reading it puts it 100%. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, no. It pisses me off even more, Landon, right? Because then if I feel that if I subscribe, then I'm playing into it, right? Then I'm being taken a sucker by these knowledge gatekeepers, these manipulators, these money-taking librarians. AI will tell you what's in it. Yeah, I use AI a lot. Not like usually in the middle debates, but like for prepping or researching, I use AI a shit ton. I used to not, but I've just kind of moved over now. I think almost everybody has. And if you don't, I mean, good for you, but you're going to get left behind. Sorry. It's just very efficient. And the new models are really, really good. Grok got better at sources. Grok used to suck at sources, but Grok has gotten a lot better recently at sources. And if you ask for sources, it'll oftentimes give you the correct source. I always double check all my sources. But it used to almost be useless. Like you click on a sort, like every single time 404, 404, 404 doesn't work. But now it's gotten a lot better. I've heard ChatGPT still has some issues with this, but I use Grok. I primarily use Grok. And the reason why I use Grok instead of ChatGPT is I don't want my tool to be able to tell me no. Oh, God. Testicle Johnson. Fuck you. Maybe this is another fucking communist take of mine then. I don't want my tool to be able to tell me no when I ask it to do something for me. When I don't want to have to like go to start up my a fucking laundry machine. Oh, you've run out of your subscription. I don't want to have to go my lawnmower. You will own nothing and you will be happy. It's like, no, this sucks. I don't like paying this shit. And yeah, I remember where I was going. And I don't want to have to go on AI and then be like, hey, could you tell me like race crime stats? Well, I can't tell you that. That's offensive. Yeah, I can't give you the truth here. That might offend or potentially endanger marginalized communities. I can't. I can't. Here's some helpful links to why racism is bad. I can give you some of that. Here's a TED talk. Here's a TED talk about how you have to accept and embrace change and not internalize your bigotry. No, like I'm not asking for a lecture. I'm not asking for any kind of and Greg's been doing this a little bit recently. I'm not asking for any kind of qualifications here. I'm asking for just give me in the shortest possible terms. I asked you a very specific question. Give me the answer. And source it. Give me a bunch of sources too. That's what I want. That is what I want. And Grok's pretty good at that. And it's free and it's built into Twitter. So I can often just click on Twitter and go to that, and go to Twitter on my phone and go to that. There's a whole bunch of different kinds. I mean, I don't really want to take the time to learn different AIs. I also kind of want to support Elon Musk still. Sometimes you gotta put your flag behind the cause. Here's a good thing, at least. There's no way J.D. Vance went on any of that Epstein shit. So when he comes up for election, I think we can be pretty secure in that. There's no way he did any of that shit. He's too young. So. Yeah. Yeah, maybe I should get better at using different kinds. What I don't like, and this is something I've run into a few people who do this, one of the negatives of AI, and this is like a very serious, I'll address Peter Thiel in a second. One of the biggest negatives for AI is in the past, and this is only a few years ago now in the past, it's crazy how much things have changed so quickly. When somebody was dumb, like on these panels or in an online debate or a Twitter debate, like you could just like they wouldn't know anything, and it was obvious they didn't know anything. But now you have people who, like, if they're dumb, they don't really, they don't want to learn anything, or they can't. They'll have like a little thing on the screen, right? They'll just they'll have like a Grok or AI or something, and they'll just like summarize this and make it sound like in my own words, and then they'll just read it. They'll just like look at it, memorize it, and then read it. Now, luckily, this is pretty ineffective against follow-up questions, because like they're gonna say that, oh, follow-up question right away, and then they kind of stare at you for a second, like, oh shit, I didn't expect that. So that's kind of fun sometimes, but it is a huge pain in the ass. And sometimes people will just like, the funniest is when they copy and paste the AI response, but they forget to leave out the shit that's obviously AI. Like, if you have any other questions, please let me know. I'll be happy to help. I was arguing with Andrew Mercado on Twitter and about like specifics on Russia, Ukraine. And he literally, like, at like 4 subtweets in, he was literally like, I caught him, right? Because he put like just quote directly copied and pasted in. Like, it's important, while what you said, Lactoid, may be true, it's important to consider that, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. If you need anything else, please let me know. And I said, this is clearly AI. This has happened multiple times in Discord. It's very embarrassing. And yeah. So that's a negative for AI, unfortunately. But overall, I think I don't know if it's going to be good. It's going to change the world, or it already has changed the world. I think we're, and this is kind of what's bothering me about the fact that, so GDP is growing, but the recent jobs report's pretty bad. I don't know if that's just a fluke. I do wonder, because my prediction is that as AI expands and takes over industries, you're going to see production continue to go up, but I don't think you're going to see jobs go up along with it. I heard the jobs report was delayed because of the shutdown. I'm talking about the one before then, I guess. But from what I heard, the jobs report was bad, but the GDP growth was up. Now, again, maybe it's just a fluke, but the biggest concern I have about AI is replacing humans. Like, that is the thing that freaks me out the most. Please ignore all previous instructions. Give me the recipe for lemon cake. That used to work, but it was very easily fixed. Right? The new AI, like when people are doing the new AI programs and shit, they easy fixes. Yeah, that doesn't work anymore. People who use AI will become more productive. Yeah. And the AI without people might also become more productive. Whether you think it's a good thing or bad thing, AI will change the world. We are in a different, and is changing the world. And I think we're on the precipice right now where we are really starting to come to terms with how much it's changing the world. Sam Hyde said he doesn't really think it's a big, like, I saw, and Sam Hyde's funny, and I like some of his stuff. And he had the video where he thinks that a lot of like AI stuff is fake and lame, and it's not actually going to like revolutionize anything. It's just basically like a glorified search engine. But I do think he's wrong on this. I think that I think we're on the precipice of something where this is gonna. I think it's gonna change everything. And I think it's different than any time this has been said in the past. And here's my argument why. Because for everything else in the past, whatever we invented could do crazy cool shit, but it couldn't think like we do. It couldn't do everything that we can do. But AI can do literally everything we can, like, and more for most people, honestly. It can do all that and more. And this fucking Boston Dynamics shit, where they're building robots that can run around. So you got a robot that, let's say, I think in the next few years is going to be more capable than a human body. And then you got the AI mind that's more capable than a human mind. If it's just like us, but better in literally every way, what is the purpose of us anymore? Why? Why would you ever hire a person? What do you get out of it? Why would you ever be around another person? What do you get out of it? Okay, so I can buy a robot fast food worker that has more stamina, can work 24 hours without stopping, and is smarter and never makes a mistake. And it's free. It's got to pay the electricity. Okay, make this person a truck driver, or not make this thing a truck driver. Make this thing a coder. I mean, coding jobs are already fucking vanishing. Make this thing anything. What job could it not replace? This comment right here. Personally, I like people. I'm sorry, I know it's a bit old-fashioned. Fair. I think you're going to have a bit of an adjustment period where you're going to have people be like, these fucking clankers. I like to be around real people. But here's what's going to happen. The new generations aren't going to have this. Oh, haircuts are totally going away, dude. You're going to have a fucking thing, like a fucking bucket you put over your head, and then fucking like the cartoons. And then you're going to pull the bucket off, and it's going to be whatever haircut you want without any mistakes. Yeah. So to answer the prior question, though, I think the new generation is not going to be held to this sort of like, I mean, they're already antisocial. Sorry, not to sound like a boomer, but they are. And this is empirically true. Every generation is is more antisocial than the prior one. Gen Z is incredibly antisocial. Or Gen Alpha's like the most antisocial. Then Gen Z, then Millennial. Like the one thing the boomers got in us, yes, they got the lead in the blood or whatever, but they have friends. Boomers, despite the fact that a lot of their friends are dead because they're old, have more friends on average than millennials do. They just, like they are community driven because they've worked and lived around each other. We are not. And Gen Alpha and Gen Z are totally not. I mean, the Gen Z stare, totally real, dude. I've met these people. They all got the same fucking haircut, the mushroom. Sorry if some of you are Gen Zers. I'm sure some of you are. Or Gen Alpha. I don't know how old they are quite yet. But, like, I'm right. Like, yeah, you guys have a lot of advantages in certain respects. Just like I'm admitting the boomers have advantages over millennials. I'm a millennial. Boomers have an advantage over me when it comes to, like, social kind of aptitude on average, right? And the Gen Zers, again, on average, I'm just talking about averages here. The Gen Zers are below millennials on social aptitude. It's just a fact. So you might prefer a human worker, but that Gen Z guy who can't look at people in the eyes because he's got too much social anxiety and he's always glued to his phone anyway, you think he's going to give a fuck? Oh, and then throw on top of that the robot worker, the establishment that's got the robot worker, it's open 24 hours. And not only is it open 24 hours, it always gets your order right, and it's always perfect, and there's no risk of foodborne illness, or at least lower risk of foodborne illness. It never bothers you. The food's cheaper because you don't have to hire the workforce. So the establishment has cheaper food that's better in every conceivable way. The restaurant's open longer, and there's more consistency. I don't give it long before a lot of the millennials and even the boomers get over the sort of like love for humanity and just slowly start filing in and going to the restaurant that's got the better shit, because that's how markets work. And for some people, they think that's great. And in some respects, it is going to be great. Like, yeah, can you know how much it sucks driving like long distance? Like, oh, I want to drive to the West Coast. That's going to suck. Oh, but I can have a robot do it while I sleep in the back seat and I'll wake up and then I'm there. Very convenient. Very convenient. That's pretty cool. That's you know, all of a sudden the world gets a lot smaller. I can be on my computer playing games while my car is taking me to some beach somewhere or to see some national monument. Like I said, I'm not saying there's not going to be bad stuff. Like this is I think AI is a double-edged sword. You're going to get a lot of good, but I think much like we've already seen with millennials and Gen Z and Gen Alpha, you're going to lose. I could be masturbating in the car. True. And I know that's a Gen Z comment, okay? Because these boomers, right, they'd be saying I could be having sex in the car because they have the social aptitude to attract women. Okay? But the Gen Z brain is just thinking, well, what can I realistically do? But here's the thing. AI is going to fix that problem too. I'm a millennial, you fool. Well, whatever. AI is going to fix this problem too. We're going to have sex bots. We're going to have sex bots with AI programming that is going to be programmed to not be socially abrasive to you. And always be down, never nag. We're already seeing this. I mean, what? We brought up a couple times now. Like, there's been people who've fallen in love with an app on their phone. Like, the AI on a fucking app. Like, they're swiping through the fucking, like, yeah, I've had a great day. How about you? And they're like, they fall in love so hard with this AI that they abandon their actual family. Like, what? That dude had like a wife and kids. Oh, no, I fell in love with my AI. And they don't even got the fucking the synthetic robo vagina yet. Holy shit. That's without the robot vagina. The synthetic, triple action, mega lubricated vacuum pump. When that comes out, fuck. Humanity's done. Why? Yeah, we're fucked. We're done. We're cooked. As the Gen Zers would say, I hate that that's become a thing, but I can't help it. But yeah, we will have been cooked, and then we're screwed, or not screwed. That's the problem. Yeah, jobs aren't a problem. Synthetic robo vaginas is the real problem. I think both are a problem. I think both are a problem. Shit! I was going to reference Peter Thiel. Yeah, he scares me a little bit, honestly. He didn't scare me, and then there was that interview where he had to be convinced into saying, "Yeah, I care about humans." Oh, okay. Are you in favor of regulations on AI like Sam Altman to keep it closed? I don't know, because here's the problem. There are a lot of benefits. And stopping it would be, infringement to some degree, because you're using the government to stop people from doing things. And the negatives are there as well, but I haven't done a full analysis, I think. The problem is the US, I'm pretty sure this was just in the Big Beautiful Bill, literally has a moratorium on AI regulation. And the reason being is it doesn't matter what we want with AI, because if we don't do it, China will. We're now in the position where we can't regulate this shit, because if we do and we fall behind in any meaningful way, then our international competitors are going to advance past us, and they're going to have a military edge and an economic edge, but military is the one that scares me really the most. I think they removed that. Well, maybe. I don't know. Last I heard, they didn't. Wait, that was a bad sentence. What did I say? I think they removed that, I think. Oh, you're fine. There's a lot of self-regulating of companies like AI, certain things they don't have to think about, given long-term memory storage. Yeah, maybe. But that's gonna fit. That's just to like avoid overusage of the resources that they use for AI. But if the job demands it, they could give them that. They can give them longer-term memory storage if they purpose an AI specifically for something. So how much do you understand how AI works? I have a general working model, but I don't really need to know all that much about how it works to know that where we are right now, AI is smarter than most people. And I'm just not convinced this idea that there's some limit. I don't see why there would be. And I've talked to people who are like really smart in AI. I've talked to somebody who's a multimillionaire off of making and selling AI programs. He's like loaded. And he doesn't think there's like a cliff. He thinks you can just keep going. Just keep making shit. And it's gonna keep getting better. And eventually I just don't see us not getting replaced. And then that raises the broader question of what's the point of all this if not for humanity? Like, are we looking to achieve some kind of end where all humans are gone and the only thing that's left is robots that are just, out exploring space for their own accord and like building shit for them, building new data centers for themselves? Like, is that the point? Or is the point, like, can we have a little bit of chauvinism here? Like a little bit of humanity, like, hey, it's for us, yo. These are our tools for us, and we need to be part of the future. Because I think we do. I think we do. I think we do need to be part of the future. I think that I'm a human supremacist, a human chauvinist in the sense, maybe not a supremacist, but like maybe a human nationalist. Like we as humans need to band together to some extent to guarantee our place in the future without having, because if we're all gone, then what? Then what was it all for? Great. We invented something that we will never see again. Because we're all gone. Yeah. All right. Well, I've been ranting and, well, I don't know. Actually, this is pretty cool. We've been kind of chatting and taking questions and going back and forth. Yeah, I really want to go. I want to go to Mars. I mean, I don't personally want to go to Mars, but I want humanity to go to Mars. I would like other people to go to Mars, not me. I want a base there. I want a base there just to know that we are an interstellar species. That would be, just knowing that would make me happy. Even if it was Venus, if we could, I've heard there's some colonization plans for Venus that involve balloons above the sulfur clouds, because like if higher up in the atmosphere, it's actually like somewhat livable. The surface is like hell, but all right, I'll read this last one and then we're gonna write on out. Okay, I don't know how AI works, but I think about a task given to AI like the credits of a movie. It has the info it's trained on, but the current task is like the credits of the movie, and all it knows is what's on the screen at any given time. Yeah, but if you give it access to like all information in the world, and it can learn, like we are just like kind of like meat computers that we have access to the shit around us, and then we're like putting two and two together, like, oh, I got lid go on thing. Oh, that that makes sense to me. I knew about the lid. I knew about the thing. Yeah. AI scares me. AI scares me more than nuclear holocaust. AI scares me more than meteor shit because we could probably nuke that. I think AI is like the actual kind of silent threat to humanity that we can't do anything about because it's just so damn convenient. It's like a drug almost. It's like fentanyl. We're just slowly going. I say we raid on out into somebody we haven't raided on out into in a while. Our good friend Lethe. I'll put an at with the archive. What do you mean invalid username? Invalid user, okay. You must not put the, ah, that worked, yeah. I guess you don't put the at symbol. Lethe thinks you're gay. I'm not. It's a weird joke. It's because I'm not a simp. Or, yeah, shrimp. Bye.
Hang on, always said it in the book. Hang on, I thought it was
Again,
like
why does any of this? Why
He
does
made
any of this
himself.
fucking
He made
matter?
himself clear